Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 6 of Legacy Undone. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 57. Itachi had known, going in, that there would be consequences for their interference. Even so, the level of anger in the Kazekage's voice was a little surprising. Although, they had attacked the last contestant Suna had in this tournament, his son to boot. She supposed in that light his anger was understandable. This is an outrage. The man's voice was a low snarl in the room. The leader of the Land of Wind looked at the Uchiha and Uzumaki as though the heat of his gaze alone could skewer them with 1,000 blades. They have interfered with the public spectator portion of the examination, specifically going after the last genin of my village from the competition, the strongest of the genin as well. The one who was to entice the most clients. They did. Mei agreed, sitting 2 chairs to the man's left, the rakage between them. They also moved to save one of their own from your genin. The exams are dangerous, killing is authorized. The Kazekage shot back. The one your boy was about to murder. Sarutobi drawled, smoke wafting between his teeth. Is the heiress to the Hyuga clan. That changes nothing. Kyuchi, that Tsuchikage didn't smile, but Itachi could only assume he was very pleased by this turn of events. Or are we suddenly giving preferential treatment based on familial ties? Afraid I missed that memo. A sat like a great bear in his chair, a mountain of muscle that looked at the 2 shinobi with a face that seemed chiseled out of stone. What exactly did you do, boy? He asked, his voice like a rolling thunderstorm. Sealed his chakra. Naruto answered. 2 level 2 seals, one on the Tenketsu where Hinata removed the medium for the previous seal, the other at the first gate. Side effects? Asked. Might have to use a bit more chakra than normal to do techniques for the first hour after he wakes up. The blonde shrugged. Maybe less than that. Not sure. An hour? The Kazekage asked. The next rounds will start long before that. Then a thought occurred to him. How long before he even wakes up? Another hour, maybe 2. The Kazekage looked murderous. So you've effectively eliminated my son from this competition entirely. Removed my village from the competition that is meant to attract clients to our country. This time, Naruto cringed. She didn't blame him. Put that way, it sounded and looked pretty bad. Scoffed. You're both to be fined. He turned his eyes towards Sarutobi and the still silent Koto. 20,000, for the Chonin, 60 for the Jounin. Naruto's shout was half strangled in his throat when Itachi grabbed him hard enough by the shoulder for one to hear the bones cracking under her grip, his voice turning into a smothered squeak. They were getting off light if it was just a fine. Seems low, the Kazekage agreed with her. Considering how much potential revenue they cost my village. If your son wakes before the end of the tournament, he will be placed in the semifinals, or final round if the semifinals are done. I answered, looking to Konoha and Sunagakure's leaders. This arrangement is acceptable to all, I trust? It wasn't really a question. If anyone protested, she had little doubt A would tell them exactly how much their protests mattered. He turned his eyes back to them. Holding up a single finger. You get one for free. Interfere again and it will be much worse. Am I making myself clear? Itachi nodded, Naruto doing the same at another squeeze of his shoulder. It won't happen again. With a jerk of his head towards the door, I dismissed them, turning towards the proctor who had escorted them up here. Call for the next match to start. Yes, Rakage-sama. He answered with a bow before gesturing the 2 of them to follow. Once outside the cage booth, the 2 were escorted by the proctors back to the general area, where someone decided to meet them. That must have been bracing. Naruto's spine immediately stiffened, while Itachi's black eyes turned lazily towards the voice. Orochimaru-sama. The Sannin smiled at the 2 of them stepping closer, hands clasped behind his back. This might be a problem. He drawled after a long moment of silence. What is? Naruto's question was sharp, impatient, as it usually was towards this man. Your interference, he said simply. If it had just been saving the Hyuga girl, that would be one thing. But removing the Kazekage's trump card in these exams for all intents and purposes. He tisked, almost mockingly. You're referring to the economic situation in Sunagakure? Itachi half-asked, half-stated. The Chunin exams are a way to attract clients. Orochimaru nodded. Suna has been bleeding client, primarily to Konoha's benefit. You think we should have let Hinata-chan get killed then? Naruto sneered. The Sannin offered a shrug of his shoulders. It certainly would have made things far less complicated. Naruto's snarl was almost beast-like in its ferocity. To hell with that. What's done is done regardless. The young man's one-time sensei waved off. I'm merely warning the two of you, on the return journey, be more watchful of our allies than you previously thought we'd need to be. The image we've fostered of having handily beaten Iwagakure might give the pause in betraying us, but shinobi alliances are notoriously fickle. Give them enough reason, economic or otherwise, to betray us, and they'll do just that. If they do betray us, Itachi cut in. I trust you have a plan? The man's smile got just a bit bigger. Always. Turning his head to the entrance of the seating area, he continued. I won't keep you further. He turned to walk away before suddenly snapping his fingers as though remembering something. Oh, and Naruto, tell that Haruno girl that she put on a most impressive display. He laughed at the look on the boy's face till he disappeared from view. XXX. The tournament continued after that. The next fight was between Tenten and Kairo, Amoi's teammate. It was almost a repeat of Lee's fight with Temari in a way, with a mid/long range specialist pitted against someone who almost exclusively dedicated themselves to close range combat. Kenjutsu to be specific, using two swords, one a dagger that was almost large enough to be called a short sword, and the other a fairly large broadsword almost as tall was its wielder. The fact that she could not only carry it, but wield it with considerable speed attested to a ridiculous amount of physical strength for her size and age. Tenten demonstrated aptitude in close-range combat herself, to be sure. Whenever Kairo closed the distance, she would fluidly draw on a summon weapon from a slip of paper. She never seemed surprised by the weapon she drew and wielded it with a deft proficiency that spoke of long hours practicing each and every single one before she'd put distance between them with a flurry of thrown weapons, even going so far as to toss out a homemade shrapnel bomb or two through the exchange that she threw with enough pinpoint precision that she was always just outside of its potential blast radius. By the time the fight was drawing to a close, both girls were covered in a litany of cuts and bruises. Tenten's pink clothes were matted in blood and almost nothing white remained of Kairo's white and black outfit. It was the longest fight these exams had seen yet. To the civilians, and even some of the shinobi on the lower brackets, it was quite thrilling really. Both girls put on a full display of their skills and strengths, with each one countering and answering the attacks of the other. In the end though, Kairo seemed to just have that little bit of extra stamina or strength to finish the fight in her favor, hammering at Tenten's defenses with brutish, raw power that Tenten just didn't have the strength or speed left to repel. It was the dagger that did it. So focused was she on the massive broadsword that by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late and a slice just under her right breast had her on the ground. The Chunin called it there, tossing a look in Naruto and Itachi's general direction. It was a good thing he called it too, because Tenten looked like she was ready to keep going anyway, wound or no wound. The remaining fights were nothing noteworthy. Two of the students from Haku's team took on one boy from Kusa, another from Kumo. The real upset, however, was Neji. Now, when a Hyuga fights a taijutsu or kenjutsu specialist, the conclusion is basically a foregone one that said Hyuga is going to win. After all, Lee had enough power in a single punch to outright flatten any genin in this tournament with laughable ease, but he could never beat Hyuga Neji no matter how hard he tried. That's how much of an advantage Neji had in any close combat engagement. So when the third of Kiribe's students, Samui, made her way into the stage with a wakizashi strapped to her waist and looking like she knew how to use it, Naruto felt kind of bad for her, truth be told, to have the shit luck to draw her one true counter right off the bat. Then of course, the match started and that pity turned to surprise before quickly getting turned on to Neji instead. The Hyuga was getting butchered out there. Samui was fast. Really fast. Even for a Chunin or particularly weak jounin she would have been fast. She wasn't as fast as Lee, but she had one advantage Lee didn't have, or make use of. Her sword. When Neji would strike, against Lee, he would have to block, make physical contact. Even without the palm, from contact with the forearm alone damage would be done. Samui wasn't giving him that contact. She was just cutting him. Lightning quick with razor-sharp precision, her blade would find its way to intercept Neji's palm strike. By the time the second minute of the match was ticking by, Neji's fingers and hands looked like they'd been put through a blender, bleeding profusely from his fingertips. He hadn't managed to land a single hit on his aloof blonde opponent. Frankly, Naruto suspected the only reason he hadn't lost his hand entirely, or his fingers for that matter, is that Samui didn't want to completely destroy his career. He remembered she had foresight like that in his last life. If she was fighting Hinata, it might be a different ball game. Hinata had zero qualms about supplementing the Hyuga's fighting style with things to cover its bases and weaknesses, as seen by her adopting elements of Guy's style to rip through Gaara's defenses earlier. Neji, however, Neji was a purist, who believed the Hyuga taijutsu and techniques were all he'd ever need if mastered to their absolute highest level. He wasn't at that level yet, so who knows if that was true or not in the end, but right now, he was getting a very, very rude awakening. In the end, it wasn't a blow or wound that decided the fight. Naruto had forgotten just how stupidly pessimistic Neji had been in this stage in his life. Samui told him he was simply too weak to match her, and he accepted it, surrendering to fate or whatever that stupid shtick was. Maybe he'd have to give him another ass-kicking too. No. That wouldn't work this time. He remembered it was his status as a nobody that hammered the point home last time. This time he had status. Maybe get Hinata to kick his ass? That could work. And it was always good to have joint team sessions with Team 6. Hinata was surprisingly funny once you got used to reading the rapid-fire hand signs. Then it was time for the second rounds and Naruto felt himself get just a bit more excited. Lee and Sakura were up next. XXX. No. I refuse to do this, I will not harm such a delicate flower. Lee Tenten, now bandaged and sitting in one of the available benches, snarled at her hard-headed teammate, who was prostrating himself with tears in his eyes in front of Sakura, who looked decidedly uncomfortable with the green-dressed boy holding her hand. This is a tournament. Sakura knows she came here to get punched in the face. Now you get in there, and punch her right in her perfect cheekbones, goddammit. Don't love me too much, Tenten. Sakura deadpanned. He's the last of us in this tournament. She protested. I am not having him give up because he thinks he's in love with you. I am in love with. Stay out of this, Lee, it doesn't involve you. I'm feeling pretty involved. I think it's sweet. Sakura smiled, watching as Lee seemed to puff up where he knelt. Oh no. Tenten pointed from where she sat. You stop that right now. I know what you're doing. Sakura's smile was sweet enough to give cavities. Then, marching in from out of left field, came Hinata, smiling as she patted Sakura in the shoulder, knelt beside Lee and proceeded to make hand signs to talk with the young man. Lee looked at her, reading her sign language. Well. Yes, but. More signs. But what if? More signs. You think that will war? More signs, faster and more enthusiastic. Suddenly, Lee's face changed, losing its hesitation before a determined glint came to his eyes as he stood up, looking at Sakura right in the eye. Sakura-chan. I will fight you. Let us both do our best. Sakura looked at both girls, who looked fairly triumphant at Lee's declaration. I am seriously beginning to rethink our friendship, guys. Chapter 58. As had happened with Hinata and Gaara, Naruto felt himself wince just a bit as the names came up on the board. Well. Shit. He'd trained Sakura well, he knew Itachi had trained Sakura well, but he just couldn't see in any way for Sakura to beat Rock Lee. His speed advantage was just too much. Maybe if Sakura went all out and used potentially lethal force she might have a chance, but he knew her better than that. Even if she were offered the chance to jump straight to Jounin and winning here, she'd never resort to outright lethal force. You believe she'll lose? Itachi drawled beside him. You saw how fast Lee was, Naruto said. You really think she can match that? No. Came the simple answer, almost nonchalant in its delivery. But I also saw Mito Guy's student holds back too much. Naruto blinked. Well. Yeah, Lee's a nice guy. He might win despite that. She nodded, a small smirk tugging on her lips. But she'll make him pay for it before he does. If he wins, it won't be while holding back. She boasted. Now, Naruto was really excited to see just how much Itachi had taught the pink cat. XXX. Could you go back to wanting to give up again, Lee? It was a joke, but only half of one. After seeing Lee's speed against Temari, she was not at all thrilled to be taking it on now. She'd never fought someone this fast besides Naruto and Itachi, and the two had always held back just enough for her to actually be able to see where they were coming from. She doubted Lee would give her the same courtesy, seeing as how he was fighting to win, not teach her. In response, Lee shook his head. "I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, but Hinata-san is right, and has shown me that I must fight you in this contest." He took a fighting stance. Sakura smiled. "Damn it, Hinata." She had a trump card, something she was pretty sure would net her the win, but she wanted to save it for her fight with Sasuke. He'd picked up quite a few tricks, especially in the healing arts, but she was fairly sure he hadn't quite gotten to the one that would save him if she played her cards right. If she didn't use it on Sasuke, he would probably outlast her with his self-healing and bigger chakra reserves. But if she didn't use it on Lee, she might not make it to Sasuke at all. Decisions. Let's just see how this plays out. Might get lucky and have him trip up or something. Drawing 2 kunai herself, Sakura took a low, tight stance, defensive. The Chonin's hand cuts the air between them. Begin. Lee, as expected, attacked first. She knew he was fast, but seeing it happen to Tamari and experiencing Lee suddenly closing a 5-meter gap before she could blink was a whole different experience. His closed fist slammed into her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. She kept her senses though, latching onto the limb with both arms before he could pull back. He brought up a knee that hit her in the ribs, and Sakura felt what little breath she'd taken shoved out of her again, feeling like she was going to throw up. With irresistible strength, Lee snapped his arm out of her grip, driving an elbow into the hard bone of her chest, shoving her back and offering a soft kick to drive her further away. He then realized there was a chain linking the two of them. Coiled around his wrist, tied to a kunai in Sakura's hand. The green beast blinked in stupefied surprise as Sakura let herself smile. With a shout, she smashed her fist down to the earth, well past her elbow, hard enough to yank Lee forward on the now taut chain link. The soft dirt of the stadium grounds hardened to solid rock as she extracted her hand and pounced. Lee realized the danger he was in as he hastily began to try and untie the knot of the chain, only to have to raise his knee to intercept Sakura's kick, abandoning his attempts to untie it entirely as his sole remaining free hand moved to try and block Sakura's rapid-fire assault. He was faster than her, stronger, but tethered down to one spot. Much of his speed, and much of his power were cut down to something she could manage. Even so, she realized quickly that she would never win this fight like this. Even down to one arm and largely immobile, Lee was just plain better than she was at taijutsu. Drawing 2 more of her kunai knives, it took every ounce of her skill to get in close enough to slice off Lee's kunai holster on his hip, and even that was probably done only because he assumed she was aiming for the artery instead. The holster hit the ground and she kicked it away before she herself leapt back. Lee suddenly realized his mistake. His head snapped towards the holster, now too far away to reach for before snapping his eyes towards her as she drew a plethora of kunai and shuriken. She let loose. She was no Tenten, but she was no slouch in accuracy either. For all that though, Lee still made dodging the rain of metal look like it was second nature to him. Weaving and twisting himself, even within the confines of the chain's tether. Then she noticed him going back to untying the chain on his wrist. Sakura grit her teeth, mulling over her next decision. She didn't want to escalate things this much. Especially not against a friend. She drew her explosive tags. The next volley was accompanied by 3 lit tags. Lee saw them, and his attempts ceased as his stance widened, standing perfectly still. Sakura felt her eyes go wide with shock. "What the hell are you doing?" She felt herself scream, horrified that he was just gonna sit there and take all 3 bombs to the proverbial face. Her horror turned to surprise, and then to horror of a different kind. Lee's hands moved lightning fast, catching all 3 kunai mid-air in a single, fluid motion before turning them right around and stabbing them into the dirt around the rock, anchoring him in place. Oh. Shit. Lee pulled himself as far as possible, laying himself flat on the dirt a split second before the explosions went off. A cloud of dust swallowed Lee whole. Sakura couldn't see anything as her feet hit the ground again, her hands coming up to a defensive stance, the last 2 of her knives in them. She wasn't stupid enough to think Lee would let himself get caught twice. She should use it now. If Lee... Her thoughts were cut off as a solid chunk of rock came soaring out of the cloud, too fast to react, too fast to really even see before it nailed her straight in the ribs. She heard, more than felt the sickening crack of bone, her feet lifted off the ground before she hit the dirt hard. The rock was yanked back, and she opened her eyes enough to see Lee, marching out of the cloud, chain and rock spinning in practiced, decisive movements. A gravity hammer. She just handed Lee a gravity hammer. And he apparently knew exactly how to use it. She coughed, tasting blood, and tried to find the strength to reach her feet. Sakura-chan. Lee called, bringing her eyes up to him. He looked at her sadly. Please give up. You're hurt. She swallowed metal, humming at the back of her throat with something that approximated a smile on her face. If she used it now, could she win? Maybe. Did she have enough time for it to work? Lee was fast. If he was really against the ropes, would he take her out quick so the proctor could call it before it worked? Probably. Her thoughts churned in her mind, slow and foggy with pain. If she used it now, she stood a 50-50 chance of winning, depending on Lee. Haruno. The proctor's voice brought her back to reality, snapping her eyes towards him as she sucked in some blood that had dribbled to her lower lip. Can you continue? He asked, neutrally, hands clasped behind his back, face blank. It was her choice. Her choice. Then she was going to make sure they won this damn exam. She shook her head. No, proctor. I can't. She looked to Lee, smiling. You got me, Lee. He smiled back, though it was tinged with sadness, she was grateful to note. As the proctor called the match in his favor, Lee dropped the rock and chain from its ready stance and moved to help her make it to the Chonin medics. Lee. Yes, Sakura-chan? Tell Sasuke to come see me really quick? I need to tell him something before his next fight. Of course, Sakura-chan. Lee helped her to the medics, laying her gently on a stretcher beside the Chonin as he ran off to go get Sasuke. She laid flat on her back, trying not to breathe too deep, or too fast, or move too much, or lay still enough to feel tense and stiff, or do anything that resembled, living. The medic scanned her, casually informing her that 2 of her lower ribs were broken to go along with the cuts and bruises, and that her left wrist had twisted and was swelling. When the hell did that happen? She stared up as she lay on her back, one half of her sight finding the canopies that shaded the stadium seats, the other the blue sky dotted by thin gray clouds. Sakura-chan, I brought Sasuke. Lee called, appearing in her vision. She smiled. Thanks, Lee. He smiled back. You did really great, Sakura-chan. Her expression grew just the faintest bit sad. Don't be nice to me yet, Lee. You might think I'm a complete bitch before the day's done. He looked confused. He should be. She shouldn't have given him so blatant a warning either. But then, before he could ask anything else, Sasuke was there, standing across from Lee, filling the other half of her sight. Got your ass kicked, huh? She glared, wishing so badly to just reach up and punch him. Her temptation almost won over her desire to see Team 7 win in the end. But only just. Lee, give us a second. Lee nodded, his smile returning full force before he walked away. Thanks, Lee. She forced herself to shout, ignoring the sharp pain and the Chonin hissing beside her. She looked to Sasuke, he looked back at her. XXX. She did good. Naruto cheered. HN. Was the sound Itachi deigned to release from the back of her throat. Blue eyes turned to her, squinting. What? Why are you mad? She did good. Better than I thought. Her lips twisted just a bit. Doesn't make sense. She should have done better. Fought smarter. Your expectations are too high. He disagreed. Everyone makes mistakes, especially in a Chonin exam. She did good. Itachi crossed her arms in what, to him, seemed like stubborn disagreement. Naruto turned away. Sasuke's up next. No, he's not. She countered. His opponent would have been Gaara. Oh. He cringed, smiling a little sheepishly. Right. As expected, a few minutes later the Chonin proctor marched out. Due to outside interference, he could have sworn a dozen eyes turned towards them in that moment. He tried not to look sheepish. Sabaku no Gaara, of Sunagakuer, is unable to fight at this time. As such, we will move on from his battle with Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha and on to the next contestants. XXX. Sasuke fingered the new vial as he walked back to the waiting area, looking at the clear liquid inside it with a newfound sense of pride in his teammate/friend. If she'd have sprung this on him in their fight, he would have been well and truly fucked. If that Gaara guy never showed up, Lee would be his next opponent. He had no intention of repeating Sakura's mistake and holding back. Lee was too damn fast, and if he kept that improvised gravity hammer, too goddamn dangerous. Just like Amoe, Hit him hard before he got serious, end it fast. He placed the vial in a padded pocket in his holster as he opened the main door to the waiting area. Marching past the proctors, he found his way to the door that let them spectate, only for the door to be yanked open just before his hand brushed the knob and for someone to walk right out. She looked for all intents and purposes like the cat that ate the canary. Hinata-cha, he stopped. Byakugan, see-through walls, peerless lip reader. He scowled at the now smug-looking girl. You know everything, don't you? Her smile threatened to split her face as she started to make signs. I never knew she had it in her. Sakura-chan got clever. He nodded. You gonna tell anyone? She shrugged, hands moving. Already got Lee to fight. Did my part. Up to him to fight smart now. While he appreciated that, it made him rather confused. So, this is. He gestured between them and she was the utter picture of confusion. He decided to clarify. Blackmail? Threats? Moral judgment saying that we're cheating? I'm a bit lost when you just leave it without the possibility of telling someone. She huffed. Oh, I just have to talk about it, you boring idiot. Do you have any idea how hard it's gonna be to sit through another 2 matches on this with Tenten and Lee right there in the room? Tenten's gonna flip. She might try stabbing Sakura when she finds out. Get some guards. I'll keep that in mind. He wasn't entirely sure if she was serious or not. As such, he didn't know if he himself was being sarcastic or not. It was all very confusing. Oh. We need to decide on a signal for you to give me before you do it. What? Why? Want to activate my Byakugan a second before you do it so I can see the full glory of Tenten's expression. You seriously have no idea how hilarious she looks when she gets angry. At other people at least. It's scary when it's directed at you. She giggled. With her ruined voice box it wasn't a pretty sound, but Sasuke could feel a smile tugging at his own lips just a bit. Sakura really should reconsider these friendships of hers. He muttered, receiving a sharp punch to the shoulder before she rolled her eyes and finally let him pass into the spectating area. Chapter 59. The next 2 fights in the tournament had the 2 Kumo Kunoichi pitted with the different genin from Kiri and Iwa. Kuro, the one who fought Tenten earlier, was up against one of Haku's genin, the girl. While both had their share of scratches and exhaustion, Kuro had come into the fight worn out the most, on account on her fight with Tenten. As such, it was patently obvious, even to non-ninja, that the girl was moving slowly, and that her reactions and evasions were sluggish. The power behind her swings of that broadsword tapered off quickly after the initial burst. The fight was practically decided at the outset. Being Kimimaro's student, fighting a melee user was an old hat to the Kiri Jinan, and she easily danced around Kuro's attacks to draw her into a trap, disarming her in one movement, then slicing the back of her knee with the next. At that point the Chonin called it, even as the fire-spitting Kumo girl was threatening to gnaw her opponent's legs off. Samui was practically the exact opposite of Kuro, being the strongest of B's students, and making that fact well known in her second fight. She was, to all locals and quite a few foreigners, the favorite to win the whole thing. Whereas she showed her dominance in taijutsu when she went up against Neji, the Iwa genin boasted a rock-solid arsenal of ninjutsu, and not just earth elements, but water and fire as well. Of course, he had no answer for lightning, the primary weakness of the biggest chunk of his punching and defensive power techniques. Which happened to be Samui's primary element, but even so, few genin of her age could boast the taijutsu chops to bring a Hyuga to heal and also be adept enough at ninjutsu to handle their elemental affinity so deftly as well. She could probably drop out of the tournament entirely right now and the proctors and cages would declare her a chonin without a second thought. Then the second rounds were over, and they were back up to the start, with 2 of the last 4 names appearing on the board. Uchiha Sasuke vs Rock Lee. XXX. Naruto heard the crowd cheer long and loud as the semifinals finally started. Lee, the blonde had noticed, had actually become something of a fan favorite amongst the spectators, particularly the civilians. Naruto's hearing, sharper than most, allowed him to pick up snippets of conversation here and there, and a great many of them were centered around Lee. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, traps, trickery, mind games, a lot of it went over the heads of civilians. How could they understand a 3-layered genjutsu? Or the incredible feat of chakra control it took to properly utilize razor wire hidden in your hair? Or even the complexities of a simple chakra scalpel? A ninja could appreciate these things. Especially when watching young genin and their utter lack of experience pulling it off and making it look easy when in reality it took months and months of training. But a civilian couldn't. Not really. But Lee, Lee was giving them something they could see, feel even. A proper, honest fight. Sure, his speed was something they could barely keep up with, but that just made him all the more impressive in their eyes. They liked Lee's fights. And they wanted to see more. Naruto was glad. Too often Lee was overshadowed, either by his teammate Neji or his sensei. Seeing him get some much-deserved recognition made him feel a strange sort of satisfaction on his friend's behalf. Naruto. The voice made him turn, leaning forward to look at Akane sitting on Itachi's other side. Huh? What's up, Akane-chan? The youngest member of Team 7 looked pensive, serious even. It was an unusual look on her. Is it bad that I kinda want to cheer for Lee-kun? She smiled sheepishly. You can always cheer for both. He ventured, smiling a bit. Seemingly getting an idea, the girl primly closed her eyes, hopped off her seat and started walking off like the princess she was in all but name. Naruto blinked, confused, but he figured there was nothing to really worry about, so he decided to turn his attention down to the arena as his two friends marched out. XXX. The two Konoha Genin marched to the center of the arena, with Lee looking decidedly more battle-worn than his Uchiha opponent. Sasuke's fight with Amoe had been relatively fast, whereas Lee's fight with Temari had been a dragged-out affair and his fight with Sakura had been short, but the girl had managed to press Lee harder than Temari had. You should give up. Sasuke warned. I'm not like Sakura. This will get painful for you. It is not in my nature to give up, Sasuke-san. Lee shot back with a determined glint in his eye. I expected as much. The Uchiha groused, just before the Chonin sliced his hand across the air between the two of them. Begin. Lee didn't hesitate, and with that speed that had brought down Temari and Sakura, he lunged towards Sasuke. Sasuke shifted, and as Lee cocked back his fist to deliver a solid blow, he saw Sasuke's foot crunch down on something on the ground. No. Not on it. There hadn't been anything underneath. A cloud of dark miasma exploded, around the two of them, darker than a regular smoke bomb, with an odd, nauseating smell. Lee breathed in a lungful before he found his legs under him and leapt clear of the noxious fume. As the cloud dissipated, Sasuke was still there, still in the center. Lee saw him in time to toss away. A vial? Sasuke stared at him with cold, dark eyes. Like I said. I'm not like Sakura. He drawled again, raising his head a little bit. She held her trump card in hopes of using it against someone else. But you're just too damn fast, Lee. Lee felt his chest growing tighter, static on his fingernails. Poison? What you just breathed in is a paralyzing nerve agent, Sasuke continued. That tingling you feel at your fingertips. That's the poison starting to take effect. He wasn't sure if it was the poison, or Sasuke's words, but Lee found he could barely even breathe. You have about 160 more seconds, Sasuke warned. After that, your muscles will lock themselves so tight you'll feel as if you're made out of stone. The fight's mine. You just poisoned yourself too. Lee protested. Sasuke gestured towards the vial. And I just drank the antidote. Lee's features grew severe, darkening. I see. You truly are a good shinobi, Sasuke-san. I didn't even notice you plant this trap during your fight. And you never would have. The Uchiha muttered with something that sounded vaguely like a laugh. Still, Lee continued, unperturbed. 160 seconds, that means I have just over 2 minutes to beat you. You can try. Sasuke conceded. Lee's stance widened, fists going to his side. Then there's no time to take it easy on you either. Sasuke was very, very glad he had decided to use this now, as Lee's body started to visibly glow. I thought he couldn't use chakra. Then his skin turned a worrying shade of red. When Lee tensed up into a ready stance, Sasuke wasn't at all prepared for the ground at the taijutsu specialist's feet to simply explode beneath him. But suddenly Lee went from over there to right here, moving so fast Sasuke only saw him because Lee deemed it necessary to slow down to actually land his bloody punch. Even the reflex to think of putting his guard up didn't even have the time to fully register in his brain before he realized he'd been punched in the face and knocked into the dirt. The scattered, confused and disorganized thoughts in his head didn't have time to sort themselves out before he felt something grab him by the ankle, his whole body literally flung through the air a second later like a toy. He spun as he flew, the world becoming a blur of motion before Sasuke gathered his wits at long last and shifted his momentum. The spin was too much to stop. He turned his body just enough for his feet to touch the ground, trying to grip it with chakra, the drag sending him tumbling onto his ass with a backward roll that let him reach his feet, backpedaling a bit more to keep his balance before his back hit the unyielding wall of the arena. If he would have hit at the speed Lee tossed him, he probably wouldn't have gotten back up. Whatever time he had, he was immediately put on the defensive again as he saw Lee lunging towards him with a jump kick. With a curse and a split-second thought, Sasuke just managed to escape with a kawarimi, the remains of Sakura's bomb taking the blow for him. Lee sent it hard enough into the wall that the tiny, near-weightless husk shattered and buried itself into the stonework. Sasuke allowed himself to suck down a deep, shuddering breath, looking at Mitogae's student with a newfound level of respect and wariness that hadn't been there before. He really was the one that was gonna win the whole thing. Or he had been. Lee turned, spotting him, and there was no time for Sasuke to continue his musings or gather his breath as the taijutsu specialist rushed headlong towards him. I can see him now. He's already getting slower. Just have to hold on a little longer. He drew 5 kunai, kneeling and stabbing 2 of them into the ground in front and behind him, 2 more to his left and his right as his chakra surged into the last one still gripped in his hand. Lee was on him, leg already moving to offer one of those brutal kicks. The relentless speed was just insane. Lightning surged from the point of the kunai in Sasuke's hand, jumping from the point to the ring of the kunai he'd stabbed into the ground. Then jumping to another ring and another. Lee's kick found itself caught in the surge, the electric shock rushing through his limb and flinging him off with a cry of pain. I don't have to beat you, Lee. Sasuke breathed. This technique was absolutely murderous on his reserves. If he could get Lee in here, he could cage him in the lightning, but it could work, for now, as a defensive measure. All I need to do is outlast you. If Sakura had been the one to use this, her victory would have been assured. Her earth element had so many defensive applications it wasn't even funny. Hell, if she was really desperate she could just bury herself beneath the dirt till Lee was well and truly paralyzed, a much more chakra-effective defense than what Sasuke had thrown together in his desperation. Lee's leg shook with sporadic muscle twitches as he reached his feet, gathering his strength as he looked at Sasuke. Then he started running. Not towards Sasuke, no, circling him, picking up speed, faster and faster, the incredible burst potential he'd shown seemingly gone now as the poison wore on. Sasuke grit his teeth, nervous despite himself as his sharp gaze focused on keeping Lee in his sight. He was almost a blur now, almost fast enough to disappear from Sasuke's view entirely but not quite, and still beginning to slow more and more. Lee sensed it too. Because he suddenly turned and pounced on Sasuke in a full deadhead charge. Chakra surged through Sasuke's fingertips and into the kunai blade, lightning blooming across his vision focused on where Lee was coming from, crackling through the air. Lee's body hit the wall of snapping energy, the bandages on his fists burning, his whole hand beginning to burn with it. Then he was through. Lightning danced across Lee's body as Sasuke felt those fists crash into his chest, followed a moment later by Lee ducking down and bodily tackling him, lifting the Uchiha clear off his feet to remove him from the lightning cage. Sasuke hit the ground and felt the wind knocked out of him. Lee's body smoked and twitched. The pain of God only knew how much voltage surging through him was not something even his monstrous constitution could shrug off. Sasuke acted fast. Pain or no pain, air or no air, he couldn't let Lee get his bearings. With a sharp elbow he felt and heard Lee's nose crunch, the spurt of dark blood staining Sasuke's clothes before a second elbow came down on the top of Lee's skull, literally beating the green-clad boy off of him before Sasuke scrambled to his feet. He managed to get 2 more hits in, a kick to the face and a grab of the arm to try to put Lee in some kind of hold before Mitogae's student finally seemed to snap back into his body, hands moving fluidly and with unerring precision to turn aside Sasuke's grab and immediately twist it to his advantage, grasping onto Sasuke's right wrist and bending it fast and hard enough to nearly break the limb outright. Sasuke's body bent, following the motion, drawing a kunai with his free hand he sliced at Lee's exposed forearm. He drew his hand away at the last second, allowing Sasuke to get out of his grip with a surge of strength and back away. Kaden, he sucked down a breath, breathing out the first fireball attack he ever learned to try and get some distance between him and Lee. Gokakyu no Jutsu. The fire hit the ground and stayed there, fueled by chakra, only for Lee to seemingly not give a flying shit about it as he literally rushed straight through the flames. Sasuke couldn't even put up his guard as Lee's hand grasped him by the face and proceeded to slam him down into the dirt. Sasuke felt his brain rattle in his skull, feeling dirt and rock scratching at his back before he thought fast, chakra scalpels coming to his hands and reaching for Lee's leg beside him. He felt the muscles give, just as he felt Lee's entire body stumble, trying to continue its run before reality bloody well set in and Lee fell flat, rolling onto the floor as he let Sasuke go, and the Uchiha was so grateful to Sakura in that moment for having the foresight to plant that bomb during her fight with Kankuro, for even giving him a chance against this insanity. More on adrenaline than any real thought, Sasuke reached his feet, his vision swimming in his skull as he tried to hold down his lunch with a sudden bout of nausea before he finally caught sight of Lee. Lee scrambled to his feet and Sasuke tried to think of some plan, some escape, some other means of stalling Mitogai's monster of a student when Lee stumbled and fell to his knees again, breathing hard through his mouth as his blood dripped from his nose. Lee's muscles tensed, his body trying to find the strength to keep going when the red seemed to fade from his skin, the veins along his temple receding back to his body. And Sasuke found he was suddenly exhausted. The aches that hit him all of a sudden with that palpable relief had his knees go weak, and he fell flat on his ass with deep, panting breaths, back hitting the floor as the proctor called to Lee. "Genin Rock Lee, can you continue to fight?" Sasuke opened one eye, tilting his head just enough to look at Lee. Lee was gritting his teeth, every muscle tense, taut as a bowstring, and then, impossibly, he started to get back up. Sasuke's eyes widened, in both shock and dismay. What the hell was it going to take? The Uchiha tried to find his strength, muster the will to pick himself up one more time. He didn't know where he found it, but he did, reaching his feet at the same time that Rock Lee did. "I find Rock Lee incapable to continue," the proctor suddenly said, and Sasuke felt it like a punch to the gut. He looked at Lee through blurry vision, and found that, the last burst of strength that helped Lee reach his feet, but nothing more. Lee's muscles were locked stiff, Sakura's poison having finally reached its full effect. Sasuke heard the proctor announce him as the winner before he finally let himself fall flat onto the arena floor. His last sight before he passed out was Naruto's stupid banner, hanging over the rafters. The one cheering him on. He didn't remember there being a Good Luck Lee and smaller characters just underneath his name. Would have lost if Lee had luck, he thought just before the medics arrived and his body finally gave out. Chapter 60. I do not see it. The boy was arrogant, reckless, and fell too easily for the girl's traps because of it. If he makes it to Chonin, it will not be with my vote. A's voice was like stones grinding together, the constant sneer on his features did not soften in the slightest, even when talking about the Kazekage's son. Naruto stood to the side, hands behind his back with the other sensei. Guy and Kurenai were to his left, Baki and another Suna sensei to his right. Past them were a lot of Kumagakure sensei and finally Haku-chan and the sensei from Kiri. After that were the guys from Iwa. I agree. Mei nodded. If the boy would have been more observant, things might have turned out differently. But as it stands, he overestimated himself and underestimated his opponent. Not a desirable trait in a Chonin. The Kazekage held up his hand, silencing them. My son disappointed me with his performance. I will not add further shame by giving a vote he does not deserve, so unless our colleagues from Konoha and Iwa by some miracle find themselves in agreement to granting him a promotion, let us move on. Sarutobi made a gesture with his hand, dismissive. Kyuchi said nothing. I nodded sharply. Haruno Sakura, his opponent. Naruto felt himself nearly giddy with anticipation and nervous with dread all at once. This Sakura was much stronger than she'd been in his world when she went for the Chonin exam. In his mind she was absolutely ready for this, especially after he found out she'd planted that poison bomb Sasuke ended up using against Lee. But while she was indeed stronger, and smart as all hell, she had some pretty high standards to meet with and Iwa was always going to vote against the Konoha Jinan, probably out of spite if he were any judge, though Sarujiji might do the same, so all was fair he supposed, which meant that if she just lost one more vote, which was easy given that she handed the Kazekage some humility by proxy, she might not make it at all. Immediately, one of those concerns was alleviated. I abstain, the Kazekage said, eyes closed, a barely concealed anger tightening the expression on his face. Mei shrugged. I have no objections. She was smart, read her opponent, planned ahead and executed that plan to perfection. When her plan failed against Rock Lee in a later bout, she failed to adapt. A pointed out. On the contrary, Sarutobi defended. She realized quickly she could not defeat Lee in a straight fight and came up with a strategy on the spot to defeat him. It may have failed, but it does show a level of creative thinking not many Jinan have. Yes. After she saw what Rock Lee was capable of in his fight with Sabaku no Tamari. Kyuchi countered. She had plenty of time to think between the fights. After that plan she came up with failed, she gave up. A Chonin that gives up so easily is a deserter. Not a good soldier. I'll note your concern for the quality of our military in my journal tonight, Tsuchikage. Gentlemen. Mei warned with a smile before turning back to A. We have 2 eyes and 1 nay, Rakage Dono. It falls on your word. A snorted. I suppose she did well enough for a Jinan fighting a friend in this setting. She will get her promotion without the need for the tiebreaker vote. Naruto had to force himself to swallow down the whoop of elated joy and hold still, literally shaking in his boots as he pinpointed exactly where Sakura was through his chakra sense to get ready to bolt out the door and tell her as soon as this was over. The eyes have it then. A drawled. Let's continue. Rock Lee, and Sabaku no Tamari. The girl had the right idea. Mei pointed out. Keep her distance. But not the power to do anything more, or put her opponent down. That Tsuchikage answered. Rock Lee is hardly your typical opponent though. Not for a Jinan. The Kazekage stated. No, he is not. I conceded the point, though, it seemed grudging. He dominated that fight against her, was in control the entire time. His promotion is hardly in question here, Mei said. He might not make jounin with the inability to use ninjutsu or defend against genjutsu, but pretending he will stay a Jinan is something we're all a little past, I believe. The question is Sabaku. All eyes, none too subtly turned to the Kazekage, who seemed to only just manage to not roll his eyes. I abstain. The Mizukage made a noise, hand rising to cup her chin. Though she had the right idea. When she saw that her plan wasn't working, she failed to even try to adapt outside of fighting him in hand to hand when he finally had hold of her. I am torn about this one. A also seemed to be giving it some serious thought. He finally growled something of an answer. Rock Lee is a shit measuring stick. He snarled. Hiruzen released a plume of smoke from his lips. While it is true that she failed to adapt, I cannot say many Chonin wouldn't have had a similar problem. A promotion to Chonin does not exclude those who do not show a need for improvement, but rather the next step in a long road. Just as with Rock Lee, to pretend a kunoichi with such deft and extreme control of a wind affinity should remain as a Jinan is to do her and the rank a disservice, he concluded with a small tilt of the head. She has my vote. Mei shrugged. You've convinced me, Sarutobi-san. She nodded, looking to A. My vote as well. The Rakage turned to Kyuchi. Abstention. Either he agreed with Hiruzen and didn't want to admit it or simply could not make up his mind. A nodded. With 2 abstentions and 2 ayes, the ayes have it. Next contestants then? Mei smiled. The next contestants, Uchiha Sasuke and Kumo's own Amoe. The man actually paused to think. I have seen Amoe's skills for myself. I was sure he would pass this exam. But this must be based on what was seen, not what we know, and what was seen was not enough. He fails. He did seem to adapt and keep fighting well despite a non-functional limb. Not many Chonin could do that. Mei mused, but ultimately shrugged. In the end, you are right, however, we simply didn't see enough to warrant a promotion. A look to the others. Are there any disagreements? Silence. A nodded. Uchiha Sasuke then, the amateur medic ninja. The Kazekage shrugged. He showed the usage of healing techniques and the chakra scalpel against both Amoe and Rock Lee, though his healing capabilities under Lee-san's pressure seemed to melt away. As so eloquently pointed out by Rakage Dono. Rock Lee is a shit measuring stick. To be perfectly clear about what we all saw, those were 3 gates that Mitogai's student opened. That would have given some jounin trouble to defeat cleanly. Hiruzen defended. Even so, the only thing that netted him the win was the luxury of being able to wait out Lee. The Kazekage stated, and Naruto got a sneaking suspicion that all the cage knew that the poison wasn't Sasuke's idea, but they hadn't exactly worked out whose it was yet, or how it got there, hence why they were avoiding the subject. I am comfortable in giving him the vote, however. As you said, Rock Lee was an exceptional circumstance. The boy was adequate. Sarutobi put in before the others, or more specifically Kyuchi, could speak. Mei nodded. I agree. If Naruto had been shaking in his boots before, he was practically vibrating with sheer giddiness now. Sakura and Sasuke were Chonin. The only reason he didn't start bouncing off the walls was probably because Guy had noticed his excitement and was holding him with a rather firm grip in place. Sabaku no Gaara and Hyuga Hinata. That giddy stupid smile on his face died rather quickly as the Kazekage's murderous gaze swiveled around and found him. XXX. Sound was the first thing Sasuke became aware of, muffled and distant, like someone was talking while he was underwater. Slowly, it got clearer and clearer as his mind became more and more aware and awake. It also helped him realize that he had an absolutely throbbing headache and the voices in the room were not helping. When the hell did you even set that up? During my fight with Kankuro. That smoke bomb didn't just hide me from him. It hid me from the audience and the proctors too. Perfect setup. You bitch, that's cheating. Stop laughing about it, Hinata. It's not funny. We're ninja. It's our job to cheat. He recognized the voices now. Tenten, Sakura, his sluggish thoughts took longer than he'd like to admit to recognize that Hinata was probably in the room too. He opened his eyes and groaned at the blindingly bright light filtering in through the window. Hey Sasuke. Sakura called from a bed he spied through squinting eyes, bandaged and smiling. So I give you a poison practically handcrafted to beat Lee-kun and you still managed to get a concussion and pass out? Lee deserved the win in that fight. Tenten, sitting in a bed that must have been to his left, groused. Sasuke took another second to adjust himself to the absurdly bright light of the sun before he found himself comfortable enough to pan his eyes around the room. Sakura was across from him. Next to her, looking far too pleased with herself, was Hinata, sitting between Sakura and her cousin Neji, who Sasuke assumed was awake but just keeping his eyes closed, pretending to rest or trying his damnedest to be ignored in the conversation. To his left was Tenten and to his right was a still unconscious Lee, who was sleeping off the poison, mouth open and snoring. Very, very loudly. Lee was fated to lose to Sasuke-san. Neji decided to chime in from his bed. Fated my ass. Tenten screamed. If Sakura wouldn't have been such a complete and utter bitch. Love you too, hun. Lee would have literally mopped the goddamn floor with Sasuke's skull. And fate decided things would play out this way instead. Neji drawled. Don't make me get up off this bed. I just got comfortable, and I swear I will rip your world a fucking sunder if you say one more word. Neji grunted. But kept quiet. Sasuke moved himself to sit up, though immediately his head swam and the nausea returned in full force. Concussion. Right. Waiting a second for his stomach to settle, he opened his eyes, finding other Chonin hopefuls in the area. The place seemed to be communal, with somewhere around 30 beds available for the contestants. There weren't nearly that many for this tournament, so they had the luxury of leaving a few beds empty to act as a buffer zone between the groups. The Kiri team was the next one over, and after that he could spy Suna. With he guessed Iwa all the way at the other end of the room with Kumagakure. The door nearest to them opened and in walked Itachi? He croaked. Following behind her was the unmistakable 4'0" mop of red hair. We brought food. Akane called, smiling over the stack of plastic boxes she was carrying in bags. His quiet, wraith-like sister tossed the smallest of smiles his way. Concussed, nearly broke 2 ribs, and all from an opponent that was poisoned and tired from previous fights. For shame, Sasuke. She turned towards Sakura. Thank you for helping him so much, Haruno. Any joy Sasuke might have felt at seeing his sister again quickly evaporated. Don't you have anything better to do? It's Kumo. Itachi shrugged. Not a tourist's cruise, she said as if that explained everything, removing the heavy cloak around her shoulder to drape it over one arm and marching over towards the seat beside him that Sasuke only now realized was completely empty, sitting down and folding one leg over the other. Akane set the boxes of food down at a nearby end table, beginning to sort them out. Eel. Tenten raised her hand. Here. Sushi salmon? Hinata raised her hand this time. And Sakura asked for these. She muttered to herself. Sasuke wondered just what they'd ordered for him when the door flew open again, revealing none other than Naruto, Kurenai, and Guy, with Guy holding a collection of vests. Not enough for all of them, he quickly noted. Hey guys. Naruto cheered, craning his neck around and looking to Guy and Kurenai. Can I tell him? Mito. Guy smiled, reaching for 2 vests and handing them to Naruto, and then handing one to Kurenai. The little blonde ball of energy seemed to teleport to both his teammates/students, all but shoving the vests into their chests as Kurenai walked more sedately to Hinata and Guy towards Lee. Tenten decided to state the obvious. Somi and Neji failed, I take it. Guy smiled at the girl, though it was clearly a sad thing. Offering a nod, Konoha's green beast decided to explain. While both of you showed skill in your chosen specialities, you showed little else. There was no exceptional strategy, or adaptability to your circumstances. You fought each of your enemies on their terms even when it was clear you stood a good chance of losing if you continued doing so. Tenten huffed, taking a deep breath before falling back onto her pillow. This sucks. Neji didn't say anything, looking at the vest at Lee's bedside like he could will the thing to burst into flames. Neither of you are far from the goal. Guy tried to reassure. You just need to widen your arsenal a bit. Tenten's eyes lit up. I don't mean with actual weapons. Sasuke could tell that if anyone were to say Tenten was pouting right now, the girl would protest and say that the accuser was a filthy lying liar who lies. Sakura looked like she was feeling every individual fiber of the vest under her fingertips, her whole face lighting up with a smile. So we made it? She asked Naruto, clearly gesturing to herself and Sasuke. Yup. The blonde laughed. Your fight with Kankuro clutched it, so did Sasuke's fight with Amoe. Yeah, because both of you got your asses thoroughly handed to you by Mr. I'll forfeit because I love Sakura so much. Tenten laughed. He kicked more ass than you or Neji. Sakura shot back. The weapon mistress stuck her tongue out. None of you should get overconfident because of this though. Kurenai warned, leaning on the wall beside Hinata. Just because you made it to Chonin doesn't mean there weren't mistakes made. She's right, Itachi agreed. It was smart of you to recognize your trump card wasn't going to see you through the fight, Sakura, but hesitating and not using it against Lee was what cost you the fight because you wanted to save it for Sasuke, who you thought was a bigger threat. Sakura had the decency to look sheepish. Sorry, Itachi-sensei. And Sasuke, she continued, turning her gaze towards him. Even though Sakura gave you the poison, you thought that would be enough to secure you the win by itself, never believing Lee himself would have a trump card of his own. You walked away with a concussion. In a real fight you might not have walked away at all. Sasuke nodded, accepting the point. So the poison was your idea? Kurenai asked, surprised. When did you even set it up? During the fight with Kankuro. She answered with a shrug. First thing I did when I was inside the smoke bomb. Clever. Guy nodded, also impressed. Thanks. Before anything else could be said, however, the sounds of steady footsteps brought all of their eyes towards a steadily approaching Sabaku no Gaara. The redhead didn't look much different, nor did he look angry or worn out. In fact, if they hadn't seen him fighting, none of them would have ever guessed he'd had a hair out of place just a short while ago. When he was close enough, he turned his head towards where Hinata was seated. Hyuga-san, he said before bowing slightly at the waist. Please, accept my apologies for my behavior in the arena. I was not myself. Hinata raised a slender eyebrow, then slowly nodded. She accepts. Tenten called, helping seeing as how the boy was still blindfolded. With a firm nod, Gaara turned his head, panning it over the assembled group before finally settling his sight on Naruto. You are Uzumaki-san. Yes? Naruto laughed, though it sounded a little nervous. Yup. That's me. Might I trouble you for a moment of your time? There's something I'd like to ask you. Not a problem. The blonde smiled happily, straightening his stance before walking up to the redhead as though he hadn't been the one to knock him the hell out in the ring. Once again, Gaara nodded in what seemed like thanks before doing an abrupt about-face back to where the Suna team was laying down in their hospital beds. He is way too trusting. Sakura muttered as he walked away and, to his surprise, Itachi let out a snort that sounded vaguely like laughter. XXX. Naruto walked behind Gaara, hands clasped behind his head. While certainly more calm, his old friend was as serious and stoic as ever. As such, he seemed to revel in silence, whereas Naruto found it just the faintest bit awkward and uncomfortable. Even so, he didn't really have much to break the ice with and start a conversation, so he grudgingly kept quiet and kept walking. Finally, they made it to where Kankuro and Temari were laying down in their beds. Kankuro's arm was wrapped up in an excessive amount of bandages, at least in Naruto's opinion, and with Temari he could see the bruises forming along the skin of her forearms, shins and the underside of her jaw where Lee had clocked her once. So, Temari began, glaring at him. You're the asshole that cost my brother the exam. Gaara sighed. Well, he fucking did. She shot back. You're the strongest Janan here, and then he comes over and just. I don't care. Gaara shrugged. Be nice. Naruto smiled, scratching nervously at the back of his head. Well. I'm not sorry I did it, though I am sorry I had to. The Ichibi Jinchuriki nodded, stepping aside to take a seat beside his two siblings, sitting between them. "What exactly is it that you did?" he asked. "And could you teach it to one of my siblings?" "Wait, what?" Kankuro's head snapped over, blinking stupidly. "What the he?" "It's necessary," Gaara interrupted. "Every safeguard we put in place makes it that much harder for Gaara," Tamari warned, cutting him off. "We don't really want to go blabbing about this to a total goddamn stranger." The youngest sibling shook his head. "I'm guessing it's a little late, isn't that so, Uzumaki-san?" Naruto shrugged. "Yeah. I kinda know all about Shukaku." "Konoha been spying on us or something?" Tamari accused. "Aren't you supposed to be our allies?" Naruto's laugh was sheepish. "You kinda can't really hide a Jinchuriki from me. I know all of them." He wasn't lying really. It seemed they bought it, though to be fair they didn't have a reason not to. Gaara turned his head, looking at him. "Can you teach them?" "We don't need this." "You don't need this," Tamari insisted beside him. Naruto shrugged. "Anyone can learn it with enough time. But I don't think we have that since we'll all be heading home soon." "How much time?" The blonde shrugged. 4 months. Maybe 6. Sealing isn't exactly a quick study for most people. Gaara rubbed at his chin, becoming thoughtful. "I see, irritating." Naruto looked back over his shoulder, towards his Konoha friend, and was half tempted to go back and celebrate with Sakura and Sasuke over their promotion. But he'd been away from these old friends for far too long. It was time he learned a bit more about their lives here and how many things had changed, as well as what stayed the same. None too subtly grabbing one of the nearby chairs and dragging it across the floor to sit closer, he smiled as he plopped himself down on his acquired seat. "I don't think we've been properly introduced." He grinned. "My name's Uzumaki Naruto. What are yours?" "XXX." In another part of the city, Megajiro Koto released a plume of gray smoke from his lips, savoring the taste as he waited for his tea to cool just a bit. The door opened, and in walked the 3 most legendary of Konoha's current ninja. Koto looked at the 3 from where he sat, a strange sort of smile that was not really a smile on his face. "We are set then?" Hiruzen offered a single nod. "The Chunin examination results have been determined." "And all of our other arrangements?" Scene 2. Orochimaru answered, arms crossed. "This is a rather big gamble you're banking on, Megajiro," Tsunade warned. "If it doesn't work we'll be at a much greater disadvantage." "We'll have to hope," he smirked. "That Iwa is only half as clever as we are." He took a drink of his tea, the warm liquid vanishing from the tiny cup. "When is it that we leave?" 2 days' time. The daimyo turned to Hiruzen. "Will our honorable allies from Suna be joining us?" "That has yet to be determined." If they do, will they stay loyal?" Orochimaru's smile widened a bit in response, eyes shifting to the back of Sarutobi's head. "Sensei and I have discussed contingencies. They'll stay in line." Tsunade shook her head. "I don't want to know." "No need to get squeamish, Haim." "Enough," Sarutobi declared, voice firm and strong, looking to his daimyo. "We're ready," he declared with a sense of finality. "We'll follow your plan, and hopefully secure one more solid victory to completely destroy any morale Iwa might have left." Koto nodded, serving himself another cup of tea and rose it in mock toast. "To victory then." Chapter 61. "Hope you have a safe trip." Naruto's voice was all light, and his face held a bright smile to go along with it as he looked up at the still taller form of Haku. "I hope the same for you," the raven-haired Yuki Kunoichi said, smiling softly. The high mountain breeze caught her hair, sending it into her face. She closed one eye and tried to brush it back into place. "Haku-san." Someone called, one of the jounin, a tall, thin man with an almost flushed complexion that would give the impression of someone with a cold, or maybe someone that stayed just a tad too long out in the sun. The surplus rations, who was assigned to their storage. "Kazuri." She called back. "You sure?" "Pretty sure. If not him then check with Hidetaka." The man nodded, and moved to leave. Before their impromptu goodbyes could continue, however, both ninja spotted the approaching figures of Hiruzen, Koto and Mei making their way closer to the area, with the 3 apparently wrapped in their own conversation. Naruto tried to read them, get a feel for how exactly it was going so to speak, but Mei's smile was all diplomacy, soft edges and attentiveness, not the half-hooded smirk he knew would indicate her to be truly pleased or the tightened features of subtle displeasure. Similarly, Hiruzen's face was a mask of inscrutable aloofness, breathing out gray smoke with little more than a half-amused quirk of the lips that told the world he knew something they didn't, and Koto utilized his signature method of exaggerated laughs and beaming smiles to always appear pleased with everyone. He knew each of them well enough to know they were each on guard still. They came to a stop, none of them bowed as they said their farewells. Mei extended her hand, shaking theirs, and that was the extent of the goodbye, with the beautiful Kazekage turning away to march back to the troop of men and women that were still preparing for the return journey as Koto turned and called for his horse, Hiruzen moving towards Orochimaru and Tsunade, who were near the gate apparently talking with Ramon, the head of Koto's guard. He wasn't the only one that had been watching. When he turned back to Haku, she'd been looking at them too. She turned to him, smiling thinly, a somber glint in those light eyes. "I also hope that when we meet next time." She trailed off, and he offered a shrug. "Like I said, no matter what happens, we'll still be friends." She let out something that approximated a sigh through her nostrils, huffing once before she leaned down and pressed a kiss to his cheek. "You're sweet, Naruto-kun. I hope you always stay that way," she said. "Haku-chan." Mei called to them. They'd caught her eye, it seems. "Come here, love, we have a lot to do." She tilted her head, eyeing him. "Hope you don't mind me stealing her back, Naruto-kun." She remembered his name. With Mei that wasn't always a good thing. He smiled back at her, feeling Haku's fingers squeeze at his shoulder in one last quiet goodbye before she went back to the Kiri Nin, and he turned to head back to the Konoha group. XXX. Far out of sight of the gathering of the village guests as they prepared to leave the village, stood at the balcony door of his office looking out to the mountains. Behind him were his village's most powerful shinobi, next to himself, his sister Kiribi and her fellow Jinchuriki Yugito. "Alright, so they're leaving and nothing blew up yet?" Yugito corrected the taller woman. "Nothing has blown up yet." I could practically feel Bee rolling her eyes. "What's the plan now, bro?" "I say we side with Iwa." Yugito chimed in, a turn to find the blonde woman examining her nails, languishing on the couch at the side of his office, one hand behind her head. "We've been building up our military for years to fight. This looks like it's setting up to be a big damn fight. Iwa is losing." I pointed out. "And if they lose, Konoha will probably gain a lot in terms of money with spoils alone." She was telling him what he already knew, of course. That, by itself, will put them back on top of the food chain, if not in manpower then at least in economy. "I don't know. Seems to me like we should just stay out of it," V pointed out. The fact that she wasn't rhyming told A that she understood the gravity of this next decision in its entirety. Iwa and Konoha picked this fight, let him end it. And if Konoha gets money out of it, whatever. I'm inclined to agree. I interrupted. Ultimately, however, that decision will be made in the next few days. "What's going to happen in a few days?" Yugito asked. "Iwa has set up an ambush," he answered. "They will attack Konoha with Ame forces on the return journey." "That's..." I shrugged. "Breaking the treaty? Logistically difficult, if not impossible? Desperate? All those things. Why didn't you call them out on it, bro?" Kiribi asked, sitting a bit more forward. "My threats against them were to ensure the peace would hold within the village walls and within our borders," he answered. "What plans they make for actions outside my borders is not my problem. Until I decide to get involved, neither side will be hindered or helped by me. If Konoha foolishly marches into this ambush, they are incompetent. If Iwa fails in their attack, they are worthless. You're gonna side with whoever wins." I looked to Yugito. "To correct your previous statement, Yugito. I did not build our armies to fight. I built our armies to win. I have no intention of backing the losing side." XXX. The hike down the mountains was almost as bad as the hike up the mountains. The months-long stay had driven away the last vestiges of summer, and now autumn was in full swing, with all of its cold and stormy weather. Which was probably making Ame's job gathering those massive rain clouds ahead of them all the easier, now that Naruto cared to look. Jagged rocks and loose gravel were their enemies down the mountain, while horses and supply wagons that had to negotiate past them were even worse. Kiri had already pulled ahead of them, as Mei hadn't come here with her daimyo. Neither had Sunagakur, but they were scheduled to leave a bit later in the day from what he'd gathered. Sakura, Sasuke, Lee and Hinata were each sporting their own vests as they walked, and already Naruto could see the subtle differences in each piece as they'd manipulated the symbol of rank to more easily incorporate itself into their fighting styles. Sakura's vest was thinner. She'd removed some of the heavier armor pieces woven between the layers of fabric, the front and side of the vest cut to allow her an easier time twisting and bending her body for the taijutsu style she favored of quick strikes and dodging rather than blocking and exchanging heavy blows. The pockets were lined with an assortment of tools like ninja wire, smoke bombs and the gear necessary to lay down a quick trap. Lee's was almost the opposite. If Naruto were to guess, he'd stuffed weights into the vest, similar to those on his legs. They would double as heavy armor plates. Sasuke and Hinata had done the least work to their vests, with only the weave of the shoulders having been altered in Hinata's to allow her much more freedom of movement along the arms. Her entire fighting style revolved around the use of her hands. Freedom of movement was paramount. Sasuke hadn't done much to his really, in fact, he would almost say no changes had been made if it wasn't for the field surgeon knives he'd made a custom holster for at the side of the vest. The genin's easy smiles and jovial talks were a stark contrast to the ninja of higher rank, all of whom had been briefed about what exactly was waiting for them up ahead and kept their conversations relatively subdued by comparison. Not tense, not quiet, not yet. They were still a day or so's march minimum from where they expected the ambush to take place, but the unease was there if you knew what signs to look for. The tension in their hands, just waiting to reach for a weapon, the swiveling heads that moved to and fro looking for some stray movement or wandering shadow, the way they sat with their backs to a hard surface and the short rest they took as they waited for the carriages to negotiate their way through some of the rougher terrain. Naruto-sensei. Akane's voice brought him out of his wandering thoughts, his attention turning back to her. When's the next Chunin exam? The red-headed girl asked. I can't let Sasuke and Sakura-chan get too far ahead. He felt his lips quirking into a smile, remembering those words running through his own mind when he'd entered the exam to start with. Oh sure, he covered it up with boisterity and bluster, but he had been nervous as hell. And after it was done, well, he was glad this exam experience had left her with enthusiasm for the next one. 6 months, he answered, smiling as he ruffled her hair, much to her frustration as she tried to push his hand away. Don't worry, He paused, realizing that his next words of having not made it to Chunin at all weren't true in this life. He'd made it to the rank quite early and handily, in fact. I know of a guy that was really strong but didn't make it to Chunin till he was almost 20. She scrunched up her nose. I'd rather get to Chunin now. He laughed, though it was rather short-lived as he received a smack to the back of the head. What was that for? He questioned, and received a pointed look and a raised eyebrow in return as if to say you know exactly what that was for. He frowned at the back of her head, squinting angrily at the black hair. Stupid slip-ups and time travel confusion. Stupid Uchihas. XXX. Several miles to the north, the column of men from Tsuchi no Kuni was barely out of view from Kumagakure before the entire march was brought to a halt. Samurai dismounted from their horses, supply wagons opened, cumbersome armor removed and stuffed into the wagons revealed to be empty as the men that wore them donned different gear fit for shinobi rather than normal men. The daimyo looked to Kyuchi, who dismounted the horse and removed the traditional, ceremonial robes of the cage, instead conning his own custom onbu armor. The older man nodded to Anaki's successor. Do whatever you have to. Pay them back tenfold. Kyuchi didn't answer in words, only offered a single resolute nod. Turning to the ranks of his ninja, which had now swelled to nearly double their previous number as the daimyo's samurai guard shrank to just 4 men. He panned his eyes over the group, with some still strapping on bits of armor or weapon holsters, and found Kurotsuchi's distinct eyes in the crowd, their gazes meeting. What he wouldn't give to be her father right now, and not her commander. Was this how his own father felt? But those were thoughts for another day. After this was done, he raised his hand, the universal signals clear for the men to read. Pursue and destroy. XXX. The rain had turned the earth into a marsh. Ankle-deep muck and ice-slick mud had turned the wagons into an impossibility. One horse had already broken a leg from a bad fall and had to be put down, others were getting stuck, and on the second day they'd barely moved even a quarter of the distance they'd originally planned. The tension was starting to get to the men. The shinobi in particular. The samurai guard were tired and weary, but the shinobi knew that the enemy was stacking the deck even further in their favor, exhausting them before they ever raised up a single hand to fight. Naruto himself was devoting plenty of his own chakra into a small army of shadow clones to help. Even with storage scrolls helping men in 40+ pounds of armor through the equivalent of a tar pit, where there was no shortage of opportunities to get stuck, was wearing down even on his massive reserves. Despite the circumstances, Koto insisted that they pressed on, with an unerring tenacity that bordered on the insane. By the time they made it to where they had to fight, he doubted there would be much of a force left. Koto had to know this. What was he planning? The answer didn't come to him that day, or the day after that. When they reached the flooded, bloated body of the Hasegawa River, the largest river on the map, the one that Itachi had pointed out would give them the most trouble, still one day away from where they expected the ambush to be. That's when he got his answer. They were standing at the water's edge, with a river so wide you could barely even see the other side through the downpour, feet digging into mulched earth as bits and pieces of dirt and rock were ripped up at the river's edge and carried downstream. How are we going to cross? He heard Sakura ask, her eyes on a map that was being kept dry by the way of Lee and Kiba holding massive straw umbrellas that some of them had made the first day. Even the normal fords are hours away on foot, in normal weather. Why'd we come here? Now that was the question, wasn't it? Why had they come here? Naruto looked to Koto, still sitting astride the beast of a horse that was his personal mount, the heavy cloak hiding his wood armor and red and black robes. Apparently, one of the samurai guards was also curious, or perhaps, his patience had been worn thin by 3 days of rain. Koto-sama. The daimyo raised a hand, silencing the man with a gesture. Ah. I'm listening to the rain, Katsui. Ah eh. The man seemed to be trying to fish for words, or at least the courage to speak up, but he didn't in the end, deflating with a sag of his shoulders as he waited beside his daimyo in silence. They stood there. For an hour. Soon enough, the groups began to disperse, with small shelters being erected and fires springing up to warm them from the freezing rains. They were starting to wonder if this was going to be a permanent camp for the rest of the day, and if they should start building it as such when, finally, Koto's insanity revealed the reason behind the madness. A ship. The thing was huge, too big for a river. But this river was flooded. The galley pulled up close as it could, 2 anchors descending to bring it to a stop so as not to be pulled with the current. The captain stood on the deck, a thin older man, with silver hair. Megajiro-sama, he shouted. The daimyo grunted. There were supposed to be 3. He finally shouted back, his voice carrying over the oppressing rain. I'm impressed. Naruto heard Itachi whisper beside him, too low for the genin to overhear. He turned, looking at her out of the corner of his eye to indicate he was listening. The whole linchpin of the enemy's plan is to flood the area, so we have to enter a route where they can ambush us. Using the very linchpin of the plan itself, the flood, to facilitate an escape by galley isn't something I'd have thought of. She shrugged. It's impressive. Move your enemy. Do not be moved by him. It was the entire doctrine behind how Koto viewed a conflict. He had to admit, she was right. It was impressive the way his mind bent and twisted around problems. It seems that not everything had gone according to plan, however. The storms out to sea have delayed the others. The captain hollered back. I almost didn't make it myself, my lord. How much room do you have? Enough for 20, nothing more. Naruto winced. 20. Koto's men alone were nearly a dozen, add Koto himself, that only left 7 spots. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Koto barked, summoning the 3 shinobi to no doubt work out how they were going to improvise now that Plan A was only half working. Though he ordered them, Koto at least had the decency to dismount in order to speak with the 3, huddling together at the edge of the flooded river. There were no raised voices, no visible anger or tensions. Naruto watched and each of the 4 looked perfectly calm, composed, talking for minutes on end. By the time they were finished, the boat had already sent out 3 small skiffs, the oarsmen on the 3 struggling to row through the current and land close to the river's edge themselves, pulling the small ships ashore with help from the samurai, genin and other shinobi as soon as they reached them. When they finished, the 4 of them broke the impromptu meeting and Koto's eyes panned the assembled group as Sarutobi took Orochimaru aside. It seems a decision had been made. Chapter 62. Part 1. The rain never let up, not for a moment, and night, with visibility dropping even further, only made it all the more oppressive with the constant hiss and the black clouds pouring down an ocean of water. The lights on the galley flickered and sputtered as the wind howled. From the edges of the flooded river one could only make out the fact that they existed at all by the lack of light from anywhere else, even the moon was blocked out by the blackness overhead. But the galley was not as full as it could have been. 5 Jinan and 4 Chonin, were aboard, along with Orochimaru as the ninja force to accompany Megajiro Koto. And that was all. Out of the 20 available spaces aboard the ship, only 11 were filled, barely more than half. The current was strong and swift. Koto could feel it rising up from below decks, thrumming through his body where he sat. This was not the open ocean. The waves did not rock the vessel violently, but the crew above deck was still holding the vigil for rocks or debris. The constant drumming of droplets the size of rocks striking the wood all around him combined into a claustrophobic cacophony that could just barely drown out the noise of wood creaking and ropes groaning. It was unnerving. He sat with a tray of food before him, a modest meal of rice, fried fish and steamed vegetables. The best the crew could afford to give, no doubt. Orochimaru knelt beside him. The Jinan and child Chonin he'd taken with him aboard were present and eating as well. Conversation was subdued, non-existent really. They had questioned why they were splitting up, and had received their answers. They now knew that while they were safe aboard with him, it was very likely that they might not ever see their sensei and loved ones again by the time they reached safe harbor. The Chonin, more than any of the others of course, protested, so confident with their new promotions. Rock Lee had not wished to leave his sensei. The entirety of Team 7, with not only their sensei, but also direct family, walking to danger had protested and howled, demanding to be allowed to fight. Only Hyuga Hinata had kept her composure, her face becoming a mask of cold contemptuous anger that she displayed at the orders, but grit her teeth and followed them without much more than the steely glare she used to make her Inuzuka teammate fall quietly into line. Koto knew that she would go very far if she kept that up. And still, ropes groaned and strained, wood creaked and bent. Koto opened his eye to see the tea steaming in his cup. The liquid tilted ever so much in its confines, its weight shifting with the movement of the ship. Orochimaru did not say a word, did not even look up from his food as he ate politely and quietly. XXX. This rain had turned the earth into little more than a marsh, the unsteady footing demanding that even walking on it at all safely required chakra. Not enough to compare to water walking, but the fact that it needed it at all spoke volumes to how much water had been dumped on this land in preparation for the attack. They would have long since taken to the trees, but Konoha's trees were nowhere in sight. They were still within the rolling hills, valleys and plains of Kumagakure's borderlands. The river was long behind them, the samurai too. They had split up, 3 groups, 3 targets to pursue. Sarutobi had ordered them all to exercise stealth, but Naruto was noticing that he and their people were leaving a trail. Nothing obvious, and not everyone at once, only the higher-ranking ninja in the group, Hiruzen himself, Tsunade, and even Itachi he'd caught once out of the corner of his eye, releasing just a little bit more chakra than necessary in her run, no doubt leaving an obvious imprint that, while the rain may wash away, a sensor would be able to detect easily. It didn't take him long to realize that, despite his orders, and the appearance to the contrary, Hiruzen was using himself, and this group, as bait. Something for the enemy to chase to keep them from looking elsewhere. The boat was the obvious answer. If Iwa caught wind of the escape vessel too soon, they could very easily attack it while it was still floating along the flooded riverbanks, close enough to shore to just be able to rush across the water with chakra. The samurai column was another distraction then, or at least, it was the only conclusion he could come up with. 24 armored men on horseback, with weapons and bright red armor would be noticed easily, and tracked even easier. Had Koto and Sarutobi thrown them to the proverbial wolves to die? They were soldiers, like all of them, they knew the risks and they knew their duty. But the thought still left him feeling cold. Their own march through these flooded plains was something Naruto found almost wholly new in his pool of experience, if he were honest. The tall forests of Konohagakure was easy, tall trees, thickets of foliage, they could hide a man well. The few times he'd ventured into Suna, and learned the intricacies of desert warfare, using genjutsu, minor earth ninjutsu, or even the desert's own heat mirages to hide your presence was something he could understand. But this, a flat grass plain. Even with the rain he felt exposed, like eyes were on him from all directions, it was unnerving. Sarutobi had ordered them to spread out, teams of 2, they kept in contact through the use of Tsunade's slugs, the little creatures on their shoulders, whispering in their ears, nudging them in directions in a seemingly random, zigzagging pattern that Naruto, frankly couldn't make heads or tails of, but would have them rendezvous every hour on the hour. He wasn't sure if this was to confuse a tracking team, make it easier for them to pick up the trail, or even to scout. If 2 people were attacked, it could be used to warn the entirety of the battle group of where the enemy was. He was cold, he was miserable, and even with all his experience the tension was beginning to get to him when Itachi, his partner, because he wouldn't prefer anyone else to be at his back right now, tapped him on the shoulder, the slug on hers having apparently given them a message. She spoke in sign language, no words, no sound but the hiss of the rain. Shelter. 4 kilometers, south by southeast. He made a sign back at her. Rendezvous? She shook her head. No rendezvous. Setting up camps with everyone still separated. Safer for the battle group as a whole, more dangerous for the individual teams. He took a deep breath, hearing the roll of thunder above, feeling it in his chest. Itachi moved, using minor genjutsu to make herself all the harder to see. Even for him, barely 3 feet away he would sometimes lose track of her. He hoped he wasn't making her efforts useless with his own lack of skill in the art. Or worse. Tiring her out because she was putting some kind of illusionary shroud over him too. The wind felt like an ice-cold knife, cutting them down to the bone, even through the thick traveling cloak. The shelter the slug had spoken about was a collection of rather large boulders, 2 of them arranged such that one was leaning over the other, offering just enough room underneath the 2 massive stones to huddle beneath. They looked to each other, offering quick nods and set to work. Their traveling cloaks were taken off, the large cloths doubling now as makeshift tent fabric. He summoned some more from a storage scroll, using wind chakra to drive kunai knives into the rock over their heads and hanging the dark cloths with a length of rope from the rings of the weapons, providing a shield from the worst of the wind and rain. Itachi similarly, had managed to seal off her side of the makeshift shelter. Naruto risked a bit of chakra, just enough to form a pit in the ground, about the size of his 2 fists, and Itachi used another small bit of it to burn some kindling with a burst of flame from her lips, placing it in the hole so the light wouldn't reach too far. A flame was dangerous, but most people didn't share his physiology, as a former Jinchuriki who still held a rather strong healing factor, and while she was rarely in that category, Itachi was part of most people in this case. She was suppressing it, but he could see her shivers. Her shoulders and hands shaking ever so slightly as she held her fingers close to the fire. The stone and thick cloths would trap the heat in here insulating it, hopefully, in a few hours their clothes would be a bit drier and their bodies a bit warmer. He felt a spatter of rain fall on him from above as the wind shifted direction. He reached over and tested his handiwork, trying to make sure there were as few weak spots as possible. There weren't any, the rain was just coming down that hard. He sighed, and turned back to find Itachi already breaking a ration bar to share. Naruto pulled out a small tin cup from his own pack, inching it out past the shield of cloth around them until he heard the clink-clinks of water hitting it, pulling back his hand to give it a minute or so to fill up as he took the ration bar with the other. The rations tasted as they usually did, dry like bone meal and flat as all hell, almost stale, but he could almost feel the specialized mix going straight through his body, what little chakra he'd used already refilling like a watered-down soldier pill as his hunger ebbed away. He forced it down, knowing it would be worse if he tried to wash it with intermittent gulps of water. Itachi did the same, and when they were both done he reached for the tin cup, finding it full enough to slosh over the rim and into his hand before he offered her the first drink. She nodded in thanks, gulping it down almost in one swing. He slid the cup outside again as he watched Itachi still trying to suppress her shivers. Not for the first time, he missed Kurama. The Kyuubi's chakra was unbearably hot, and even a split second of its use to give her the faintest bit would have all but eliminated the chill from her bones. As it was all he could settle on was reaching forward, his hands grasping onto hers. They were still larger than his, her skin was ice cold to the touch, and his was probably burning hot to her. He lowered their hands onto the fire, close enough for it to hurt him a little bit. They sat there like that for minutes, and managed to share another 3 drinks of cold rainwater before he finally noticed her shivers subsiding and the inside of their improvised shelter rise to a safe temperature again. She looked to him, pulling her hands free enough to ask. First or second watch? First, was his immediate answer. He could run on less sleep than most, and his stamina wouldn't suffer for it. She nodded, onyx eyes looking just the faintest bit relieved, mouthing a quiet thank you before she settled onto her side to catch some much-needed rest. XXX. Her dinner was cold. Akane sat at her place, forcing down mouthfuls of food that tasted like ash on her tongue as her stomach twisted and churned with quiet worry and dread. The others around her were little better. The Inuzuka had tried to fill the silence with a conversation, as had Tenten-san, but their efforts soon died away, everyone's thoughts moving to their sensei, and for Akane, her mother as well, listening to the pitter-pats of rain on the wood around them. She hated it, and what she hated even more than that was the feeling of almost betrayal really. Their sensei, All of them knew this was coming for weeks and no one had told any of them. Naruto-sensei's lessons, the look in his eye, sad but determined that he thought she didn't notice when he thought she wasn't looking, trying for her to access Goku-san's power and still be in control of herself while also harnessing the innate physical enhancements that her tenant had given her. All of this pushing and trying with days and days of exhaustion, even for her, and none of them ever thought to tell them what they were preparing for. So yes, to say the least, her feelings were mixed. She always learned in the academy that sometimes someone with a higher rank had to keep secrets. But she hadn't expected it from Naruto-sensei, or Rochi-chan, or even Sarujiji. And least of all her own mother. She was angry at them, but more than that she was worried because even after all of sensei's training she wasn't there to help. She could help. Jinchuriki like her were supposed to be some of the strongest ninja in the world, that's why there were only 8 others like her. They should have let her help. There was a sound, footsteps pounding on the floorboards, someone running towards them. All eyes turned to the doorway before it opened, the sound clear and audible through the thin wood before it was flung open, the candlelights of the deck hall shining through and letting them see the captain of the ship clearly, blood dripping from his head, one red-stained arm clutched to his chest. Megajiro-sam. Then there was a knife jutting out of his neck. There was a scream, she wasn't sure from who, it may have been from her. The Genin rushed to their feet, so did Rochi, standing protectively in front Koto-sama as the captain gurgled on his own blood, his body stiffening, going ramrod straight as he took 1 step, 2 and toppled over, dead, a pool of blood forming beneath him as dark-clothed figures entered the room. Akane felt Sakura grab her, pulling her back to the others as the young Senju counted. 3, 4, 5, 6. Then the 7th walked in. And she recognized him. The Tsuchikage stood at the door, a sneer curling his lip, the candlelight casting long, dark shadows across his face. It's time that you pay for your crimes, Megajiro Koto. Akane felt Sakura's hands on her shoulders, her teammate stepping around her to try and stand in front of her. She looked across the room to Sasuke who stood beside Hinata, finding a naked fear on his face that was mirrored by all her other friends. The daimyo of Hai no Kuni let out a puff of air to cool his steaming tea. XXX. Naruto's eyes snapped over as Itachi's own snapped open. She sat up, dark eyes almost lost in the dim embers of the fire before both of them found Tsunade's slug. The creature was on the stone that served as their shelter, the intermittent pulses of chakra, too faint for anyone more than a few feet away to pick up, serving as a coded language. One of the teams, North, found, dead, enemy force split into 3 divisions, searching, fanning out. Orders, converge around 1, attack, wipe it out before full force can regroup. Neither of them needed further explanation, they moved without another second's hesitation, gathering everything and sealing it away in less than 60 seconds, their soaked traveling cloaks were soaked through and through, the spares held in the scroll were thrown over their shoulders before they ripped down the makeshift shelter and rushed out, leaving the cloths there. No point in gathering them. Either they'd be safe enough to not need the makeshift set up in a few hours. Or they'd be dead. XXX. Kamizuri Kyuchi had faced many enemies, from Chonin, to Jounin to the highest-ranked Anbu. He had almost 20 years of diligent service for his village and was recognized as one of the strongest, even before his ascension to Kage at his father's death. All that time and combat experience gave him many advantages, one of them being a finely honed, innate sense for danger, a natural wariness and caution that told him when he was stepping into something that was a bit more than he could easily handle. Megajiro Koto, right now, was a man that was giving him those feelings. He scanned the faces of the Genin and freshly promoted Chonin the daimyo had taken aboard with him, studying each. They looked surprised, afraid even, but Orochimaru himself, the greatest threat here, did not, though, neither did he sport the cruel, wicked smile he always did, so perhaps he too was surprised. But Koto was not. The man sat in front of his tea set, seemingly bored with the world around him. He could be acting, but Kyuchi was confident that he would have picked up something, some small tell or oddity to his body language if he were acting. Either he wasn't as good as he thought, Koto was a very good actor, or the man was genuinely unconcerned. The Kage of Iwagakure stepped forward, marching past the dead body of the ship captain. "Would you like to join me for tea, Kamizuri Dono?" The ruler's smooth voice rolled off his tongue like polished wood, deep and steady. "I would like for you to cease your games," he answered, fingering the hilt of a kunai blade hidden in his sleeve. Koto's eyes opened, fixing him with a hard stare that rooted the Tsuchikage in place. Killing intent, so powerful and concentrated that it could only ever be one man behind it. Koto's hand moved lightning quick in a seal too fast even for most common Jounin, and Kyuchi's fears were cemented. The door at their back shut with a slam of wood, a seal pattern burning itself into the panels, the whole room warping and twisting before their very eyes, the windows vanishing as the same structure seemed to stretch impossibly wide even as Koto's still kneeling form and the table in front of him warped closer, bringing the man within striking distance in an instant. Kyuchi didn't look at the man, didn't look at the table, instinct and training taking over. He raised his hand, blade ready, and struck out at seemingly empty air. There was a clang of steel against steel, his weapon pressing firmly against something it couldn't pierce. Megajiro Koto raised a hand in mock toast, his last act before slowly disintegrating into wispy black smoke and ash, the rough, gravel voice of someone else entirely speaking now as legs, torso, arm and face became visible. "You react well." Sarutobi Hiruzen commended, eyes staring into Kyuchi's own, forearm bracer holding fast against the edge of Kyuchi's kunai blade. "But your father would never have walked into so obvious a trap." He heard the men unsheathe their weapons behind him, ready to come to his defense. He heard another sound, a seventh. Something that shouldn't be. The cap. His warning was too late. Springing up from the ground, the corpse of the captain lashed out at the two nearest men. One avoided the attack, the other did not. With a gurgle of blood, arterial spray gushed from the man's neck bathing the room, and the now standing captain in red. The same wispy trail of black smoke signaled the illusion melting away. To the side, camouflage cloth and their respective genjutsu fell away, revealing more Konoha shinobi, two kunoichi. Kyuchi dared a glance behind him. The man looked over his shoulder. He recognized them all. Kyofu and Ryoko. Orochimaru's most famous pupils. And the blood wolf of Konohagakure himself, Hatake Kakashi. Konoha's top Anbu rolled his neck, cracking it with pops and snaps, silver hair matted down from the rain, black mask dripping watery blood as he, Kyofu and Ryoko stood between Kyuchi and the five Anbu at the door. Kyuchi stole a glance over Sarutobi's shoulder. Orochimaru himself was not, in fact, Orochimaru, but a samurai, devoid of his armor, wearing only the barest hint of protection and forearm braces, shin guards and a curia, his two swords at his side. That was one bit of good news. 4 to 6 were odds he would risk. Foolish. His gaze snapped down to Hiruzen. The old man was staring up at him, shorter by almost a full head. Kyuchi realized. "What?" he asked, despite himself. "Your hope." The old man drawled, making the younger Kage feel very, very cold. The edges of the room turned black, and Kyuchi noticed a new seal at their feet, tendrils of oily shadow spilling in from the walls, cutting him off from sight of all. Except the damning eyes of Hiruzen, leaving only the two of them standing in the darkness. He tried to dispel the illusion. When that didn't work, he tried to break the seal at their feet. Stomping down with a burst of chakra. It did not work either. "It is." The old man smiled at him. "Foolish." XXX. As all shinobi battles, there was no warning for its beginning. One moment all that could be seen or heard was the blackness of the night, the constant, cold droplets striking their bodies, the freezing wind and the ever-present hiss of the rain. In the next, the night was cut through with battle cries, screams of wounded, bursts of chakra, the sharp, blinding light of ninjutsu techniques and the tang of blood for those sensitive enough to smell it. They were farther when it started, close enough to hear, but not close enough to participate. They turned and weaved through the tall grass, making their way close to where they could sense the bursts of chakra, and hear the clang of metal striking metal. Like a flare, others sent out their own bursts of chakra, signaling for help, and it was answered in turn, far, but not too far, 4-6 minutes at best before the closest group arrived with reinforcements. How many did they have? A dozen? 2 dozen? Their strength here was a limited thing, even with Saru Gigi and Tsunade here. 2 of the 5 guardians, the Hokage's personal Anbu guard, Itachi and the Jounin sensei. Elites all, but too many enemy numbers will bring them down just the same. Then there was no time left to think, no time to worry. He and Itachi came out of the grass, weapons in hand, in time to see a man in a chonin vest turn, the Iwagakure forehead protector glinting in the dark. He was dead before he hit the ground, and Naruto wasn't sure which one of them delivered the killing blow faster. He looked to her, and she to him in the dark, nodding once in quiet understanding before she vanished from his sight, the genjutsu removing her from all senses as he rushed headlong into the fray, where he could already see Guy standing back to back with one of the Hokage's Anbu. Someone saw him, moved to stop him. Another chonin, older, probably late 30s, who didn't call for backup, probably thinking that the little boy in front of him was a Jinan or a fresh promotion. The man threw the kunai in his hand, aiming dead center at Naruto's forehead. Naruto ducked, the blade passing him by inches as he spun, hand reaching out to catch the weapon and use its own power to redirect and throw it back at its owner. The man's face registered surprise before the blade lodged itself in his throat and he fell flat on his back. The seal came easily, and 6 shadow clones appeared around him, splitting up in pairs of 2. He spied Guy through the dark again, and saw, in this moment, what had given him the name Konoha's Green Beast. He fought like one. Gone was the cheerful, easy smile, gone was the simple attitude and over-the-top personality. Guy's face was a rictus of controlled rage, his lips pulled back in a savage snarl, hands moving lightning fast against anything that came even remotely close, snapping limbs and necks, sounding like a beast that was tearing the bones of its victim. He didn't see Tsunade, but he felt her, the ripple of her chakra like a beacon in the night. He didn't feel Sarujiji's. XXX. Kyuchi felt his features tighten, the anger as he stared this man down making his lip curl ever so slightly. Hiruzen's face by contrast, seemed to be carved out of stone. A half-lidded, almost bored gaze of a grandfather staring at an uppity child that just did not know his place in the family hierarchy. The room around them had vanished, there was nothing in their surroundings save infinite, inky blackness, no sound, or even the vibrations of air from the fight that must have been going on nearby could be perceived here. Sarutobi's arm was still up, forearm bracer grinding against the kunai blade in Kyuchi's hand. With a shift of his grip, Kyuchi redirected the blade, sliding it across the brace to try and jab at Hiruzen's collarbone only for the old man to simply move. He slid away, using the same defensive measure to step into Kyuchi's own guard, striking with fists that were lightning fast even to a man a third his age, the chakra shrouding his clenched knuckles brushing close enough to Kursuchi's flesh that he could feel the tingle of static on his skin as he backpedaled and blocked, gaining some distance. Hiruzen's stance was wide, all but standing on the balls of his feet. He recognized the stance, an old, almost archaic taijutsu that focused on upper body strength and footwork. He'd never witnessed it in use before. His hands moved into seals, the crackling of lightning flashing between the two men, even as the darkness swallowed the glow. With a grunt the snapping forks of energy launched themselves at the old man, who formed his own seals in turn, an unseen wind forming a wall in front of the aged cage, stopping the lightning inches short of his bored features. Aniki would have been strong enough to force me to move. His smile was a cruel thing, twisting in Kyuchi's gut like a knife. That Tsuchikage didn't answer, refusing to take the bait. Hiruzen's eyes widened by a fraction, his body moving like a coiled snake, ducking under the kunai blade that would have punched through the back of his skull. His hand rose, looking to seize the offending limb only for it to suddenly be yanked back into its place at his side, a chain with a weight at the end holding the limb in place, the same thing occurring to his other arm. 2 clones were at the end of the chains, pulling them taut, not allowing the man to move. Kyuchi himself lunged forward, another blade in his hand, aiming to run the old bastard straight through the heart. The old cage's lips thinned, frowning in what seemed like irritation. Grasping onto the chains, a burst of lightning destroyed the 2 clones in puffs of gray smoke, as his head shoved backwards, headbutting the clone behind him with a crunch of bone that dispelled it as well. The Hokage's hands moved lightning quick, gripping onto Kyuchi's wrist and forearm, stopping the blade just centimeters from his chest. Kyuchi's fingers flicked it with all the strength he could put into his digits. The blade shoved itself inches into Hiruzen's chest. The old man's body became translucent, losing form and definition, and Kyuchi was suddenly splashed with water. A water clone. Then he looked, noticing the kunai blade that still brushed against his fingers, piercing a seal tag that looked like an explosive note. With a sound not unlike a live wire, and a smell of ozone, the soaked Tsuchikage suddenly found himself on the receiving end of some kind of custom-made seal, electricity, rather than fire bursting out of the tag like a bleeding wound, running up the metal blade and straight into his body, launching him flat onto his back, pain racking up and down his limbs as his fingers twitched and his form shook. A water clone? He thought with something akin to anger as he forced himself back to his feet, biting down the grunt of pain stuck in his throat. Do you know why I have remained a cage for half a century, child? He turned, looking at the old man who stood once again in his previous spot, not a hair out of place. Because he breathed. In that entire time, only one person has been born that had a chance of defeating me. There was contempt in his voice, bordering on outright disgust. As if he was genuinely insulted at the mere thought. What chance do you have? Kyuchi glared, straightening to his full height and seethed at the old man, eyes full of hate. Sarutobi sighed, as if disappointed. I'd hoped this would be interesting. But you are by far a lesser son, of a greater sire. He shifted his stance, the change from defense to offense was subtle, but it was there. Enough games, Hiruzen declared, a tone of finality in his voice. XXX. The corpses of the isolated enemy ninja they'd converged on had barely hit the ground before the rest of the enemy was practically on top of them. He could feel them. Sense them. Like wolves in the dark, others could too. There were some injured, and, by his count, 3 dead, taking their already meager number down to just 15. How many are there? Itachi asked beside him. Her long raven hair was sticky with blood, there was a splash of scarlet across her pale skin. He shook his head. There were too many. Almost 60. He scanned over the remaining ninja, even as he felt the enemy spread out and encircle them. The terrain wasn't in their favor. No choke points, no cover. Tsunade was rapidly healing minor injuries where she could, numbing the pain enough to allow those she couldn't heal to fight. Men were tossing back soldier pills and bandaging the more severe cuts in harried, rapid movements. Sarutobi wasn't here. Naruto was beginning to suspect he was never, in fact, here. That wasn't good. Sarujiji was one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. If he was here, they had a much better shot against these odds without him or Itachi needing to reveal their proverbial cards, with him not here though. Then, he felt something. Something that made his blood run cold. It was suppressed, hiding, waiting to take them by surprise, but you couldn't hide it. Not from him. He knew a Jinchuriki's chakra. The odds just tipped a little further against them. What's wrong? Itachi's whisper was barely audible over the rain. He replied in kind, not wanting morale plummet. Jinchuriki. She was quiet, thunder rolled overhead, loud enough for him to feel it in his chest. Stay close, she finally said. If it's smart, it'll target Tsunade. We'll attack when it does. The word struck him then. It. The depersonalization, the dehumanization. Jinchuriki were things, weapons. Had to be. She hadn't meant it that way, he knew. She probably hadn't even realized what she said. But it still made his gut twist horribly. Despite his misgivings, he nodded, knowing what they had to do, watching Tsunade form a rapid set of seals, making the seal on her forehead expand, grow. The dark lines trailing down her face and body like an artist's careful brushstroke was drawing them in real time. Kushios no Jutsu. He heard the woman speak, and a collection of slugs appeared at her feet, the summoned animals spreading to others, faster than they probably had any right to considering their species. Each one was about the size of an eggplant, glowing with faint green chakra. He knew this technique, he'd seen it before, when pain attacked the village a literal lifetime ago. 2 slugs slithered over to them, he reached down, feeling the cold, oily texture of its underside crawling up his arm as the summoned beast moved to place itself on his upper back, its soothing chakra flooding through his tenketsu. Tsunade was shouting out an order to the Onbu's personal guard, a formation name he didn't recognize, but all of them took up defensive positions around her. Itachi's plan was the right one. He fixed his senses on the chakra signature that stood out like a candle in the distant dark. I'll signal you, he whispered. The second it moves to attack her. And then the encirclement was complete, the chakra signatures around them closed in, wolves snarling in the dark, smelling the blood of wounded prey in the air and searching for the kill. XXX. Fights had a pacing to them, almost a rhythm. Control the rhythm, and you controlled the fight. It was something that came with experience, a skill of intelligence rather than speed or strength. Once you learned it, it was a hard thing to forget. Hiruzen had never forgotten. The younger Tsuchikage was strong, fast, but he fought still like a young man, looking to outfight his enemy, either overpower them, outwit them, or simply be faster than them. He was all 3 of these things in this fight. He just didn't realize it. Hiruzen wasn't allowing him to realize it. At his age, his physical body was not what it once was, even with everything he did to stave off the effects of aging. His speed was not what it used to be, especially. His old bones hurt with every block, arthritis made his fingers ache with deft movements needed to match the ninjutsu the younger man was utilizing. His chakra reserves felt like a bucket of water compared to the ocean he remembered he once had in the prime of his youth. When he took the title God of Shinobi. But Hiruzen showed none of this. Because he controlled the rhythm of the fight. It wasn't hard, once he got into young Kyuchi's head. His reputation helped, striking first to put him on the back foot helped even further. Feigning overwhelming strength with a clever trap and a water clone cemented the notion. Even the best shinobi felt fear. Especially the best. Once they'd reached a certain level, few could match them on even ground. When it happened, the worry chewed at the back of their mind, the distant, niggling fear that maybe, this time, they would not be strong enough, would whisper across their thoughts as they tried to focus. It wasn't an obvious thing. It wasn't as though the young Tsuchikage's eyes were wide with panic or like his attacks were off, or becoming sloppy, and neither were his hands shaking. It was nothing so obvious, but it was still there, and it could be exploited. Reading the subtle signs he could see when he was preparing to try and counter, or when he was going to try and gain some distance, or when he tried to weather the storm of Hiruzen's taijutsu like the immovable walls Iwa was so famous for. When he defended, Hiruzen would cease his attack. When he moved to strike, Hiruzen would attack first. When he tried to gain some breathing room, some distance, the Hokage would follow. It was a dance, nothing more. And unfortunately for Anaki's offspring, Hiruzen knew all the little steps to this deadly waltz. Trapped in this void, there was nothing to help either of them, no environment to use, no assistance from the world outside, no clever traps that could swing a battle. Just raw skill, and the measure of the enemy. His boredom was a mask, a part of the tactic. Offer nothing. No information. Nothing but contempt. But as the fight wore on, dictated on his terms and his blows landed true on the younger man while his retaliatory strikes were avoided, blocked or absorbed with minimal damage, it became less of a mask and more of a reality. Kick to the knee, step into his guard, elbow to chest, soft, won't feel much pain, make him confident, will counter. He stepped back deftly, avoiding the backhanded blow that would have caught him in the right cheekbone, leaving vital exposed. His hand moved, lightning quick, but the young man realized his mistake, using the other limb to catch his wrist, yanking the arm back to place, protecting the artery. His grip was like an iron vise, strong, unbreakable. Hiruzen's fingers moved, a small, controlled burst of chakra from the very tip punching into the exposed flesh of the hand holding his own. It would not do for anyone to learn he knew the Hyuga Taijutsu. They liked to say the Byakugan was necessary for its use. It was not. Not when you memorized every tenketsu point in the human body. And he had. The jolt of pain and sudden numbness wore off in a second, but it was enough. With the illusion of simply breaking free of the hold with raw, overwhelming strength, he tugged his wrist free, bringing the clenched fist to a ready position at his side once again before releasing it like an arrow from a bow, straight and true, punching right into the Tsuchikage's exposed chest. Chakra surged through his arm, enhancing the strength of an old man to something you'd expect of a much younger creature, smashing his knuckles right into the exact same place his weaker elbow strike had struck, the place he allowed the boy to feel had not been hurt by the previous blow. The blow hit like a cocked hammer, the barely settled nerves firing renewed pain signals, and Hiruzen saw the youth's eyes widen, feeling the wind knocked out of him from a blow that had struck no real weak points but still made him feel as though his lung was about to cave in. The fear grew at the back of his mind, and Hiruzen kept his fist steady, ignoring the aching of his weary bones. Taijutsu was never my strength. He drawled, voice emerging like rasp as he kept his breathing deliberately slow and even. You truly are not cut from your father's cloth. Chapter 63. The seal on her forehead was warm, almost hot. Not hot enough to burn, but enough for her to feel the pain of it, of years of stored chakra surge through her body, the energy feeling like a flood rushing to break through the walls of a dam. Her summons helped where they could, empty sieves catching the excess water that flowed out of her, molding it and channeling it to her allies, rejuvenating their bodies and chakra reserves. She stood perfectly still in the middle of the Anbu formation, only partially to aid in her focus, but more so as a ruse. Most would assume her stillness was a requirement of her technique, so they would move in more confident than they should be, more at ease. And that could be all the difference between eliminating an elite shinobi in an instant or getting into a more prolonged fight. The men around her, Sarutobi-sensei's most elite guard, moved fast, precise, circling her like a living dervish of blades, keeping the enemy shinobi away, able to afford more chakra-intensive jutsu with her own years of reserves refilling their stores. Either using them offensively or defensively, combining fire with wind techniques, or water with lightning. Massive earth walls and crushing pressures of surging rainwater moved around her like the gods themselves were commanding nature to defend her, deflecting kunai and offensive techniques hurled her way. They were fighting. But they weren't winning. If they injured one, or got a kill on another, they would take a wound of their own for their troubles. She would heal it quickly, of course, but that extra bit was more of her finite reserves being burned. Too quickly. Far too quickly. At this rate of attrition, she had another 2 minutes, probably less. Mido Guy, Naruto, Itachi and 2 of the daimyo's guardians fought beyond the encirclement. They were not part of the Hokage's elite guard, they did not know their tactics, formations, strategies, they just hinder them, get in their way, so all of them had chosen to act as a small, independent unit of their own, and she wondered how long they would last in the fight. She could hear their battle, feel the chakra drain on her seal, but she couldn't see them. There were just too many bodies, too many enemies. She knew that before they'd ever come here, knew that whatever force they sent their way was specifically designed to fight her, Orochimaru, Hiruzen and all of Koto's guard, and still ensure victory. And here she was with a third of what they'd expected to face. At best, it was an impossible mission. At worst, it was a suicide mission. She'd known that, she knew it when she volunteered, when she'd talked over Orochimaru's protest and insistences that he go in her stead. But no. He had his job, and he was by far the more suited for his role than her. If they'd switched places, she couldn't guarantee success doing his task, just as he had no means of keeping their minuscule force of elites alive long enough to turn survival from impossible to the slightly better odds of highly improbable. He hadn't been happy about it. Of all of them, he'd been the one who had bared his teeth and snarled the most in protest, but he knew she was right. For a moment, the briefest of moments, she wondered what would happen with him. After. She knew, deep in her heart, that she, Sarutobi and a few others were the reason he kept that kernel of darkness deep in his heart from growing out of control. If she were gone, would he keep being the good person she knew today? Would he go too far? Whelp Dan take care of Akane? She shook her head at the last thought, shunting it to the side, locking it away where it could not touch her. She was safe, and that was all Tsunade could allow herself to think right now. To dwell, to regret, was to make sure they would all die. There was a glint of steel through the dark and the rain, something that caught the faint light that illuminated the gloom, rushing right to her forehead. And someone was there, catching it out of the air, deftly returning to his place in the moving battle formation, as if he'd never left. Tsunade had never even caught a glimpse of his Anbu mask. XXX. Kyuchi, Yondaimate Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, was beginning to fully understand that this enemy was beyond him. He was a skilled shinobi, he knew that. Adept, merciless when he needed to be, fast and powerful. But he just did not compare with this. He wasn't sure what monstrosity had birthed Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it truly must have been something descended from Baijuo in some way. No matter what he tried, no matter what he did, the old man always seemed to be ready for it, always had a counter on hand. Taijutsu, the one field where someone of his age should have had a decisive disadvantage, was where the old man preferred to meet him, and damn near dominated there too. He couldn't land a single solid blow, and the old bastard would deliver some blows that went from barely hurting to feeling like his bones were being snapped like toothpicks, making it impossible to know which attacks were safe to try and block and which had to be avoided outright. His father's voice cut through the walls of his skull, full of irritation and what he'd once thought to be simple, arrogant pride. No one is worthy of taking this seat for me yet. Was this the monster his father knew they'd have to contend with? Was this the caliber of shinobi from the age of endless war? Rather than pride or arrogance, had it been genuine concern? It must have been. He and Hiruzen had fought in the past, with neither able to kill the other. His father must have known what the god of shinobi was really like in comparison to all his ninja. You are not cut from your father's cloth. The word stung, and every reminder that Hiruzen seemed to send his way with every other word just hammered that point home. He was not what his father had wanted, or needed, as a successor. He was just the best his village had. And their best wasn't enough. He looked to the old man across from him, feeling his heart pounding in his chest, thundering under his ribs, and swore at least one thing. If he could not win, he would at least make certain whomever took the mantle after him would not have to contend with this monster. That, at least, he could do. XXX. Blood. He could smell it in the air, almost taste it through his mask. Humans thought themselves to be so superior, but watching them now, as they clawed and tore at each other in an orgy of violence, blood and death in front of him, he could see through that gossamer thin veneer. Beasts. Nothing but beasts. All pretensions of civilization, of society, melted away and showed their real humanity. Right here. An animal that excelled at killing its own while thinking itself superior. There was a crackle in his ear. Where are you, Jinchuriki? We're giving you as much of an opening to the Sannin as we can. Take it already. He did not move. Not yet. The humans that called themselves his countrymen needed the will to keep fighting, needed to keep some hope so they would be willing to bleed a little longer. They needed a victory here. He would move. But not yet. A few more could still afford to die before he stepped in. The woman's chakra flowed like waves, like a font of endless, clear waters washing over her allies. He could almost physically see it, the chakra linking her to them like a ghostly, wraith-bound net, her body as the focal point. He wondered for a moment how she had so much available to her. Was she killing herself through this? Some self-deluding notion of sacrifice? Where are you? The voice roared again as a few more died, screaming. His chakra moved through him like an electric current, sending a spasm through his muscles where he hid as he brought out the barest hint of the Baiju's chakra, his body losing its corporeal shape, the pack on his back releasing its full collection to assist in the transformation, his bone, sinew and flesh becoming little more than smoke. He saw it when it happened. The ripple through their collective ranks, that instinctive fear as he finally allowed them to acknowledge his presence. Sense it. Beasts always fear a bigger beast. He willed his body into a shape, surging forward like an arrow, straight and true, shooting through the formation of Iwa Ninja, burning any too slow to get out of his way as he rushed towards his target. The Anbu guard around the woman broke off their attack, falling behind to stand almost directly in front of her, seals already forming for what he recognized as a wind and fire technique. That won't work this time. He willed his chakra to move, projected beyond even this mist-like form. Water and fire. Those were his elements. And it had not stopped raining. His power moved into the waters, controlling it, shaping it through sheer will. The strain of sustaining his transformation and casting this ability without seals would have killed most ninja outright. They would never have the stores needed. He was not most ninja. He was a Jinchuriki. The rain turned from shards of cold into actual shards, almost crystallizing into the shapes he forced them to take, needle-thin points gleaming like razor blades. He curved their trajectory mid-descent, shooting them downwards with all the speed he could force into them. The droplets were rebuffed off of Tsunade, either because the shroud of her healing chakra was enough to disrupt his fine control, turning the shards into little more than drops, or because she was toughening her flesh along with her physical strength. The Anbu beside her were a different story though. Only one of them had enough time to gasp, the other fell like a puppet with his strings cut, both men run through several dozen times by the rain that had suddenly been converted into razor-sharp needles. Even Tsunade couldn't heal through shredded lungs. He saw her eyes shift, the surprise on her face she didn't have a chance to hide as he suddenly expanded his form, the arrow-thin cloud widening, threatening to swallow her whole and burn her alive. Then, someone was in his way. No. Not someone. He recognized this boy, his mind flashed for a moment, years ago, the grinding of rapidly spinning chakra tearing through his chest plate, a boy barely out of his diapers. He felt his heart still for a moment, and heard his own words bouncing around in his skull. A beast fears a bigger beast. He tried to shake it off, to quiet the traitorous thoughts as nonsense as the boy's hands moved in an unfamiliar array of seals. And then this boy, this speck of nothing had to say the one thing that made Han's blood turn to ice in his veins, both palms slamming into the wet earth. Makuten. XXX. Tsunade, unlike most ninja in the field, was fast enough to keep up with what was going on. She had seen Han approaching, realized how he had killed the two men that had tried to defend her seconds after it happened, and was fully prepared to defend herself as the Jinchuriki rushed her in the form of a superheated steam cloud. When Naruto lunged to place himself between her and the enemy, she'd almost pushed him aside, her fingers brushing the back of his jacket, even as she saw his hands moving through seals. It was only when he moved, slamming his hands down onto the earth, did her brain fully click on how fast he was moving. And then when she heard what he said, and saw what should have been impossible happening right in front of her eyes, she felt herself freeze in shock. In fact, the whole world seemed to grow still in that moment, only the perpetual hiss of the rain made any noise as all of them, Iwa and Konoha shinobi alike seemed to stand so still they were afraid to breathe. 5 pillars of wood, curved like giant rib bones sprouted from the ground around the steam cloud, like the fingers of a hand freezing as they tightened into a fist, glowing a dark green hue, pulsing like a beating heart. And the giant of a man in red armor was suddenly corporeal again, forced back into a physical body with a desperate, shocked gasp of air, as though he'd just emerged from water after nearly suffocating. Naruto sprang forward, moving before Tsunade's brain could fully start working again, before she could stop him. Han's foot lashed out, lightning fast, catching the Chonin dead in the chest with strength Tsunade knew could rival her own. She felt the bones break, she felt her summon, still latched onto Naruto's back, flood his body with chakra to hastily undo the damage as he was sent soaring towards her. Then someone caught him. Itachi knelt at his side, dark hair and dark clothes almost lost in the gloom of night. "That was careless," she scolded. Naruto coughed out a reply through rapidly healing ribs. "Tried to make our lives easier." He seemed to smile at the young woman. "Get a seal on him quick, you know." The whispers were starting now, not just from their allies, but the enemy too, hushed in shocked awe and thinly veiled horror. However, the name of the Shadim's legendary bloodline word was not the only one on the lips of the hardened, veteran ninja. No, another word was being whispered, carried by the still wind and heard as more and more spoke it. Sharingan. As Itachi stood and offered the blonde a hand in getting to his feet, Tsunade caught it. Just a second. A glimmer of red in the dark of her eye. "This time, don't try to be the hero," the young woman demanded as the last of the damage from Naruto's shattered ribcage healed and he smiled up at her. "But it's what I'm best at. Kill them." She wasn't sure who shouted it, but the voice was laced with a frantic sort of panic that snapped the enemy force into action, and like a school of fish, the mob turned as one collective whole and swarmed over the two. "Abandon formation," she screamed, loud as she could, the first sound she'd uttered since the battle began. "Defend targets Uzumaki and Uchiha at all costs." They'd already moved before she'd even finished speaking, the entire battle suddenly turning into something of even higher stakes. No single life, not even hers, not even Sarutobi-sensei's, if he'd been here, would have been more important than those two. Every last one of them would die if they had to ensure the primordial bloodlines returned to the village. She rushed forward, finally abandoning her stationary position, and the first unfortunate soul to get in her way received a punch that shattered every bone in his chest, the fragments and shards of ribs ripping through his lungs and heart, turning his insides to paste before sending his body hurtling into his friends, bowling them over as she saw Naruto rising up over the crowd, riding a swirling, massive water dragon, with Itachi standing beside him, her red eyes glowing in the dark. XXX. The world around the two village leaders was black shadow, fire techniques fizzled out after moments with no fuel to feed them. Water vanished after it hit the ground as though it evaporated, no signs of their fight could be seen, there was nothing he could plant or try to camouflage with debris to lay a trap, nothing that someone as sharp-eyed as Hiruzen wouldn't pick up on. In that same vein, Hiruzen was limited in his options as well. The fight was direct, and as a direct flight it would have a more predictable pattern. He had to use that, had to make Hiruzen do what he wanted once, just once. The wily old bastard was sharp, but he wasn't omniscient. Just one slip. All he needed was one slip. XXX. Across from Kyuchi, Hiruzen could read it. On the lines of his face, at the grim look in his eye. The moment where this boy would be most dangerous. A cornered animal, someone resigned to his fate but determined to succeed, where the fear of death no longer had a hold over the shadows of his mind. Now, the boy perhaps, knew what it truly was to be a cage. He would have to keep his distance now, his taijutsu had served him well, but only because the boy had been fighting like one who intended to survive. With that changed, his superior physical strength might perhaps be enough to overcome even his extensive repertoire of tricks. As expected, he tried to charge, and the Hokage marched back, leaping away with a single, graceful motion, the boy chasing as Hiruzen formed his seals. A burst of flame from his fingertips, 5 winding serpents swirling through the air in a dizzying pattern, mouths open as they looked to devour their prey. The young Tsuchikage answered, tossing a single kunai straight towards Sarutobi before spitting out a globe of swirling water around his body, bulldozing with brute force through the fiery apparitions, clouds of steam emerging as Hiruzen's other hand thrust forward with a lance of bright lightning, the light cutting through the dark. The lightning hit the water, enough voltage to kill a man a dozen times over. The kunai that had been rushing towards his chest was suddenly replaced by a man, weapon in hand, within striking distance. Hiruzen's own kunai was buried in his forehead with the crack of steel punching through bone. The body burst into a cloud of thick red dirt, the cloud falling over him. Sarutobi felt his eyes widen just a bit in mild surprise before snapping back to the still rushing water orb. The construct surging forward as it lost its consistency, splashing across the dark expanse of the floor between the two men, that Tsuchikage was encased in a stone-like armor. Clever boy. While the water was a conductor to amplify the lightning, the element was a counter to Earth only due to the piercing nature of its attacks, all but unstoppable when thrust onto a single point. The water had increased the shock, but eliminated that piercing edge. A double-edged sword to be sure. Even through the seams and cracks of the stone armor, Hiruzen could see the damage, the movements racked with pain, a body urged on by sheer force of will. This was it. The moment the boy had chosen to gamble everything. Move. The thought came, but his body didn't obey, barely stumbling back, and Sarutobi realized the problem immediately. The dirt. It had turned heavy, unnaturally so. The child Kage's chakra clung to it, making every grain feel like a weight in its own right, dragging him down, holding him still long enough for the next attack. Hiruzen's chakra surged, moving through his body like a candle suddenly bursting into a bonfire, purging the foreign chakra lingering over his flesh. Not fast enough. Too slow. His eyes found Kyuchi as that Tsuchikage's hands hit the ground at the edge of the water between them, lightning surging through the ground in crackling forks of energy that split and jumped, rushing straight towards him like a wave. Sarutobi channeled his own chakra, the surge of energy coming down from above like it had before, a wind wall forming around his body similar to Kyuchi's water orb. The same technique he'd used nearly at the onset of their fight. A mistake. Of course. Suddenly, the boy was there, close, too close, ensuring his success as his arm thrust forward, into the wall of wind blades. Even through the stone armor the blades sliced the limb to ribbons, great gouts of blood flying everywhere. But it was done. Hiruzen watched as the explosive tag burned, and his own defensive wind wall suddenly engulfed the both of them in a searing fireball. XXX. Since the very start of the fight, Hinata had only one goal. Keep everyone out of the fight, unless absolutely necessary. She was under no illusions. This Chonin vest did not suddenly give her the ability to keep walking after a slit throat, nor did it give her the power to contest with Anbu-level shinobi. The same thing applied to the rest of them except, perhaps, Lee-san. Stopping all of them before they rushed in to try and help had been an experience she never wanted to repeat. If it wasn't for Sasuke and Neji holding back Lee, Akane and, surprisingly, Shino, she was sure someone would have rushed in to get themselves killed by now. But she'd managed, and they all hung back long enough to form something of a plan that was a bit more concrete than hope for the best. Shino's Kikaiku had already flooded the room, surging forward towards the 6 Anbu fighting the 3 Konoha shinobi she didn't recognize, draining the enemy of chakra as fast as they could. Many of the insects had been killed. Fire, lightning, water, in the tight confines of the ship, with no room to maneuver, the Kikaiku were basically fish in a barrel. Shino assured her that some were still alive and feasting on the chakra, but not at a rate that would possibly affect the immediate fight unless it dragged on significantly, which seemed, to her, unlikely. Tenten, by far the best marksman out of all of them, was entrusted with long-range support any time one of the enemy ninja looked like they was ready to take some kind of opening or strike at a blind spot. Tenten's hail of kunai, thrown with pinpoint accuracy, cost them the moment. Herself and Sakura, constantly battering their senses with genjutsu, small and significant, was another factor keeping the 3 unexpected reinforcements in the fight. Even if the genjutsu were dispelled almost as soon as they were formed, it was a split second of distraction that kept constantly happening. All the while the black orb dominated the center of the room, practically swallowing all the light that came near it, along with any outside force applied to try to break it. As expected, soon enough, the Anbu decided to get rid of them, 2 of the men breaking off their attack on the Chonin Kunoichi, leaving their allies to fight them in a one-on-one, leaving only the white-haired Jounin at the 2 versus 1 disadvantage, and rushing towards the assorted Chonin and Jinan. Neji, Lee, and Kiba were their front line, Sakura, Shino and Hinata right behind them, and Tenten, Akane along with Sasuke, the only one of them with any med nin training, all the way in the back. She could tell it rankled the Uchiha's pride to be protected, but she would not accept him in the front, and he knew it wasn't the time to argue. The second the 2 Anbu ninja reached them, Hinata could tell they were in trouble. Kiba, even with Akamaru, was little more than a nuisance, the much more experienced ninja moving so fast that the Inuzuka and his pet looked like they'd been standing still. A flash of the sword and Akamaru was down, another and Kiba had barely avoided being bisected. A long slice going from his ribcage to his stomach. She wasn't sure if he was going to live. She didn't let herself think on it. Neji had fared little better, while his Byakugan was allowing him to avoid the attacks thrown at him. Probably by reading the Anbu's subtle tells and body language he could land nothing to capitalize on that advantage, and she knew he could not keep that speed up forever. She wanted Lee to pace himself. The longer he went without using the 8 gates, the better their odds, but the enemy hadn't left them much choice. Shino moved forward at her order to help Neji, Sakura to help Lee and give him the moment needed to focus to open the 8 gates. The 2 assassins moved like living blades, dodging and weaving between blows, even as Tenten desperately tried to provide some kind of support from the back, her weapons moving with unerring precision only to be avoided or deflected at the last possible moment before its target continued their attack as if nothing happened. Shino was the next one to go down. She saw the blade plunge straight into his chest, bursting out of his back with a spurt of blood as her teammate grabbed hold of the Onbu's wrist in a vice grip. The Kikaiku, everything left within his hive surged out of him to attack the aggressor, a million insects clawing, biting and scratching the man as Shino held him locked in his grip, an opportunity Neji took full advantage of, hands rushing forward faster than she'd ever seen. Her cousin drove the equivalent of chakra stakes into the man's organs and flesh, rupturing a kidney, tearing at his stomach lining and perforating a lung in one solid blow. The man ripped his arm free of Shino's grip, abandoning the sword in her teammate's chest and lashing out with a roar and a brutal backhand punch. She heard a crack, it went off like a firework in the middle of the room, her mind going blank as her cousin's neck twisted too far, seeing the bones of his spinal column, split and ultimately separate from one another. He hit the ground completely still. Someone screamed, "Tenten." The Onbu stumbled, badly injured, blood seeping out of the lower part of his mask, wheezing his breaths as the air escaped his damaged lungs. There was a surge of chakra from Lee, the gates opening just as the other Onbu managed to deliver a slice across Sakura's collarbone that had been intended for her throat. The pinkette went down, and Hinata saw it before she felt it, behind her, rushing through Tenketsu that suddenly expanded in size, like a beast suddenly snapping open its eye to full wakefulness. Akane. The surge of chakra was different from Lee, sickening. Evil. Even looking directly at it with her bloodline made her feel like her eyes were boiling in their sockets, raw heat escaping the cage of the girl's body like an open furnace. "Stop," Sasuke shouted, too late. The girl rushed forward, practically lunging past Hinata to try and get to Sakura. The pinkette was bleeding badly, trying to use the arm she could still move to literally claw away from the Onbu as Lee and the smallest of their number attacked at the same time. Lee's speed was, as in the Chunin exam, a cut above all of theirs, and Akane herself was not far behind, the surge of chakra through her body showing Hinata exactly how she was manipulating the power within her to increase her strength exponentially. The older shinobi avoided them both, deftly twisting his body out of Lee's attack and swinging his blade towards Tsunade's daughter, forcing her to abandon her attack to defend herself, the blade slicing open her forearms, a river of red flowing out of the wounds before they rapidly sealed up right before her eyes, allowing the girl to attack again, unabated, almost catching the shinobi off guard, as her fist clipped the top of his mask, cracking the crown above his forehead with an audible sound. His partner was still struggling to breathe, his arms shaking as he tried to keep enough strength in them to hold himself up. Hinata turned her head, mouth opening, and breathing out, something that approximated sound enough to catch Sasuke and Tenten's attention. She offered 2 quick signals, and the 2 remaining teammates she had understood her meaning. "Medic! Cover!" Sasuke rushed forward, towards Sakura, as Hinata moved to try and finish off the downed Onbu, Tenten circling around to flank the man's other side and cover her. Then, the black orb in the center of the room, the one hiding Natsuchi and Hokage cracked with a thundering rumble, the whole room, the entire ship, shaking with the sound as chakra, raw and visible to the naked eye bled out of the blackness before the whole thing fell away into black smoke. XXX. XXX. Implacable. If he could use one word to describe what he was seeing, that would be it. There were stories, of course, everyone heard stories, every village had them. Be they heroic or horrifying, there was no living person alive calling himself a shinobi that did not know the names of Hashirama Shinjuu and Uchiha Madara, and the stories they carried. But it was one thing to hear a story in the night, another thing entirely to see it before your very eyes. In the stories, Hashirama and Madara always fought on the same battlefield, with one fighting one half of the enemy, and the other fighting the remaining half. Allies. But separate. Their combined might was unstoppable, but they did not fight together. That's not what he saw here. It was not the boy that led the attack, like he'd expected with the Makuten bloodline, it was the kunoichi. She marched through the throng of enemies, parting them like a knife parts a waterfall. She did not fight the mob, merely walked. Anything that got too close, that's where the boy stepped in. Surges of water, rising earth walls and pillars, mud holes that sank a man up to his shoulders before he knew what was happening, wind blades that severed limbs. It was a whirling, brutal force of nature surrounding the Uchiha girl, a sheer wall of elemental manipulation on a level he'd never seen in a human before. The girl singled men out. The captains, the battle group commanders, the most elite of their jounin. She walked through the mass and press of bodies, the boy creating a ring of death around her to make sure she could move, uncontested while she searched for the important, key targets. Within the first minute, they'd lost 2 of their 9 medics. Within the second, the commanding officer of the second battle group, and his lieutenant. At the third, another medic, and their sensor nin, all the while any that dared to get close found themselves sliced by wind blades, swallowed by the earth or crushed by surges of water that could snap bones like a hammer shattering glass. And then the girl looked at him. Finding him through the gloom, through the mass and press of bodies, through the rain and dark like he was standing right in front of her. Her red eyes gleaming in the dark. Han did not feel fear, not from humans. But those eyes, the eyes of a demon. They sent a very real mortal chill crawling up his spine. XXX. The world faded in and out of the blackness. Sounds were muffled, warped in his ears. There was pain everywhere. Every inch of his flesh protesting in agony. There was the cold touch of water against his face, the pitter-patter of rain on his head, hammers falling on his skull. Even the brush of his clothes was enough to send his nerves to firing bolts of agony to his brain. He moved. He was being moved. He felt his stomach roil in protest, and if he had the strength he probably would have thrown up, but even that was impossible. There was a voice, close, shouting. He couldn't understand. He tried to open his eyes, to see, but what little he saw as his vision swam was foggy, lacking detail. Splotches of color in the dark. Suddenly, violently, the world was wrenched back into focus, his heart thundering beneath his ribs, pounding away as though it wanted to break free. He sucked down a gasp of air, the pain he'd felt before, magnified 100-fold, enough for him to almost pass out again before he willed himself to stay conscious, to stay awake. His vision came back with agonizing sharpness, someone holding him up, his arm slung over their shoulder, water surging up, he'd sunk nearly to his ankles. Ikage-sama. Tsuchikage-sama. The Anbu beside him shouted, chakra flowing from the guard's palm into Kyuchi's chest. Resuscitation? I've stopped the bleeding, but he have to move now, Tsuchikage-sama. Stop the bleeding. Kyuchi looked down, his mind still in a fog, pain, exhaustion and injury making him slow. But he remembered. He channeled chakra to his feet, feeling razor blades sliding beneath his skin as he forced his legs to support his weight, to stand on the rushing river waters. His eyes found the mangled ruin of his left arm. Wind blades had shredded it, little more remained below the elbow but tattered bits of skin, flesh and bone. A chakra shroud was keeping the blood in his body, but who knew how long that would last? Did he kill him? Did he manage to kill Hiruzen? The guard pulled him, and Kyuchi's legs stumbled forward in an awkward, weak walk, and his mind fully caught up to the battle still raging behind them aboard the ship, the sickening feeling of vile chakra at his back and the unholy shrieking of birds. He must have gotten him. There was no other option. He must have killed him, or at least hurt him enough so he would never be a threat to Iwa again. He must have been capable of at least that. We're not done yet, boy. The voice made his heart fall into his stomach. He heard the Anbu beside him curse softly under his breath, his head turning sharply, and Kyuchi followed his gaze. The god of shinobi stood on the river with them, his armor and clothes were in tatters, a horrid burn covered much of his left arm and side, visible between the shredded bits of fabric and metal. But still standing. Still whole. The old man glared at the two of them, the torrential rain matting his beard down into stringy strands. You came close. The Sandaime's voice held the barest hint of praise. Then it was gone. But you are not the first to come close. His burnt arm reached up, to the shoulder guard, and with a quick tearing sound, armor and cloth was thrown to the river below, revealing the litany of scars that crisscrossed the body of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I have lived for over a half-century of endless, unremitting war. Close is not nearly enough. For the first time something other than placid boredom entered the old man's tone. An indignant sort of anger. But then the moment passed, and the old man's stoic mask was in place again. Men do not get close to God's boy. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his back, a forceful impact that drove the breath from his lungs as the Anbu beside him called out his name. Stabbed. He'd been stabbed. They fall before them. The water rushed up, as the strength abandoned his legs, the chakra holding him aloft dispersing like wisps of smoke. He fell, The currents of the flooded river swallowed his body. Kyuchi felt cold. Darkness took the edges of his sight before the burning lights of the ship vanished and he could see no more. Kuratsu. It was the last thought he would ever have. XXX. The pounding of hoofs was thunderous across the old road, mud and filthy water splashing across cloaks, armor and horses, a column of men rushing, heedless through the black night across the quiet, beaten path. Chapter 64. Conclusion. The three tomoe spun in her eye at a steady pace, the dark marks almost blurring together in her iris, as the princess of the Uchiha clan focused on the target before her sight. The illusions she weaved over the weak minds of ignorant combatants that looked directly into the red eyes were almost an afterthought, an extra layer of defense to go along with the storm of elemental power Naruto was whirling around her to keep her safe. A stumble here, a slow reaction there, a kunai aimed too far above or to the side. Most had, by now, learned not to approach. The versatility of three elements, all of which were readily available everywhere on this battlefield, had gotten the message across that an unorganized attack wasn't going to cut it. The enemy wasn't the issue, not anymore. Sheer panic and a command structure she'd effectively decapitated meant they were searching for orders, trying to decide between a retreat and a committed attack. It would take them some time, especially now with the full force that had once been protecting Tsunade diving in, almost heedlessly into the fray of enemies to try and get to the two of them, protect them. 3 of the Konohagakure Anbu had already gone down in the chaos, leaving just 5. Tsunade was all but bulldozing through anything that got in her way, as Guy and the one remaining guardian tried to push with her. From there, the battle devolved into a seething, writhing chaos, but she didn't let it distract her. They had one target, one person they still had to eliminate and break the enemy morale. These bloodlines did not make them invincible, did not give some magical invulnerability. Her chakra reserves, and Naruto's too, could be expended, especially with the way he must have been burning through even his considerable reserves, to maintain her defense. The Jinchuriki stood almost at the edge of the battle, staring at the two of them as one would stare at a building about to collapse over one's head. Naruto suddenly appeared at her side, soaked to the bone, hair matted down to his skull and face. The Jinchuriki's body began to disperse, the solid armor and sheer muscle mass becoming little more than wisps of steam that they'd never be able to destroy. Naruto's hands flew through his seals. Mukuten. Again, the wood grew out of the ground around them, and, wrenched back into corporeal shape, she saw the Jinchuriki gasp in pain, stumbling in disorientation before she and Naruto rushed, pressing the attack. XXX. The thunder of horse hooves beating against wet, soft earth was all one could hear along the old road. The beasts had been ridden nearly to death, rushing for hours at their top speed. It was likely that more than one of the animals would die at this rate, if they reached their destination at all. But then, they slowed down, the breakneck pace becoming something more reasonable before finally stopping entirely. The men were looking around, searching the grasslands through the gloom of the barely there light of an approaching sunrise. "Why do we stop?" someone called in the back. The man in the front answered. "Can't you smell that?" There was a ripple of confusion through the group, the samurai looking at each other in askance before the wind turned and the confusion became realization and noises of disgust. The smell was immediate, overpowering and familiar to each on some level. Rotting flesh. Too strong to be a stray animal. This was more. With a pull on the reins, the lead samurai turned his horse, following the scent over the lip of a small hill to the west, the clomping of horse hooves behind him. The smell grew stronger the closer he got. The stink of wet grass and mud gave the stench a cloying feel, like a physical film of filth falling over them. As the man and the rest of the samurai rose over the crest of the hill, their dread turned to a grim, quiet horror. There were dead. Many of them. Too many to count at a glance, 100, 200 perhaps. Days and days of rainfall had turned the corpses into a sickly combination of greens and blacks, the red armor straining to contain the bloated flesh. Flies buzzed angrily, maggots crawled through, chewed through bits of flesh, eyes and mouths. The lead man could not recognize a single one, but the red armor was unmistakable. They were from Hai no Kuni. Of the daimyo's own house. The question hung heavy in the air, thick and weighted. It was someone else who spoke and gave the answer. This ambush wasn't just targeting the return party. The lead samurai swallowed, a growing dread in the pit of his stomach. "We need to leave." The words were harsh, almost barked out, and all were immediately in agreement, realizing the danger. Nothing could be done for the dead, they didn't even know who was dead. The man pulled at the reins, forcing his horse to obey before he grabbed onto the reins of another man beside him who seemed to still be staring frozen at the array of corpses. "We need to move," he insisted. He almost didn't catch it, almost didn't hear it over his own voice and the hiss of the rain, but suddenly, the samurai turned, drawing his sword with a clang of steel striking steel, a kunai knife twirling through the air before it hit the ground, falling with a thump. The enemy seemed to form out of the rain itself, stepping out of the screen of falling water, rebreather masks covering their features, dark clothes encasing them like shrouds. "I'm a ninja." He heard the woman before he saw her. "They thought you wouldn't come through here. He told us differently." The voice was in front of them, but the samurai's eyes swiveled back, turning to look at the mound of bodies where a kunoichi with stark blue hair stood amidst the dead. "Haino Kuni has no quarrel with Amigakur, or your petty lord." The man snarled as the men around him drew their own weapons, spreading out the formation to avoid getting swept up in a large area attack. "Leave now and we'll forget your indiscretion," he warned. The woman did not smile, she did not gloat or taunt, she simply brushed her hair behind her ear with one hand. Then she was gone, practically on top of him. He swung his blade and met her kunai thrust with a deft parry before another weapon was positioned to lodge itself in his throat. Fast. He moved, just as fast, faster than a normal man should have, and the blade punched straight downward into the spine of his horse, severing it with a gut-churning crunch of wedged bones cracked like eggs. The beast fell with a cry, not even having the ability to move in pain one final time, its legs and body collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. His feet found purchase on the muddy ground, sword at the ready, the woman standing just beyond his reach. "Why don't you drop that silly thing? You're not fooling anyone anymore." With a glare, and trails of wispy black smoke, the red armor of the daimyo's house and concealing helmet melted away, revealing the pale features of the Sanin Orochimaru. XXX. Most villages had Jinchuriki. From the 5 great villages to even some of the lesser ones like Takigakur. Jinchuriki were tools. A means to keep the tenuous balance of power in check. Last resort weapons to be unleashed when all other options of conventional warfare were exhausted. Most did not adhere to such caution, because time had eroded the memory of what the monsters truly were. Before the founding of the villages, before sealing arts, before Hashirama, Baijuwu were beasts of pure destruction made manifest, raw, wild untamed power that could alter the very landscape of the world based on their whims and fancies. No shinobi could hope to match them when they moved on the warpath. The turtle that resided in the sea had sunk landmasses, the Ichibi created the deserts of Sunagakur, the Kyubi had raised mountains, and the Gobi had forced volcanoes to erupt to carve out his home. Jinchuriki were tame things by comparison. But they were still a weapon, a dangerous, fearsome weapon. Naruto could feel his power crashing against Han's. A roiling, seething mass of pure chakra trapped inside the flesh he was forcing him to keep. Every time the Jinchuriki tried to shift into the cloud of steam, the energies he poured through his hijacked bloodline would subjugate the transformation, keep him corporeal, keep him beatable. But that was all he could do. Han was a beast, yanking on the chain around his neck, tearing off flesh even as he tore at the hands that held the chain and threatened to break free. If it were anyone else, if it were anyone who did not know a Jinchuriki's chakra, did not have the reserves or, in fact, the sheer stubborn will to do the equivalent of latching on to a red-hot iron brand and refuse to let go, Han probably would have ripped through the restraints, Makuten or not. Luckily for all of them, it wasn't anyone else, it was him. The pounding of his heart was thunderous, almost loud enough to block out all sound as his chakra strained, like a muscle pulling some impossible weight, tense and ready to rip completely beneath his flesh as he and Itachi surged through the rush of Iwan ninja around them. Forcing Han to stay corporeal and screen them from attackers through a constant barrage of elemental ninjutsu while also fighting Han's rising Baijuwu chakra was rapidly withering away even his considerable reserves. They had to end this fast. Itachi's voice somehow cut through the noise, reaching his ear in barely a whisper. "Left, Tsunade and her Anbu are pushing through, giving us an opening, 15 seconds at most." She didn't need to tell him twice. With a thought, almost a relief really, the shield of raw damage fell away to their left side, allowing him the freedom to form a wall, gathering it from the rain, the puddles on the ground, even the clothing, soaked through from the bodies around them, and form what could almost be considered a physical boulder of rushing, swirling water, shoving it through the breach with all the speed he could put behind it towards Han. So focused on breaking through the hold the Makuten chakra had over his transformation, Han didn't notice until it was simply too late, the crushing surge smashing into him like the fist of an angry god. lifting him off his feet and crashing the red-armored behemoth into one of the wooden pillars, caging him into a physical form. The wood groaned and creaked but did not break. Naruto kept it in place, kept the water-holding Iwa's human weapon before a lightning bolt flew from Itachi's hand and straight into the orb, crackling with forks of pure energy that lit up the night with pale, blinding light. Han burst free a second later, sheer physical strength allowing him to brute force his way through the water and pain as electricity danced along his body. The man's eyes glowed with a smoky silver and Naruto felt the chakra clawing at his own like a rabid beast, ripping and tearing, consuming all of the energy he kept pouring into the technique. Han charged the both of them, realizing that he would not be allowed to transform, or call on the bulk of his Baiju's chakra, and now, like any cornered animal, he would be at his most dangerous. Itachi stepped in front of him, and he knew those eyes of hers were glowing in the dark. He could feel the rapid staccato layering of her genjutsu over Han's mind, one after the other, and feel just as quickly as the Baiju's chakra, Han's, and even his own frayed at the delicate control required, shattering illusion after illusion as fast as Itachi could layer them onto the raging Jinchuriki's mind through eye contact. Han lunged at them, feet crashing into the dirt in front of Itachi hard enough to make the ground quake, tossing a punch that was just a bit too far to the left, allowing the dark-haired Uchiha to easily sidestep it, her kunai planting itself in the Jinchuriki's thick armor plating, explosive tag already burning. She stepped out of the way, revealing Naruto himself. With a snap of his fingers, the wind chakra enveloped Han in a burst, too fast for his own chakra to surge and shatter the hastily formed wind vortex. The tag went off, swallowing him in a fireball before the red-armored monster roared in pain. Still wreathed in flame, the Jinchuriki's arm lashed out, grabbing Naruto by the scruff of his jacket, and lifting. Naruto cursed, drawing two kunai as he was lifted, wind blades stabbing straight through the forelimb, armor and all, and exploding within the arm like a blender of razor blades as he went over Han's head and was smashed into the ground with all the brutish force the Jinchuriki could put behind the blow. He should have died. The only reason he wasn't was likely due to the sliced knee that had made Han stumble at the last second, courtesy of Itachi. As it was, he saw stars in his eyes, the back of his head throbbed as the world swam in his focus, for a split second, vanished along the array of whirling elements keeping them isolated from the battle beyond. The Iwa ninja wasted no time, 4 of them pounced before he could gain his wits again, looking to kill him. One lunged for Itachi, only to get a blow from the back of Han's fist that was intended for her, every rib in his side snapping like twigs. Placing his hand on the ground, a storm of earth spears erupted from the mud, making solid, jagged rock skewer one that was too slow to react while the other 2 avoided the obstacle. Then, someone was in their way, an Anbu, one of Sarujiji's guard, a kunoichi, diving between him and the attackers. Her sword caught one, killing him, too slow for the second, a kunai blade lodging in the woman's throat. She clutched at the wound, one hand rising even as she sucked down a breath that bubbled out from the blood now pouring free from her neck. She stumbled and he could see the strength leaching from her legs before she used the last of it to practically throw herself onto Han's arm, trying to use her own weight to force Han to let him go. It worked. Not because of the strength of it but because Han released his grip to shove the dying woman off of him before turning to face Itachi, who danced around his heavy, monstrously powerful blows with deft, easy steps. The last man tried to take the killing shot, drawing a new weapon from his pouch as Naruto scrambled to his feet. Itachi's voice filtered through his thoughts. When had she trapped him? Left ankle. The man swung at him and Naruto rolled, hand reaching to the left ankle, drawing out a senbone pouch. Ripping 3 of the things free, he plunged them into the man's exposed hip before he had a chance to even realize what was going on. He turned, took 1 step, and fell over, dead or soon to be. Naruto looked, seeing Itachi practically cornered, between his own wall of elemental ninjutsu and Han. Trust test, he shouted, hoping she'd get it. She did, crossing her arms and falling straight back. Her body fell into a stone cradle that formed into a cocoon, Han's fist smashing into it and nearly breaking the nigh unbreakable stone, before he yanked his friend out of his range and back to his side. She leapt out of it, going high into the air before he saw her body disassemble into a murder of dark ravens as Han's demonic chakra surged, breaking through enough to begin to form the barest trace of a shroud around his body. XXX. You're weaker than I thought you'd be. The woman taunted. The legendary death dealer. Orochimaru's answering smirk was a mocking thing. You must be quite exceptional then. I am. She answered with an easy confidence. But you're not. Tell me, where's the actual Orochimaru? While we're at it, where's your daimyo? The Sanin's features fell into a frown, a worry visible in his eyes, clear through the screen of the genjutsu. The features shifted, becoming flush with color, rounding out to reveal Yuhi Kurenai rather than the Sanin's sharp angles and pale complexion. None of the samurai removed their helmets, each looking, for all intents and purposes, nameless and faceless. The blue-haired Kunoichi's smile was a cruel thing. I wonder. Would you stay so quiet, Megajiro? If it were someone else asking the question? There was the sound of struggling, shuffling feet and clanking armor, and another Ame Nin came into view through the rainy gloom beside the woman. A man was in front of him, his wrists were bound behind his back, a sack was over his head. With a swift kick to the back of the knee and a shove, the man was pushed down, armored knees scraping against stone and mud. Kurenai had a feeling she knew who that was. When the kunoichi reached over and pulled the sack off his head, she had her suspicions confirmed. She was now staring at the battered, gagged features of Megajiro Koto's eldest son. Megajiro Takeshio. How about it, Megajiro? The woman's voice was smooth, clear as a bell over the hiss of the rain. You surrender to us, and we hand you your son. Kurenai shook her head. You'll kill us all, she said, less to answer the question and more to dissuade. A hasty act. The only reason you're asking is so you can capture him for a public execution later. Amigakur killing the most powerful of the 5 great daimyo would be quite a feather in your cap. The woman eyed her, a lazy swivel of her eye, like a lion discovering a flea nibbling on it. It would save us the trouble of capturing them all alive and finding him that way. You're the only threat here, and even that is laughable, Kurenai-san. How many do you think you can hold off on your own to help an escape? 3? 4? If I decide to let you? One jounin as a guard is desperate. You have no rescue and no chance, so just make everyone's lives easier at this point. Suddenly, the woman tensed, a knife shimmering into existence at her throat, hand and fingers gripping it, leading to someone behind her. How about a jounin plus some friends? The voice was rough, but familiar to Kurenai's ears, as the genjutsu fell way it revealed, to her utter amazement, the Kazekage of Sunagakur. The rain ninja holding the daimyo's bound son was suddenly wrapped, from head to toe in a cocoon of sand and then forcibly dragged away before his blood spurted out of the sand like juice bursting from the skin of a squeezed orange. The Ame Nin tensed, drawing weapons and taking defensive formations as the Kazekage's 2 elite guards, along with the 2 jounin sensei and their respective teams were suddenly surrounding them. Kurenai blinked, baffled. The genjutsu had been crafted so well she hadn't even suspected, and she wondered who it could have been that crafted it. Suna did have more proficient genjutsu users than most villages, a necessary adaptation of their fewer numbers, but this was something far more advanced than she thought they would be capable of. Since becoming Kage, it has been a long time since I've had to use genjutsu on this scale. I'll have to thank you for the opportunity to practice. Her eyes turned back to the Kazekage, seeing the man grinning under his mask as he held the knife steady at the kunoichi's throat. The kunoichi spared a look out of the corner of her eye, over her shoulder, glaring at him. There was no warning, no words. With a lurch forward, the woman sliced open her own throat on the knife, her body dissolving into water before another formed above and behind the Kazekage. The man whirled, their weapons meeting with a clash of steel against steel before all hell broke loose. XXX. His bones burned. Like red-hot iron rods trapped beneath his flesh. His skin was brittle clay. His muscles were rows of razor wire. He could feel the searing pain scoring the lining of his insides, cooking his flesh, blackening skin and consuming sinew like a flame burning at a wick. His chakra was trapped in the cage of his flesh, pushing, ripping, tearing, but incapable of escaping. Like a cold press, the boy's chakra fell over him in waves, keeping the beast tearing at his insides. He could feel his eyes glowing, boiling water behind his eyelids. Sheer agony through every fiber of his body. The red eyes danced along his vision, warping and twisting perception before he righted himself, found them again and lunged at them again. The boy. He had to kill the boy. For all his life, all Han had was his power, the knowledge that, when push came to shove, he was the bigger monster next to the monsters that called themselves men. He would not let that be taken from him. Not by this child. But every time he drew close, every time he could feel the fight turning in his favor, where his strength and speed was gaining him an edge, the girl was there. Her eyes gleaming in the night, a split second of distraction, wounds, pain, a moment of lost sight, skewed senses, and the threat would slip away from him. And when he tried to corner her, he was there, wind blades, earth walls, surging water and that cursed, hated impossible Makuten holding him at bay, caging his true strength. His bones were rods of burning iron in his flesh, his skin was brittle clay, and his muscles were rows upon rows of corded razor wire. The beast ripped and tore at his insides, demanding to be released, to destroy. They would not win. They were not allowed to win. XXX. Sand moved through the battlefield like great, winding serpents, rising up from the ground, providing a defensive curtain for all of them. Enough of a defense to give them a fighting chance against an enemy that outnumbered them at least 2-1 with more veteran warriors in comparison to the 2 full Genon teams present. Tamari had 2 people trying to kill her. She knew Gaara would try to protect her and Kankuro more than anyone, but still she found herself being pushed back, the split second of delay between Gaara's awareness of an attack and his reacting to it allowing things to get too close for her comfort. Gaara himself, from what she could see, had no less than 4 Ame shinobi trying to kill him, though the sand shield around him was far faster. He still didn't look like he had a hair out of place. The Hai no Kuni samurai, the ungrateful bastards, were barely even joining the fight. The full lot of them had rushed, heedlessly to get to their princeling and were putting more effort into charging through the encirclement than actually joining the battle. The Ame nin weren't gonna let that happen though. What followed was a chaotic combination of a running retreat/pursuit/high-speed shinobi engagement. With the samurai rushing forward, the Ame nin rushing to intercept and the Suna shinobi right behind them to try and ease the pressure being put on the Hai no Kuni forces. The fastest pacing of the battle was between her father and the blue-haired Kunoichi. She couldn't even remember her father ever moving that fast, their bodies vanishing between the tall blades of grass with barely a whisper before exploding from somewhere else in a clash of steel, tearing across the battlefield with ninjutsu that looked like it could flatten buildings. And even through all that, Tamari saw when the woman decided enough was enough. She turned in the middle of a dodge, avoiding a blow from her father in 1 second and using the same motion to toss a shuriken through the air that twisted and curved with picture-perfect accuracy before it sliced open the throat of the lead horse. The beast crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, its front legs collapsing, its fully armored rider sent flying through the air, hitting the ground in a great crash, his armor clanking as he tumbled across the muddy ground. She wasn't sure if he was dead or injured before the whole collection of horses and samurai were suddenly breaking formation, scattering even as the Kunoichi's attack declared open season on their mounts. Dozens of blades were now slicing through the rain-laden air, killing the beasts, eliminating their only means of escape. The beasts were dead, but the men were alive, even the one that had fallen. The Kunoichi was dead set on capturing Megajiro intact. The battle was joined in full again, no longer a running engagement. Tamari took to the skies, feeling the cold knives of the rain pounding across her back and head. The thought occurred to her that she would probably get sick from the wind chill if she survived this before she shoved the absurdity aside. One of the samurai had rushed to the prince, standing beside him, and Tamari, from her vantage, noticed the way the samurai were moving, the formation that they took, the full lot of them positioning themselves with a new confidence of people who only had one target to guard. That's him. Then she noticed something else. It was just a moment, a shadow in the distance of her periphery, something she could see now only because of the light of the coming sunrise. It caught her attention enough for her to turn her head. What she saw made her stomach fall into a gaping pit. People. 7, 8, maybe more she didn't see, moving across the plain. Coming from the north, not the south, it couldn't be friendly reinforcements. More pursuit. The odds were already tilted against them. Too many as it was. The only reason they even had a chance was because of Gaara. They couldn't afford any more, especially not if they were all Jounin. Her father had been debating for weeks now as to keep the alliance between Konohagakure and Suna alive. The stunt that Uzumaki kid pulled in the exam had nearly pushed him to the breaking point, or so she'd assumed. But he seemed more than invested now to gain favors, multiple favors if he could, from the daimyo who was clearly at his most vulnerable. He may have just gotten them all killed. She did a quick calculation, judging the weight and chakra drain it would take from her. 10 minutes? That was optimistic, but it was the best course. If they didn't have to commit to his defense, they could all flee, scatter. Some would die, but most could get away. No time for hesitation, no time for thinking it through anymore. She dove. Landing beside the two, she held out her hand. Get the hell on. Neither of them needed to be told twice. With a step and a hop, the armored samurai got on one side of her fan and held his hand to help the prince get up. The weight difference was immediate, more than she'd thought, and she realized that she hadn't taken into account the weight of their armor and weapons. Nothing for it now. Even 5 minutes of flight time would be better than staying here. With a billowing surge of wind chakra that warped the rain around them, she forced her fan into the skies. The armored samurai yanked off his helmet, revealing that her assumption had been right. The daimyo's grim face peered down over the edge to the rapidly shrinking battle below. He turned, looking to his son. "What happened? Why are you out here?" She couldn't see him, eyes facing forward as they were, but the younger man sounded very much like a scolded child. She could almost hear the physical wince. "Father, I'm sorry. We received a messa." Whatever explanation was about to be given was cut short with brutal finality. With a shriek of tearing metal, Tamari felt a lance of white-hot agony rip its way across her back. She fell to her knees, barely keeping enough focus to prevent them all from plummeting to their deaths as Koto let out a scream, a horrid, pained thing. She turned to look, searching as much for her own injury as well as the damage to the fan. Blood was everywhere. Something had ripped through the tail of her fan, sending shrapnel flying, and either the shorn bits of metal or the projectile they'd used had carved a jagged tear across the prince's neck. He was gasping for breath, hands clutching at blood that flowed between his fingers like water through a net as Megajiro held onto him and kept him from teetering off the edge. Tamari tried to look at her own wound, but she couldn't see it. But she could feel it. Somewhere on her lower back, radiating pain everywhere, she felt like she was about to throw up, or pass out. Maybe both. Her eyes rolled in their sockets, the fan lurching precariously beneath all of them before she righted herself, forced herself to stay awake. 5 minutes. She could avoid passing out for 5 goddamn minutes. XXX. She tried to avoid it. She really did. She'd seen it coming. Seen the danger almost a full second before it came. The chakra shadow of her enemy showing her clearly what was going to happen. It was a combination of the Jinchuriki's speed, and poor footing on the too slick mud that got her in the end. She was not Naruto, she was not gifted with an unnaturally fast healing to help with Tsunade's technique. As it was, she raised an arm to block, in reflex. It was probably the only reason she was still alive with a broken forearm and dislocated shoulder as opposed to a ruptured lung and shattered ribcage. Her body went sailing across the battlefield, she heard Naruto shout her name, her vision swam, but she focused past the pain, hitting the ground with a roll. She got to her feet, hearing Han's heavy footsteps pounding on the ground, rushing her. She looked up, in time to see an earth wall spring up between herself and the Jinchuriki. He tore through it like a rice paper door, unstoppable, his eyes open wide, pupils dilated into pin pricks, veins bulging along his exposed skull and neck, a berserker frenzy as the chakra shroud flickered around his body, just barely held back. There was another wall, and another. Nothing slowed him. She tried to layer a genjutsu to help, only to feel as though she was trying to toss a fishing net onto the great summon Manda, sheer rage and fury tearing through her illusion even before his wild, uncontrollable chakra did. Makuten. The dome of wood sprouted around her like a cocoon, encasing her in walls of twisted bark meters thick. Han's fist crashed into the structure hard enough to shake it, a second punch sent cracks through the inside. She heard the man roar in a mixture of pain and hatred. Direct contact with the Makuten. Naruto would hurt him greatly even through the briefest contact. Even so, a third blow and she could see him again, a fourth and the rain now leaked in. A fifth would expose her. She could feel Naruto moving below, ready to rip open the earth and pull her to safety a second before something crashed into the Jinchuriki, tearing him away. The wood barrier opened up, thick roots twisting and retracting into the earth, allowing Itachi to see none other than Tsunade grappling with the armored beast. Grabbing him by the head, she smashed the Jinchuriki's skull into the dirt once, twice, a third time before Han's hands rose up, the monstrous shinobi regaining his wits and crashing his limbs down over Tsunade's forearms with a snap of bones. She did not scream, but Itachi caught the grimace of pain even as she forced bones to knit and set, muscles to tighten and inner damage to repair itself before she met the man blow for blow. Their taijutsu exchange was a monstrous thing, armor shattered like glass, shards of metal tearing into both combatants and explosions of shrapnel. Tsunade and Han, for once, had an opponent that could match their absurdly high strength, and they both seemed determined to rip the other apart with said strength. Itachi dared to look across the battlefield. She could only see 2 of the Anbu left. Guy was badly injured, 3 slashes, one across his chest, another along his hip and the third over his left bicep. He was taking the lion's share of the enemy combatants. The flush of his skin told her he had opened several of the gates. The 4th? The 5th? She didn't know. The enemy force that had consisted of nearly 60 was down to just 2 dozen. Still too many. Far too many. They needed to win. Needed to end it now. She turned, looking at Naruto as he rushed to try to get to her. He was breathing harshly, haggard, worn, even his chakra was showing the signs of wear and tear. They would lose this war of attrition. They had to win. Bring the monster down. He slowed, and stopped, looking at her as her message reached through his thoughts. He didn't look happy, but he nodded, trusting her. Then he disappeared from their sights. Instantly, the barricade of elemental energy vanished, earth walls and wind blades and crushing waters all disappearing like dry leaves in a windstorm, and the Iwa ninja around them lunged. They ignored Tsunade, ignored Guy and the Anbu. They had just one priority now. Kill her. She took a breath and her red eyes spun within the iris. Han could resist, sheer blind rage and the chakra of a Baiju not allowing her enough time to sink her proverbial hooks into his mind. But these men were not Han. And after years and years of hearing nothing but legends and stories, their fear was a palpable thing, even as they pushed through it to try and kill the danger she represented. Rage was a hard thing to pierce. But fear. Fear was something she could use. Fear was something she could feast on. The world in their eyes and hers shifted to red. And suddenly she was there, and not there, she was behind, above, her blades emerged from the ground, the edges of the grass became razor glass, the rain above, shards of ice, they were pierced, run through. Men screamed as insects crawled under their flesh and ate their innards, as their eyes boiled and they drowned in torrents of blood. They tried to dispel it, tried to push through, ignore it, lunging after her. The most skilled sensed her through the illusion itself, following her chakra trail. She did not need to defeat them. Only stall them. Just a few seconds. She just needed to hold out for a few more seconds. He'd never failed her, he wouldn't start now. She looked at Tsunade and Han, watching as the Jinchuriki threw the woman through a boulder, her body tearing through the gray granite with frightening ease, coming to a stop. For the first time in Itachi's memory, Tsunade was struggling to get back up. His head swiveled around, searching for her, searching for Naruto, and Itachi was forced to move, to stop him. Her arm was throbbing, the tips of her fingers were tingling, going numb, she could feel the hot, sticky blood trailing down her flesh with the water, caking itself along the length of her sleeve. Han rushed like a rampaging bull, only for Itachi's foot to crash into his neck. The very tip of her boot digging into his larynx and windpipe from the side, enough force to crush the vital piece of anatomy outright a dozen times over. Han's neck twisted inwards, his whole body lurching, as if absorbing the blow before he rounded on her with eyes that gleamed silver, the chakra shroud exploding around his body in bright white light as he roared like a beast, lashing out to try and grab her. She pulled away, just not quite fast enough, his hand fisting the cloth around her leg before she yanked down and ripped it, the fabric staying in his hand before she backed away, a burst of lightning exploding from her palm just a scant inch from his face. He reeled, screaming, blind. Just a second. Just a few more seconds. Her good hand drew a knife, cutting at him, a slice above the browline, bleeding, blinding him even more as he tried to blink away the sting. Then someone was on her, the weight of a body crashing into her, an arm around her neck, someone she missed, hadn't caught. The pain was quick, and sharp, before it became a cluster of agony radiating through her. A knife. A kunai knife. The bastard twisted. Trying to make sure she'd die. Trying to make sure she'd bleed out. Her breath left her in a rush, the illusion fell away. She heard Naruto scream. That's when they felt it. When they all felt it. The illusion that had shielded him falling away, and each of the men stopped fighting their physical enemy and illusionary ones, turning as a single cohesive unit to the source. His eyes were different now, green-tinged chakra surging through him like a font, red markings on his face, the Rasengan swirling like a storm in his hand. She had enough in her to smile. He looked furious, teeth bared, shaking with rage, but she was glad he had enough of a mind to keep his priorities straight as he rushed towards Han, not her. The wind Rasengan had been seen by Iwa Nin once before, and it was just as frightening now, wailing and crying with the force of the typhoon trapped in his palms. He moved so fast she barely had enough time to send out her last bit of help. A spark. Barely even that. A burst of flame. It caught the wind, the whole monstrous technique erupting in a swirling fireball. Han's chakra shroud surged forth, unhindered now, as though a beast gaining a surge of strength in its final death throes, trying to catch the technique in silver chakra claws. Not enough, not nearly enough. The man behind her let her go. Bracing himself, and she had enough in her to draw a blade of her own and driving it into the underside of his jaw, shoving it through his palate and into his brain before her strength gave out and she fell, covering her head as wind, fire and demonic chakra struggle for dominance. He would win. He was not allowed to lose. When the blast came it slid her along the dirt, her broken arm trapped underneath her body, twisted painfully, but she didn't have the strength to lift herself anymore. It wasn't the noise, the loud cacophony of sounds that startled her. Instead it was how silent it was immediately after. As if the whole world had decided to take a breath. Slow down for a second. It would be later that she'd learn the explosion had been so massive the concussive wave had knocked away the raindrops, at least for a short time. The rain had already come back by the time she felt someone touching her, hands smaller than hers pulling her close. Itachi. Itachi? And Chan. That name. That stupid name. He really had to stop. If you didn't get him. She heard herself mumble. I'm gonna kill you. He laughed, it sounded strange to her ears, like a sob. I got him. Don't worry. She nodded, or tried to. Distantly she heard the sound of someone shouting for a retreat, people fleeing. That was a good thing. Don't let me fall asleep, she demanded. That was dangerous. She remembered that. Ba-chan's coming. She's already coming over. Okay? She let herself nod again, struggling to stay awake. There will be questions. She found the strength to mumble. It helped. You can't avoid them anymore, Naruto-kun. Don't worry about that. Just keep talking to me, alright? XXX. She wasn't sure when she passed out. To be honest. She wasn't even sure how she'd gotten them down to the ground without killing all of them. When she came to, the world was swaying in front of her, the green forests of Hai no Kuni filtering the light of the sun through the canopy. The haggard worn face of Megajiro Koto looked down on her. He was carrying her. Don't try to talk. His voice was rough, choked, eyes bloodshot and red, tear streaks staining his cheeks. You've gotten us far enough. She tried to speak, felt the air in her lungs catch in her throat, ended up coughing instead. The world around her swam, fading in and out of the blackness. How long were they walking? How far were they? She didn't know. Her mind came back to full consciousness at the sound of a voice. The sun was blazing across the sky. Early morning, noon and evening giving way to sunset. She tried to look, tried to see if she needed to defend herself, but her swimming vision only caught the sight of some fog haze silhouette at the edges of her sight before her body finally gave up the fight and all she knew was dark. XXX. They stood at a creek. A thin, pathetic thing, babbling with droplets of water that wound and bent this way and that way through the autumn dry leaves and rocky grounds. The forest trees were tall. Even at the very edges of the borders, Hai no Kuni's forest held sway. I've thought of you, since you left. She looked down on the two of them, standing at the crest of a rise, where the creek fell to pass by his feet. She was standing on rock, he on the dried, packed dirt. The rains hadn't come this far, and even the dew of the humid day had long since evaporated. His voice was soft, almost kindly. She remembered that voice whenever she had a nightmare, whenever she'd failed at training. She thought she'd been ready for this confrontation. Now she wasn't so sure. Standing here, seeing him. He looked haggard, worn thin, dirt and blood stained his armor and robes, the lines of his face looked deep and severe, carved there with a knife. They'd all spread out. One last-ditch effort at catching him before he escaped, and all of this was for nothing. It was a miracle she'd found him at all. If not for the kunoichi he was carrying with him, she probably wouldn't have. Her chakra was faint, wounded as she was, but she'd stumbled close enough to sense it. If he'd have left her, he would have gotten away. So they were alone now. A part of her was grateful for that, another part of her, dismayed. He stepped to the side, laying down the girl that had secured his death against the base of a tree, before standing to face her fully. I thought that we would meet with friendly smiles over drinks one day, Kurotsuchi. His smile was a bitter thing. This is not what I wanted. And what did you want? She hissed. To use me? Take me off into your castle, make me trust you enough to help you lure my grandfather into a trap? He looked at her, with an expression that was akin to indignation. Do you know how many people whispered in my ear through the years that I should have you killed? Eh? He shouted, staring up at her. Every border dispute, every intelligence report, every hint of insurrection, espionage, assassination. Can you fathom how many, Kurotsuchi? If I ever wanted you or your family harm, it would have been easy. By the end, he was shouting, his breaths came hard, glaring at her with more anger than she'd ever seen on his once kind face. Peace isn't something any of them want. It's not something they would let happen. Your grandfather had more enemies than me, and I have more enemies than you can dream of. Any one of them. How convenient, she hissed, cutting him off, stopping the lies that would be so easy to let herself believe. Suddenly you're in a corner and you say some other did it. You've been happy to brag about it until now. And why not? He shot back. Who would believe my innocence? Who would believe old hated enemies didn't see an opportunity and took it? Name one person in your village that ever thought for one moment that I. Me. Her eyes stung, and she hated herself for it, hated the pain that crunched down on her ribs and stole the breath from her lungs, hated him most of all because she still could only see him as the closest thing to a grandfather she actually had. Despite that she should hate him. Despite everything. I considered it. I believed you wouldn't do that. His face softened, and he was once again the person she recognized, if only for a moment. She shook her head, needing to remind herself of what he'd done, everything he'd orchestrated. He was good at this, playing the long game, twisting words. Twisting minds. It was why he was so dangerous. You tricked everyone. You tricked me. You deserve to die for it. It was said more to herself than to him, an affirmation-seeking conviction. What about Takeshio? He bit out, an accusation in his voice. What about him, Kurotsuchi? Did you have to kill him too? She felt something cold settle in her stomach, her friend's smiling face coming to mind in clarity. What are you talking about? Some kind of message. His chest hitched, the breath catching as he spoke. Someone that knew our protocols, our safety measures. Knew how to falsify a message to draw him out. Who could have done that? He shook his head, and looked at her with tears glimmering in his own eyes, looking as betrayed as she felt. Who, if not you? Her body tightened, muscles going rigid. She'd seen the dead men, the field of corpses. Had Takeshio been there? Was he really dead or was Koto just playing for time, trying to throw her off? I don't know what you're talking about. She answered. He looked at her and she was a little girl again, swearing she hadn't snuck out with Naruto after dark, or that she hadn't stolen his prized horse from the stables. He looked right at her and he closed his eyes, tears percolating at their corners. When he opened them again, for the first time in her life he seemed defeated. He laughed. It was a hollow, empty horrid thing. She never wanted to hear that sound again. Then your grandfather and I are truly birds of a feather. She blinked. That's all it took. Between one instant and the next. A blade was in his chest. It punched through armor, burying itself up to the hilt, and the only reaction either of them gave was Koto taking a single step back, blinking in dumbfounded stupefaction down at his chest, his fingers brushing over the ring pommel before his legs realized he shouldn't be standing. She was moving before she could think, all but sliding the last foot, scraping her knees on the dirt to get underneath him as he pitched forward, catching the man before he fell and feeling the kernel of pain in her chest blossom like a fungal bloom, spreading through her insides until her quiet tears leak from her eyes and her fingers tingle with adrenaline-fueled numbness, her heart hammering beneath her ribs as shocked disbelief froze her thoughts. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Her head whipped around, searching for the attacker through the trees, but there was no one, nothing she could see. Koto suddenly sucked down a breath, like a man breaking the surface after nearly drowning. There was blood on his teeth now. He coughed and she felt the spatter of hot blood against her cheek. She was so close. She felt her head shaking, fingers gripping the knife, wanting to pull it out even as she knew it would kill him. Killed by traitors, he gasped out, looking to her, forcing himself to speak. One hand fell away, and she felt the ice in her stomach as she feared it had gone slack before she realized it hadn't. He pulled his sword, sheath and all, and shoved it towards her. The sword of the daimyo, forged by Uchiha Madara's legendary black flames. They will come after you too. She shook her head, trying to push it away, every word stuck in her throat, every thought coming to a screeching halt, incapable of fully forming before something else was taking its place in the noise bouncing around her skull. And then there was no time, like a crashing wave over a shore, the chakra signature hit her like a full-on train, killing intent so harsh it stole the breath from her. The sound of a snapping tree was her only warning before something smashed into her side, shoving her off the daimyo. She looked up, eyes wide as she found the Kazekage standing above her, a palpable fury twisting what she could see of his face, eyes glowing, yellow. He swung a blade at her, and she pulled away in reflex. Too slow, too close, the slice cut open her eye and cheek, cutting down to the bone. The pain was white-hot agony through her brain, burning away the grief, the confusion. She reached over and grabbed the first thing she could. Blade met blade with a ring of steel, and Kurotsuchi shoved the man off of her. She formed her seals, spitting out a stream of red-hot lava. He didn't move. With a crash of molten liquid, robes went up in flames, skin blackened, and the smell of burning grass and meat filled her nostrils. He never screamed, perhaps he didn't have time. She wasn't sure if it was a kawarimi, or some other trick. She didn't stay to find out. Launching herself into the trees, she fled as fast as her legs could carry her. It was only later that she realized, the weapon she still held in a white-knuckled grip in her hand, the one she'd used to defend herself, was Koto's sword. Koto. Megajiro Koto, the daimyo of Hai no Kuni. He was dead. It took a long time. After the rush of battle. After the pain of her eye and cheek faded. After the exhaustion began to settle into her bones, after she could see the others, after she presented the sword and the battle group began its retreat back to Iwa. It took a long time. But when the tears finally came, they would not stop for longer still. Chapter 65. It would become known as the Battle of the Monsoon Plains. The entirety of the continent watched the engagement that should not have taken place, listened to the rumors and reports that should not have existed. They were waiting to see what was true and what was not, measuring the damage caused to and by both sides. The ensuing silence in the months after from these various nations was deafening in its own right. XXX. What of the capital? Sarutobi breathed where he lay, focusing almost exclusively on taking long, slow breaths. The room was crowded. Homura, Koharu, Danzo, Kakashi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and of course, the, arguably, two most important members of the village awaiting his attention. Danzo was the one who answered him, sitting to his right. The news will spread soon. The Warhawk stated, and Sarutobi knew his old rival was being truthful. Whatever else he might be, Danzo was loyal to Konohagakure. The political instability that would soon sweep the seat of the court wouldn't bode well for any of them. As of now, there are two major contenders my information would deem as the most likely candidates to rise to the seat of Prime Minister until the princess comes of age. Only one of them seems the sort that would let her reach said age rather than smothering her in the crib. Sarutobi saw Naruto shift, uncomfortably. The boy sucked down a sharp breath, and perhaps he was the one that gave him the extra strength he needed to give the order. Give that one our backing then. Danzo's single eye shifted to him. We have typically taken no sides in these disputes, Hiruzen. It allows us to avoid collateral damage should we back the losing side. We are at war. Swift resolution to the political situation, not the village's private stability, is what must be ensured now. The longer the seat goes unheld, the more we bleed resources and the more vulnerable we are to external threats from the other daimyo. A pause. I do not like it. But you make a compelling point. With a scrape of the chair's legs against the floor, his rival stood. I will see it as dealt with. I would speak with you again later, Hiruzen. It was as close to well wishes as Danzo had ever come. Sarutobi could recognize it for that even if no one else could. The man negotiated his way through the room, passing by the others as he made his way to the door. He did not look back before he reached the exit and only spared the merest flicker of a glance to close it shut behind him. He looked to Orochimaru. Tell me what your spies are reporting beyond our borders. The Sannin shrugged. Exaggerations are already flowing like water from fountains. Rumor and conjecture mostly, though they can confirm bingo books are hastily being updated in all 5 nations, even Sanagakure. Iwa, as you can imagine, is suffering an internal chaos to rival our own. Whilst they struck down several high-profile targets, losing 2 Kage in as many months has hit their morale and internal political stability hard. I can't confirm if their Jinchuriki died or was severely injured, but either way, they are in no position to take advantage of the chaos any more than we are. They need to settle affairs within their own house first. The warning went unsaid, but he heard it anyway. Kumo and Kiri had no such problems if they decided it suited them. They would have to be vigilant. Have your spies informed you of the likely candidates for the position of Godime Tsuchikage? Homura asked, turning to the Sannin. Sarutobi allowed himself an imperceptible nod. No. There are too many right now. Or, that is to say, no shinobi that would indisputably qualify. As you can imagine, this time, they want the title to stick. To lose 3 Kage quickly would absolutely shatter their image. The Kazekage, the prince and Koto's death at the Iwa girl's hands. Naruto's face twisted behind the man, features pained as he visibly stopped himself from speaking. Orochimaru continued, oblivious or choosing to be. Can only buoy them so much. Now that we're on the subject, should we begin the screening process? Koharu was the one that spoke next. There are several candidates, beyond the immediate company if you would. The god of shinobi shook his head, feeling an itch at the back of his throat as though he wanted to cough. He resisted the urge. I'm not going to die quite yet. It can wait a while longer. Always so stubborn, she sighed. He smirked. Too stubborn to die, you mean? It was an old joke between the two of them. She smiled, but it was a thing of brittle glass. She sighed. Very well. I will not trouble you with it, but I will get the lists vetted and ready for whenever you choose to deal with it. She stood. Homura stood with her as Hiruzen expected. Birds of a feather they'd always been, more so after he rose to his position. They both bowed, Homura offering a gentle grip to his shoulder before they left. And here he was. With the 3 most likely to succeed him. He was not going to die. Not yet. Not for a while anyway. But his fighting days were over. The young Kage had forced his hand, nearly caught him in the deadly trap he'd so carefully planted. He'd escaped immediate death. But it had cost him. His chakra pathways had been overtaxed. The burst of required energy to remove the weighted dirt that had trapped him had been the equivalent of a bomb going off through his aged chakra pathways. The burst of speed he'd used to escape the flames had ripped muscles and nearly torn tendons. He may have recovered, given time, if he'd stayed still. But he hadn't. He'd forced his body to keep moving, forced his chakra to mold and heal him enough to finish the job and eliminate the boy before he escaped. The burn injury they did not have the needed medication to treat on hand, especially with Tsunade, miles away, had all but exacerbated the issue. No. He would not fight again. In all honesty, he was lucky he hadn't died of infection or pneumonia. It let them save face. No one needed to know, nor would they know that he'd barely survived. Time caught up with all warriors. To the world at large, Sarutobi Hiruzen would die Konohagakure's indestructible Sandaime Hokage, months or, perhaps if he were lucky, a handful of years from now within the village walls, in his sleep perhaps, or in the middle of one of his paintings. Image would carry them far now. Strength, indomitability, they would have to suffice as their foundations crumbled and reforged themselves in the months to come while the daimyo's seat was settled. One last gift from himself to the village. Which one would take it from him, he wondered. There was little doubt Danzo would favor Orochimaru. Perhaps he would convince Homura and Koharu as well to endorse him. Though he was sure his old teammates would much prefer Hatake Kakashi. Neither of them wanted Tsunade. Too many morals, too smart by half and too difficult to control in all respects. Possibly why he thought she was the better fit. He sucked down a breath, ragged and breaking as he tried not to cough. Opening one eye, he swiveled it around to look at Orochimaru. The body? He asked. He didn't need to specify. His student shrugged. I made certain the identifiable parts would remain so for the Tsunametics. They will confirm the Kazekage's death to the Iwa girl's fire. Chiyo is one of the best toxicologists in the known world. Tsunade hedged. You're certain that? They won't detect my poison. The pale ninja reassured, and Sarutobi heard rather than saw Naruto shift uncomfortably where he stood. Iwa will be blamed, our alliance is secure. A good thing, considering the position we now find ourselves in. If I may ask. Kakashi spoke up, voice barely above a whisper but cutting through the room by his uncharacteristic breaking of silence. Why didn't you chase down the Iwa girl? I almost did. The man admitted. Then I realized I needed someone to carry the message of the Kazekage's death. Someone who wanted to take credit. If I show up after the Kazekage's odd decisions saying he died. Soon a ninja might have a grossly overinflated opinion of themselves, but last I checked they can put 2 and 2 together if presented with the right number of fingers to help Hatake. Should we really be listening to this? Naruto finally spoke up, bringing all eyes towards himself. I mean, neither of us, he hesitated, looking to the placid profile of Itachi. We're really not involved in. You are now. Hiruzen cut him off, not even bothering to turn his head where he rested to look at the boy. Your mere existence now places you at the forefront of these decisions. You, both of you, are far too important to remain out of nearly any loop, though even before that you seem to find a way to shoulder yourself into them regardless. The boy fidgeted again. There was a silence between them all, but Hiruzen could feel the tension in the room. Tsunade's silence, Orochimaru's anticipation, and even Hatake Kakashi's expectant gaze. They all wanted answers. He opened his eyes, even the fibers of his eyelids hurt, little scratches of aching pain as he swiveled his gaze to look at the boy. Come here. Both of you. They stepped forward. Itachi, more sure of herself than Naruto, who seemed to be actively avoiding looking at him, staring at everything else, the floors, the walls, the sheets of the bed, anything else. The sound was like gravel in his throat, and he reached a hand, placing it on the boy's shoulder. He would ask. Once. Tell me the truth, he said. No more lies. No more hiding from me. Finally, Naruto met his gaze, and he saw something there, a steel in the boy's spine, pain as well. He recognized those eyes. What makes you so sure we've been lying? The Chunin hedged. Because I've allowed it. Hiruzen bluntly answered, keeping his gaze locked, refusing to look away. Refusing to allow him to look away. I'm not sure when I came to the discovery. Perhaps it was a gradual thing. Perhaps it's because I've known you both all your lives. But I've allowed it because I knew you were both loyal to the village. That you were both good, valuable shinobi. I did not know everything. I could live with that. But this goes beyond you now. Beyond both of you. What you displayed. It will send ripples through the world. Tell us the truth. How did you unlock it? And why did you not trust us with the knowledge when you did? Emotions flitted across the boy's face, a rictus of conflict. Then, he saw the boy's eyes harden, ready to fight, to keep lying. Keep his deception. Then her hand was on his shoulder. Itachi's fingers pressed gently and the fight was leached out of the boy. He looked up towards her and found her patient gaze staring back at him. She didn't say anything. The two seemed to have a conversation through eye contact alone. Which, now that he considered it, could have very well been entirely literal with the Uchiha prince's particular skills. When the words came, they were almost mumbled, so low one could barely hear them, even in the sepulchral silence of the room. They were never false memories. Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at each other, confusion passing over them. Hatake stayed perfectly still, no expression visible behind his Anbu mask. Sarutobi listened as Naruto faced him. You all thought my memories were false. Implanted by some ninja to cover his tracks after he snuck into the village and stole Kurama from the seal. Kurama? Tsunade asked. The QB. His student shifted, Orochimaru went still. They were never false memories. He repeated, looking down. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. Genin number 00573A. Third member of Team 7 Cell under Jounin Hatake Kakashi, last survivor of the hidden village of Konohagakure no Sato. I'm 24 years old. Tsunade's voice strained, struggling to be patient. He could tell by Orochimaru's face that he was struggling to do the same. Naruto. This is serious. This isn't the time for a store. I know and can perform 123 jutsu from the Forbidden Scroll despite never having looked at a single page in this life, he exclaimed, shutting his eyes as though he was trying to shut out the sound of her voice. I know the names and abilities of every Jinchuriki of the nations despite having never met more than 2 of them face to face. I can tell you all of their abilities despite having never seen them. I can perform seals decades ahead of any study done to date. The reason I have the Makuten, he lifted a foot, placing it on the bed before pulling up the leg, revealing a tiny seal on his ankle, is because I did this to myself when I was 4 years old, biologically. Sarutobi peered at the thing. Orochimaru tilted his head to do the same. He was no seal expert, but judging by how his student's eyes widened considerably, however, this was no splotch of ink done in a fancy pattern. You should be. A stone statue? Naruto shrugged. Yeah. Probably, if I was anyone else. He brought his foot down, covering it up again, shifting from foot to foot in nervous tension. I came back. Everyone was dead. The villages were all destroyed. Everything was gone. I came back. Trying to stop it. Orochimaru and Tsunade quietly stood, waiting for him to decide on the course to take. Sarutobi looked to Itachi, finding the Uchiha staring at him with black, onyx eyes, utterly calm. You believe this? It wasn't a question. It wasn't mocking or incredulous. Merely a statement. I do. Her answer was firm, immediate, with no hesitation. Listen to all of it. Put together everything you know. Everything you've seen. Don't let your imagined impossibility cloud it, and you'll see the truth of it, as I did. What is being described is, however, impossible. Hiruzen shifted, sitting a little straighter. While there have been certain techniques and abilities that dabble in time manipulation, they are paltry things, more illusion than a destruction of the laws of physics and nature. My father was Namikaze Minato and my mother was Uzumaki Kushina. There were many things he had said already. Nearly all could be explained away, or chalked up to exaggeration, delusion, or fabrication. That was not one of them. They all shifted in surprise. They knew, all of them knew, but he couldn't have known. It was one of the more dangerous and tightly guarded secrets in the village, known only, for certain, to the people in this room. And none had told him. Naruto looked at him, pleading with eyes alone to believe him. I'll give you the seal that I used, Gigi, Naruto mumbled. Full copy of it if you want. You just hand it over? He raised an eyebrow. Naruto shrugged. It took 3 of the most powerful ninja in the world, one who had years and years worth of chakra that she gave to us stored up like Tsunade's seal, and Kurama sacrificing himself and his near-endless supply of chakra to just bring me back. You could probably sacrifice every single person in this village and barely make it back 3 days, if even that. Take every person from every village and maybe you can breach a month. The seal alone takes nearly a year to construct at full scale. There was a silence so profound one could almost hear a pin drop. Finally, it was Orochimaru who broke it. You honestly believe this? You're sincerely saying you accomplished real-time travel? His voice held something, the tinge of a scientist discovering a fascinating new field of study. Naruto glared at the man, something dark passing over his features squarely directed at him. Something so vile and hate-filled it almost felt like a physical blow as it knocked the breath from his lungs. The boy had always been suspicious of Orochimaru, but for the first time, Hiruzen genuinely had the impression that, if he could have, Naruto would have stuck a knife through his throat right then and there. Try it. He snarled. Just give me a goddamn excuse. He almost didn't sense it, so insidious as it was, but it was there, a poison at the tip of a needle. Killing intent. Not some bauble of anger. Not some passing rage. True genuine loathing. Naruto wanted Orochimaru to die. Even his student, who had long since learned to laugh and poke at Naruto's paranoia regarding him, looked genuinely taken aback by the intensity of it, and Tsunade looked downright ill at the sight. Even Kakashi seemed to tense at his bedside, as though Naruto was a wild beast straining at a far too thin and flimsy chain. There was a story here, and Sarutobi knew they were in for a very long conversation. Be it all a fabrication of insanity and delusion or genuine truth. He would not settle for anything less than answers this night. Let us pretend that I believe you. He ventured. Why hide this? And why tell us now? Itachi told me to. He shrugged, being completely honest. I hid it because chances are you wouldn't believe me, and even if you did, there's very little you might be able to do to help. Too much was different right from the beginning. Sensei Tsunade hesitated, and he could see on Naruto's expression how the doubt in her voice cut him like a knife. He held up his hand, silencing further protest. Start from the beginning then. Paint me a picture. Walk me through everything, step by step, and let us see if Itachi-san's faith in you is well placed. So he did. The tale was long and it was not pleasant. The boy revealed things, secrets, and locked away demons of each of their pasts that he had no business knowing. Tsunade's long-dead brother, the necklace around Dan's neck, the story of Hatake Kakashi's dead teammates, Obito and Rin. Soon enough, the hours bled into one another. The moon moving across the night sky until it was brushing the tree line of the horizon, and still they spoke, still the story continued. He was tired, exhausted, his bones ached, his muscles felt like wet cardboard, and his mind felt like it was lit aflame, but still he listened with rapt, silent attention. By the end, his students, Orochimaru most of all, looked shaken. One would not know it if they did not know him, but he did. His student had gone completely still, his yellow eyes staring at a place on the distant wall, fingers twitching with his arms crossed, his body trembled and a muscle along his neck jerked. Tsunade had taken a seat long ago, her face was cradled in her hand, the other seemingly holding her upright, only Kakashi looked completely unchanged, hiding behind a mask and heavy cloak. There was silence in the room. I believe. He breathed slowly. That we all need time. He did not miss the irony of those words, to digest this. It was true, even he found himself reeling at it all, if it were indeed genuine, and his rational mind was telling him that somehow, impossibly, it very well could be. Let us all leave and meet again tomorrow. He wanted to say morning, but that was a scant few hours away, and he doubted any of them would get any sleep right now. Night. Orochimaru could not have left any faster, barely waiting for the word to be out of Sarutobi's mouth before he was slamming the door shut behind him. Oro Tsunade shouted at his back, moving to stand, only for Kakashi to stand in her way, shaking his head quietly. The medic bit her lip, and she looked as close to tears as Sarutobi could remember, one hand rising to comb through her hair. Sarutobi could not comfort either of them, not right now. He leaned back into his pillows, closing his eyes. You are all dismissed. It was a demand, not a statement. Tsunade was the first to leave. She did not spare anyone another glance. Itachi and Naruto followed shortly after, closing the door behind them as Kakashi himself faded into the darker shadows of the room. XXX. The door shut behind him, and Naruto felt as though the weight of the world was crashing down over his shoulders, Tsunade and Sarutobi's faces dancing across his mind's eye, the pain, the disbelief, a million other emotions as he recounted to them their deaths and the deaths of everyone they loved, everything they'd built. All because he'd been too weak to stop any of it. He felt Itachi step behind him, and was surprised to feel her arms coil around him, pulling him closer, his back pressed to her stomach as she leaned over him. The funerals are in a few hours. He muttered, almost remembering right then and there about them. He felt her nod. Her hand squeezing. Most people would have told him, it wasn't his fault. Sakura would have. Sakura had, many times, before the end. Itachi didn't though. She didn't say anything and he was grateful for that, over anything else. Didn't need to hear it. Didn't want to. It was his fault. He came back to help, he had changed things. Maybe by just coming back or through the course of his altered life he had changed them. Neji shouldn't have died. Kiba and Shino shouldn't have died. Kurenai shouldn't have died. Each one of them felt like a weight. One more failure to the list. His mind flashed to the fight, to seeing the Iwa Chunin sneaking up behind her, shoving a knife into her back, and felt his breath catch with a phantom horror. His hand rose, found her arm and squeezed so tight he was afraid he was hurting her but couldn't stop squeezing. You can't die. He pleaded. Not like everyone else. You can't ever die. She said nothing. She just remained there, ever present and ever silent. XXX. The rain was heavy along the road. The man in his wagon trudged through the cold and the muck, the horse's hoofs plip-plopping or squelching along the mud. He squinted through the rain. Someone there, wide brim hat, heavy cloak. The traveler grasped at his sword, hoping he would not find trouble ahead. When he drew closer, he noticed the stranger and he himself were marching in the same direction, and the stranger was whistling a happy tune. As the noise of the wagon and horse cut through the hiss of the rain, the man paused, stepping to the side, letting him pass. The man looked at the stranger, his instincts told him to keep going but his better nature won out. Would you like a ride till our road split? The stranger answered in a voice that was far too happy for this weather. Oh, thank you so very much. Without wasting another moment the stranger climbed into the wagon, taking a seat beside him. Why are you so happy? The man asked. You ever know those days where you just feel you've been so productive? You know? Good days. The man answered, nodding before whipping the reins of his horse. What's with the mask though? It's a very pretty mask. The wagoneer decided to drop the subject, allowing them to continue on in a somewhat comfortable silence. Chapter 66 Bonus Scenes. It wasn't your fault. That's what they told her. What they all kept telling her. Sasuke, Sakura, a teary-eyed Tenten, Lee. All of them told her one way or another that it wasn't her fault. That she'd done the best she could. It wasn't her fault. She tried to keep repeating it. Rolling the words around in her skull. Tried to convince herself. Sometimes she succeeded. Then she remembered it had been her plan, her idea to put them in front. Her orders that put them in danger. Who the hell was she to order them to do that? She should have stepped up first. She should have been on the front. She was tougher than Kiba in taijutsu, probably tougher than Neji if she really pushed herself. Why the hell hadn't she positioned herself in the front? Why had she hidden behind them? Directing the others? Neji could have done it, or Shino. Why hadn't she told Lee to open the gates from the start? She knew the odds. What the hell made her think she had the luxury of keeping a trump card? It was her fault. The others were nice to try and say otherwise, but it was all her fault. Kiba, Neji, Shino, hell, maybe if she'd trained a little harder she'd have been allowed to go with Kurenai-sensei and help there at least. Maybe she could have saved at least one person. The funerals were blurs in her memory. Tears and crying from so many people. Tenten had cried, Lee had looked with a quiet, grim sort of gaze, staring at the coffin as it was laid down in the Hyuga graveyard. Kiba's mother and sister had cried, the Inuzuka dogs had howled all through the night. She couldn't attend Shino's funeral, the Aburame were notoriously private about their interment rituals. Kurenai-sensei. It wasn't your fault. They tried to say. Her father had tried to comfort her, inept at it as he was. In the end, he'd simply left her to her space, to silence. Not reminding her of clan duties, not asking if or when she would find another team. Just leaving her be. She supposed it was the best he could do. Others sought her out. Her sister Hanabi, Sakura, Tenten, Lee at least twice, Sasuke surprisingly came by frequently. How are you doing? That was their question. She tried to be polite, tried to tell them she was okay. Inside, all she wanted to answer was, how the fuck do you think? Stop asking that fucking question. She hated the question. Hated the looks in their eyes. Hated the way her eyes burned and her throat closed up whenever she looked at these people that just kept fucking reminding her. She wanted to scream, to rage and shout and hear her own voice like she used to when she was a kid. And she couldn't even do that. One day, she walked out of the compound. And she didn't intend on coming back. Her feet dragged her through the village, every street and store bringing memories to her that just twisted her insides. She wasn't sure where she was going, or how far. She just had to get out of here. Be alone. Far away from people. Then, she found herself standing here. Fitting, really. The names were carved onto the plaque. The structure was 12 feet tall and 3 times as broad, each edition carved in the most delicate of kanji, the lines and figures drawn with precision to make each name, no matter how long or short, occupy the same relative space. Row upon row dotted the monument, hundreds, thousands. Soon their names would be added here. Would hers? She doubted it. The knife was in her hand. When had she drawn it? She brought her eyes down to the cold, dark metal, fingers trembling as her eyes burned. She drew a finger across the blade. It cut clean. Sharp. She stared at the edge of gleaming metal, her insides feeling hollow and cold, her throat tingled, like the feeling one gets before throwing up. Her knees felt weak, she pressed one hand to the cold dark granite as she allowed herself to kneel in front of it, fingers clenching into a fist against the stone as her tears threatened to come up all over again. Her hand tightened its grip on the handle. Then there was another hand over her own, lightly pressing the weapon away. She looked up, dark clouds roiled in the sky and Hinata found herself staring into the snarling visage of a wolf mask. The man knelt at her side, she felt the beginnings of rain drizzling down from above. His free hand came forward, under hers, coaxing her to let go of the weapon. Her lips thinned, her whole body trembled. She wanted to be angry. She couldn't. If it had been the others, Lee, Tenten, Sakura, or even Sasuke, she could have. It would be so easy. All she'd have to do is look at the pity in their eyes. That fucking look that said they felt sorry for her, not for her team. But he didn't. She couldn't see his face, she couldn't see his eyes. But she could see it. Something no one else could show. Something she never thought she'd see. Understanding. They sat there. She wasn't sure how long, her fingers were still holding the blade with a white knuckle grip. He didn't say a single word. He just waited, with all the patience in the world. Finally, she let go, jerking her hand open lest she change her mind. He caught it, holding it in his hand, showing it to her clearly before reaching closer to the kunai pouch on her thigh and sliding it into the topmost pocket. The first weapon to be drawn when she reached. He stood up, she followed him with her eyes. He offered his hand. All she had to do was reach out and accept. XXX. Murderer. That's what he was. In every life, that's what he would always be. His father had died before his birth, taking a mission too high risk for his rank, trying to feed them. His mother, dead, bringing him to the world. Cursed child, they whispered. Freak was another. Fear and disgust plain as day on their faces as they beheld his face, ushering their children away. He'd hated them. Hated all of them so fiercely. He would prove them all wrong. He would become the greatest shinobi that ever lived. He swore that to himself. It wasn't until his team. Until Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya. And he'd tried to murder them. He did murder one of them. He wanted to call it a lie. He wanted to rage and curse at the boy that looked at him with judgment. But he couldn't. How close had he teetered at the edge of the abyss? How many times had he considered it and backed away before the plunge? Murderer. They were wrong. Monster was more fitting. Now here he stood in one of his many safe houses, staring at documents, experiments, and procedures. Ideas and half-made creations. How easy it would be to complete them. To make something monstrous with them. Do step past the line. Not simply skirt around it. He couldn't call the boy a liar. Truth was staring him dead in the face. The door opened. You shouldn't be here, Haim. He didn't look back. Didn't need to. Only 2 people could have ever entered without triggering his security, and one of them was bedridden. Haven't you heard? It'd be easy for me to kill you. A pause. Hesitation. He could almost see her gnawing on her lower lip, clenching her fists tight. Trying to decide what to say. Don't say that. Is what she finally settled on. But it's true. He shot back, straightening where he leaned on the workbench. Isn't it? No, it's not. He rounded on her, turning so fast his hair whipped wildly around the crown of his head, the whole room blurring at the speed that he moved. He saw her suck in a breath, surprised, hands rising in a reflexive defense before he was grabbing her by the biceps, bodily lifting her off her feet and slamming her back into a wall. She stared down from where he held her, eyes wide, and he knew his eyes gleamed in the dim light, yellow and murderous. Now. You don't really believe that, do you, Haim? You heard it yourself, testimony of the what if. Don't tell me you never considered it, don't pretend it never tickled the back of your mind. Now we know. That's not you. Her voice was faint, almost a whisper. Begging, pleading with him to say she was right. Isn't it? He repeated, forcing a smile to spread. Do you know how many times I've been tempted? Do you know how often I've told myself Sensei is a fool? How many times I've contemplated how much easier things would be without his rules and his oversight? Can you even fathom it? You've thought about it. You've never done it though, you've never betrayed the village, you've never betrayed Sensei, and you've never betrayed me. He snarled, hating the chocolate brown eyes that looked at him with something that should not be, something he didn't deserve. He drew a knife before he realized what he was doing, pressing it to her throat, and he felt her pulse quicken along her arm. Don't think it hasn't crossed my mind? Don't think I'm some saint, I've thought of it. I've thought of all of it. When Jiraiya died, when Minato was nominated, when the QB nearly destroyed us and the village looked to be on the brink of total collapse. When I married Dan. The words hit him like a punch to the throat. He fell completely silent, releasing her like she was a red-hot iron brand, burning his flesh. He stepped back, away from her. Slowly, she pushed herself off the wall, looking at him with those soft eyes, tears glimmering within them. I know, she whispered. I know a lot more than you're probably comfortable with. I know. And I still say you're a good man. Maybe the other you was weak. Maybe the other you got hit in the head too many times, but you're not him. He grit his teeth. Feeling the shout building up in his stomach. You turned it down. She beat him to it. Her own voice swallowing the room, bouncing off the walls. I know they approached you. She looked like she was fighting tears, swallowing the lump in her throat. Danzo, Homura, Koharu. I know they came to you. They laid it all out, flat on the table, and said the job was yours. What did you answer? Now he swallowed, looking away. Sensei will decide. She stepped closer, and he had to fight the absurd, almost gut-wrenching urge to step away, standing ramrod stiff instead. I don't care what some other you did. I don't care about what could have happened, what you thought about doing. He felt her wrap her arms around him, head pressing into his chest as her fingers pressed firmly into his back, drawing him close. He couldn't breathe. You are my teammate. There's almost no one I trust more. You're a good man. And if Naruto can't see that, then he's a fucking idiot. He isn't wrong, Haim. Then you're a fucking idiot too. He heard her sob. And like all the other times when she cried, he acted. His arms coiled around her, finally returning them embrace. He would be surprised to find that even monsters can cry. Chapter 67 Bonus Scene 3. It wouldn't be long now. Days at most. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, was dying. He hadn't expected this. Not his death, of course, that was well established in advance. He'd just never expected to die in his own bed without a knife to his throat. After so many years, nay decades, of constant war, he should have met his end long ago on a battlefield. If for no other reason than sheer statistical probability. But he'd beaten the odds, in a way. It was more than most could hope for. But to leave the village like this, in this moment of political upheaval and the throes of unrest. The thought gnawed at him, stealing away any peace he might have found in these last moments. The Uchiha clan was in an uproar. Fugaku's publicly estranged relationship with his daughter was coming to a head. The man was simultaneously trying to establish contact with the girl, make contingency plans to force her back into the fold of the clan, by force if need be, and trying to maintain a firm grip on the clan. The latter was complicated by parts of the clan wishing for his removal as head, if for no other reason than the belief that it might appease Itachi enough to speak with them. The fact that they got to punish the man for letting the most powerful and important member of their family slip right between his fingers while also climbing the ladder of inter-clan politics was just a bonus. Naruto adding his own, not inconsiderable voice, and he meant that both literally and figuratively, to the argument/threats being thrown around if anyone from the clan so much as looked Itachi's way was not helping matters in the least. The Mukuten was quite a shield, but it would not subdue the resentment and anger that the boy was rapidly building up within the Uchiha as a whole. To add to that quickly boiling pot of inner turmoil, the race for taking the seat of Hokage was now underway. Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kakashi were the favorites of course, but there were always contenders, rivals, powerful shinobi, people of ambition. Even the smoothest of transitions were fraught with months of political infighting, cajoling and all sorts of backroom deals before the matter was officially settled. And lastly, to top it all off, the daimyo's seat. Already word had reached him that 3 nobles had been killed. 2 of the lords were gathering their own small private forces while others were shoring up their political positions. A nest of crows and vultures, and the princess was under the protection of her cousin Kotaro. How genuine that protection was, he could not say. Simply because Danzo pegged him as the most likely to genuinely defend her didn't mean things couldn't change. Power is tempting after all. And when a toddler was the only thing standing between you and the throne, Sarutobi found one could rationalize many monstrous acts. And that was only the internal strife. Iwo was in the process of selecting a new cage, Kumo had withdrawn all of its shinobi from active duty and was beginning to gather their full force, their target still unknown. Kiri was the only one of the 3 non-allied powers that could be counted on to consider a non-aggression pact. If only to secure the trade agreement they so desperately wished for. Amigakure was openly providing aid to Iwa, with Kuza now taking an interest in the conflict as well, approaching all sides to see who would come at them with the better offer. Takigakure were raiding Suna and Iwa's supplies, sensing an opportunity with the Kazekage and Tsuchikage now dead. He was dying in his bed, right when it seemed his village would need him the most. There is still so much to do. A part of him said, frustrated beyond words. It is for others. The voice of his sensei, Hashirama, responded in his thoughts, calm and patient as always. Find what peace you can with what you've accomplished. Don't disturb yourself with what you couldn't. He heard Tobarama next, pragmatic to the last. They were right, of course. They were always right. But there was still one more thing he could do. One more thing he could, if not resolve, at least help. It might cause more grief, more pain, but he had to try. Dad? Asuma's voice urged him to crack his eyes open, finding his son standing in the doorway. Their relationship had never been close, the curse of leadership. But even so, when he asked, Asuma answered, dropping everything, even his own grief over Yuhi Kurenai, to tend to him in these last few days. A better son than he deserved. Uzumaki's here for you. Hiruzen found the strength to nod. Thank you, Asuma. An inadequate response, but even now he couldn't say everything he wished. Coward. Send him in. Asuma bowed slightly, stepping aside. And there he was. The Jounin vest was new, stiff and large on him to let him grow into it for now. After the Battle of Monsoon Fields, a formal Jounin examination would have been academic at best. Gigi. His voice was a breathy whisper, almost in disbelief, seeing him here. Like this, Sarutobi found the strength to smile. He gestured for Naruto to sit. There were no chairs available, only enough room at his side, a similar place Sarutobi himself had sat on those rare occasions when Naruto was sick and in the hospital during his youth. A manipulation, a cruel one in hindsight. Perhaps he'd been a shinobi for too long. The boy, because that's what he always would be in Hiruzen's eyes, stepped forward, his eyes downcast. The Storm King. Naruto raised his head, blinked. What? That is what my spies report that they're calling you. He felt a smile tug at his lip. Uzumaki Naruto. The Storm King of Konohagakure. Hey, he laughed, though there was little genuine mirth in it. Guess, wind, water and earth feels like a storm when used all at once. Maybe I'll learn some lightning to really make the name stick. He smiled. It was good to see that smile. He settled on the bed, the mattress creaking and shifting with his weight. How? The boy trailed off, looking down. How much time? Not long. He answered the unspoken query. Another day. Perhaps two. My tenketsu are failing, soon chakra will not reach my organs. The blonde's hands tightened to fists, gripping the fabric of his pants. Sarutobi breathed through his nostrils, slow and deep as he let the silence fall over them for a short time. You cannot be angry forever, Naruto-kun. And there it was, like a knife suddenly thrown between the two. The tension in Naruto's fists spread to his shoulders, the tendon in his neck visible through the skin. Don't I have the right to be angry, Gigi? His voice was tight, pained, feeling another knife twisting a raw wound that Sarutobi could see had never really healed. Had never been allowed to heal. You're a good boy, Naruto-kun. He somehow found a way to put strength back in his voice. He would have never lacked conviction. But strength, that was harder now. I know you've already forgiven Kurotsuchi for her murder of Megajiro-sama, even now you want to protest on her behalf, when I say that, don't you? A muscle in the boy's jaw twitched, refusing to meet Sarutobi's eyes. This is different. Why? He urged. He betrayed the village. He is standing within its walls. Protecting it. He killed you. I'm dying because of my battle with the Tsuchikage. Not him. He brainwashed my teammate, turned him against us. Tsunade is training Sasuke-ku. Naruto whirled on him, a feral snarl on his face, a fathomless rage burning behind his gaze, turning his visage into something monstrous. Even the tears that glimmered at the corners of his eyes did nothing to soften the image as the boy stood over him, hands brandished like claws, teeth bared. It made Hiruzen's heart ache to see it. He took everything from me. His voice seemed to make the very walls shake with its volume. He had little doubt everyone in the house heard it. Naruto didn't seem to notice. If he did, he likely wouldn't have cared. Hiruzen breathed, remaining quiet, sensing a dam had just broken within the boy and that all of this was ready to come tumbling out. He killed you, trained that bastard Kabuto. Helped create the seals Tobi used. He designed the Edo fucking Tensei. Without him, nothing would have gone wrong. All of my friends, my family, they would all be alive. Everything that happened, he laid the foundations for it. It was built off of his fucking greed. What Kabuto used. What Tobi used. All of it. He hasn't done that. Don't lie to me. Naruto pleaded. Don't pretend you haven't looked. Don't pretend you don't see that he just a step or two away from doing it again. He was right, unfortunately. Orochimaru's private labs and safehouses had many things stored within them. Documents, ideas, contingency plans, experiments. The worst ones, the ones Naruto told him of, were never past the concept stage, but they were there. Even so, his student had never acted on those thoughts. Never crossed that line. He was not this monster, Naruto remembered. Not now. Hopefully not ever. The boy panted, his breath hard as his whole body seemed to heave, his shoulders slumping after a moment as his clenched fist shook at his side. Don't I have the right to be angry, Gigi? The silence between them was deafening. Hiruzen looked at him, this young man that had gone through so much, done so much. For all of his experience, for all of his years, Hiruzen still had more. He could read him in this moment. The lines of his face. The scars of his heart. Hiruzen shook his head. You wish to hold on to this hate, not because of what he did, but because for so long, it has been the one thing driving you forward, my boy. That's. You're afraid that, like so many other things that have changed, what if your masked man is gone too? And there, he cut to the heart of it. Naruto looked like Hiruzen had just punched him in the gut. It was all the answer the old cage needed. You've thought of it, he continued, consider the possibility. All these years that you've been keeping an ear to the ground, that you've been searching and you've found nothing, heard nothing. His influence in Kiri, his acts in Kumo, non-existent. That's why you hold onto it so fiercely, why you direct it at him. Someone must be punished. And if you can't find the guilty party, if he is truly beyond your reach by chance, or fate, then why not the proverbial runner-up? That is the truth. The blonde didn't say a word, blue eyes stared into compassionate hazel. I can't make you give up your anger, this hate you've been keeping tight in your chest. Only you can do that. But I know beyond a shadow of any doubt that you're strong enough to endure its absence, not weak enough to require its presence, my boy. Chapter 66. The door opened with a creak of hinges, bringing all eyes towards the new arrival. Kakashi smiled somewhat nervously. Sorry. The heater broke down at my house, so I had to stay for a bit to keep my snake warm. You don't have a snake, Orochimaru sneered. Kakashi tried not to let his nervousness show. Elsewhere, a purple-haired kunoichi sneezed ma. He waved the snake Sanin away as he stepped into the room, taking note of all the faces gathered together. Were you all waiting on little old me? Please, take this seriously, Hokage-sama. Danzo's voice rumbled where he sat, his cane pounding on the hardwood floors for emphasis. I always do. He swore, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he marched across the room and took his seat at the head of the table. Since I'm late, let's dispense with the pleasantries and cut right to it. Yes? Orochimaru was the one to begin, hands clasped behind his back as he stated his grim news with a calm, cold apathy. Diplomatically, it is cemented. Barring the unexpected or the miraculous, Iwagakure has gathered more allies than we have. The god I'm Hokage took a breath. This was starting out so well. How? Fear-mongering mostly. The snake Sanin shrugged. Suna has remained our ally to avenge their Kazekage, his death still stings, and Kiri's desire for a trade deal, helped by Naruto's friendship with the kunoichi holding the ear of the Mizukage, gave us their support as a distant ally. A good thing, by every measure. Naruto's ability to make friends with foreign shinobi, risky as it might be, was paying off in at least this regard in the short term. But they are just that, Orochimaru continued. Distant. Iwa has reached out to Taki, Kuza, Tori in conjunction with the Ume faction they were already allied with. Propagandists and paranoia did the rest. The Mukuten and Mangekyo have given us much clout, and a surge in our income from the clients that have flooded the village for the last 4 years since, but it has been a double-edged sword. The minor villages fear we will seek to expand and have banded together to hold us at bay. And Kumo? Kakashi asked, tilting his head. Their envoy is still negotiating and haggling with us. Their price was steep, perhaps steep enough to completely bankrupt Iwagakure in the long term, but ultimately, they too are more afraid of allowing us, with the resurrected Mangekyo and Mukuten, to run roughshod. In their minds, if they stand to the side and we destroy Iwa, there will be nothing to stop us from turning around and annihilating them at some point down the road. Kakashi made a sound in his throat, closing his single visible eye. Irritating. A response? Danzo questioned. The minor villages have deep, very old rivalries between them. Poke at them a bit. If we can break that unity, we literally break the shield Iwa is holding between us and their borders when war finally does break out again. He turned to the other quiet occupant in the room. What about our standing forces? Tsunade shrugged. Our standing forces are around 85% combat ready. The other 15% are on leave. Recruitment has been increased as you ordered, so we currently stand near to our former prime. 1,287 active shinobi. If we were to do an emergency reserve draft, we could bump that number by an additional 300 to 500. If we were to do a general civilian conscription, well over 3,000 would be eligible, but they would not be fit to even begin molding chakra for at least a year. She slid a folder his way. Still, it's good to have a backup. He slid the papers to his side, barely glancing at them before he turned to Danzo. How's the situation with the Uchiha clan? Calming. At long last. The war hawk nodded. The political turmoil and inter-clan politics have finally begun to simmer rather than boil. Uchiha Fugaku has lost much of his political muscle. His influence in village affairs diminishes with his control of the clan. I don't share your vendetta against the Uchihas, Danzo. The silver-haired man sighed. Frankly, I don't care about political influence. What I need to know is that the Uchiha factions won't spontaneously start killing each other in the streets again. Similar to our confrontation with Iwa, both sides have cooled their rage into small, cold wars. Kakashi nodded. Good. The resurgence of the Mangekyo had developed at least one massive problem within the village. Being the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan's founder, one of the most powerful bloodlines ever seen, which had been dormant for generations, it was common sense that anyone that activated and mastered it as Itachi had, would cause ripples. But nearly breaking the clan into civil war was a bit more than a ripple in Kakashi's mind. Apparently, the Uchiha clan as a whole had long been chafing under the restrictions of the clan elders and the archaic rules of the clan leadership for quite some time, similar to the Hyuga main and branch houses. Itachi had taken that slowly widening crack and ripped it open to reveal a wide bleeding schism. Both sides were using her as the figurehead for their respective objectives. The reformists of the clan, those who wanted to be allowed to venture outside the compound, not have their spouses chosen from within the clan, not be forced to live where the clan head designated, nor give a tithe of their earnings to said clan head, pointed to the fact that Itachi had been in exile in all but name from the compound, and the power she achieved beyond their walls and training. The traditionalists of the clan pointed to the fact that Itachi was the product of a marriage between Uchiha Fugaku and the clan heir Mikoto, and that her awakening of the Sharingan was clearly due to the selective breeding that had distilled the heir that could inherit Madara's legendary Sharingan. There were, of course, a lot more intricacies and politics at work, but that was the gist of it really. Personally, Kakashi believed you should be allowed to live wherever you wanted and marry/screw whoever you wanted, but he wasn't an Uchiha. Thank goodness. Both parties constantly petitioned Itachi to choose a side, but the young woman pointedly ignored both. He couldn't blame her. The only reason they even looked her way was in search of a weapon to bludgeon the other side into submission. Even so, he'd almost had to order her to interfere to bring this to an end when the Uchiha had all but started a small civil war within the very walls of the village, with clan members butchering each other in the walls of their compound. Danzo's Rudanbu were the ones that responded first to the crisis, killing the instigators and corralling the others. The old man was harsher than Kakashi preferred, but it was preferable to having a full-blown riot in the nobles' quarter. He gave them a warning. Just one. Reach an accord, or he'd reach it for them. Neither side had been happy and neither side could reach an agreement. So, rather than have two family members that couldn't stand each other living in a confined space, he decided to grant the reformists their wish. They were free to leave. But in so doing they would lose all rights, privileges and protections the clan offered to its members. After all, it was only fair. If you weren't gonna live by the established rules of the clan, why should you receive the privileges of a clan and have the clan foot the bill for your supplementary expenses? Fair made him by far the most disliked of the Hokage in living Uchiha memory. He'd even taken the spot from Tobirama. And last he checked, the Nidaime had quite the soft-spoken hatred of their allies. Even with his orders, it didn't stop the Uchihas from squabbling in the streets. With some merchants denying services to known Uchiha deserters, whose calls were also met with slow responses from the police forces, or loyalists if the shoe was on the other foot. Frankly, if they didn't stop making trouble, he was seriously considering disbanding the clan entirely. Or at least putting the police force under someone else's control. Like the Hyuga. If he did, he may have to look out for a rock to get thrown at him in the street. Or a knife. But that just came with the job really. He decided to take his mind off of the troublesome clan and focus on something slightly more cheerful. What news from the capital? He turned towards Orochimaru. Prime Minister Kotaro has said that he is fully prepared to muster 20,000 men to fight at the first sign of trouble. The majority of his potential fighting force is dealing with the harvest, but he will make do. The three northern fortresses that border Ame and Takigakure are fully manned as it is. Any attack will give us plenty of warning to respond. He's finally consolidated his hold then? The last holdouts of resistance to the far east of our territory formally surrendered 3 days ago. Again, he turned to Danzo. What evidence did you find of their backing? As you suspected, Iwagakure was funding them. There is no direct evidence, but there is enough of a pattern in the money trail to allow us to make an educated guess. He nodded. Sounded about right. The longer it took to secure the daimyo seat, the more money, men and resources it sucked from their future war effort. That, no doubt, played quite a factor in allowing Iwa to win the diplomatic race to secure allies along the border countries. Lastly he turned to Tsunade. We have a force of 7 potential combat essential shinobi, including yourself, Orochimaru and myself. What are the status of the remaining 4? Her lips pursed, clearly displeased. They are ready, but I still must protest that you're thinking of them as combat essential. Duly noted. He answered pointedly. She sighed. Dan is combat ready. He can fill any one of our roles, save mine as the head medic to a respectable degree if we are injured. Though not a single shinobi, the team designated as Konoha's Vipers are also prepared to enter combat on command and take any mission of A rank or higher, particularly assassination. Sasuke is the only shinobi in the village with medical skill that is approaching my own with a combat proficiency to match. Hinata-san, as you know, has. Your and Orochimaru's apprentices are very talented, Kakashi nodded. As is Hinata, she's on her way to becoming one of the youngest Onbu on record. But you know none of them are S-class yet. You know what I'm asking, Tsunade? Please don't make me pull teeth. She closed her eyes, lip curling into a sneer. Akane is fully prepared to enter combat. Her training as the Inbi Jinchuriki and as a shinobi under Naruto are proceeding rapidly, or so I've been told. The Godime nodded, and allowed her the courtesy of moving on from the subject. The status of Naruto and Itachi? As per your orders, one of them is in the village at all times and they both receive regular checkups every 6 months. Tsunade organized a stack of papers before sliding them to him. Physically and psychologically they're both fine barring some minor flags on the psychological side, but no more than our average jonin. Naruto himself arrived late last night, I believe, from his latest mission in Suna. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, smiling. Did he? I haven't read his report. You would have if you'd arrived early. She shot back, making him grin sheepishly. It's on your desk. Danzo decided to cut in, his voice soft and grave. By all accounts, we have an estimated time period of no less than 10 days, no more than 2 months, before our war starts again, either by our hand or theirs. He who strikes first, strikes twice. Orochimaru practically purred. Kakashi clapped his hands, as though trying to dispel the talk with cheerfulness. 2 of the 4 people in here were far too eager. All right then. Tossing a look to the others in the conference room, the Godime Hokage nodded. If there's nothing else, I think we're done for the morning. XXX. Sasuke Uchiha's features were calm, almost serene, a sharp contrast to the chaos roiling around the 16-year-old at that particular moment. Explosions, fast-flying weaponry, streams of fire, whistling wind and animals of unusual size were tearing the forest around him apart. He didn't let it disturb him, even as the concussive force of the blasts ruffled his hair. He needed to practice an entirely new, original technique. Sakura wanted to measure how far she'd come along in her training. Frankly, it was a win-win for the both of them, and training alongside her again, after so long training apart from one another, was a delightful change of pace if you were perfectly honest. Tsunade was a good sensei, one of the best, but training alone was incredibly dull. He sensed something enter within his range, just the briefest of disturbances. His hand lashed out, lightning quick, kunai blade slicing through the air and cutting into something that squeaked and vanished in a puff of smoke. A pulse of chakra, a warning to Sakura, he had to move. He stood, long legs taking him to the treetops as he peered through the canopy of leaves, watching as Sakura switched tactics to something more defensive, falling back to where Sasuke knew she had set up some traps using earth clones. The forest came alive, 3 hawks and 2 lizards the size of dogs rushed after him, the reptiles crawling across the forest floor and the birds circling overhead. Found you. Sasuke felt his lips purse, feet crashing into the tree branch with enough force to make the thick wood creak and groan, coming to a complete stop. He closed his eyes, searching with his other senses before he thrust out his hand, 2 fingers pointing and firing off a thin, straight spear of lightning, hitting the tree and coming straight out on the other side. Not bad. The voice was behind him, he felt the tip of a kunai pressing into his spine. But you really should learn to differentiate the chakra of a summon from a human. Out from the other side of the tree trunk he'd pierced came a snake, large and hissing. Its weight would be similar to hers, hence his confusion. Clever girl. He sighed. Good to know. You meanwhile should try to learn how to tell a clone from the original. He gave her half a second to digest that before he smirked and shoved himself back onto the kunai, the pointed edge piercing his body before the whole tree went up in flames by an explosion. Hundreds of yards away, while out of range of the battle and actually nearing Konoha proper, Sasuke sat cross-legged, observing the plume of smoke as his chakra flew out of his hands and into seemingly empty air. He allowed the technique to waver a moment, then reached down slightly to write another bullet point on a page. Increased distance, increased chakra cost. Effectiveness may also vary. Question test subject. Har. The shout caught him off guard, and this time, When he scrambled to his feet and leapt to avoid the attack, he was rather ashamed to admit it was with little of the grace his clone had demonstrated. Of course, his clone wasn't potentially on the receiving end of a very powerful, deadly, spinning storm of wind chakra rushing across the field to bisect him. The spinning wave of chakra passed beneath him, curved and whirled back around to get caught in the hand of Orochimaru's second student. Ryoko grinned, teeth gleaming as her eyes shone with predatory glee. "Found ya, Sasu-chan." His feet touched the ground with barely a whisper of sound. "Congratulations," was his dry praise. "Oh, don't be like that." Ryoko smirked. "You led Kyofu and me through quite the run around and kept Lil Sis in the fight for a lot longer than she had any right to be." "We're not done yet," he declared. In truth, while he'd primarily been looking to test his technique, a physical confrontation was not wholly unwelcome either. Sakura wasn't the only one who wanted to test how much progress she had made through training. And Ryoko was one of the stronger shinobi he could have asked to test himself against. He took his fighting stance and watched Ryoko's grin widen into something that would be more fitting on her sensei's face. She attacked first. She always attacked first. The custom Fuuma Shuriken, which had once been so awkward and unwieldy for her, now fit her size perfectly. She whirled it up and over her head, the reach of the weapon extended by whistling wind blades. She was taking it easy on him. He's seen moments where she moved faster than this. He dodged the swing of the spinning blades, but despite her not using her full speed, he just barely reacted fast enough to avoid the follow-up back kick, the heel of her foot brushing his hair. His fist cocked back and released, aiming for Ryoko's exposed ribs. She blocked, and while he felt like he was punching solid steel, she was thrown back, the force of his punch driving her away. He noticed the grimace on her face making him smirk as her feet dug themselves into the earth to stop her movement. She whipped her hand, shaking off the pain. "Pretty good for someone who can't master Tsunade's strength technique," came her backhanded compliment. He tried to hide his irritation. By far the most vexing aspect of his training was his inability to master Tsunade's legendary strength. Even after years of dedicated practice, the most he could do was adapt the technique to suit the chakra control he did have. It increased his strength by at least threefold, but he wouldn't be shattering mountains anytime soon. "I manage," he bit out, and then smirked, deciding to return the favor. "Still can't master half of Naruto's wind techniques?" The silver-haired girl's features twisted into a scowl. "And here I was taking it easy because I like you, Sasu-chan." He smirked, pleased that the verbal jab had gotten under her skin. There was a voice coming from the forest and Sasuke knew the match was over. "I can walk, damn it." "Shh. You've been captured by enemy ninja, no back talk." "Ow. You walked over that rock on purpose. And here comes that gnarled root sticking out of the dirt. You buy ow." Sasuke sighed through his nostrils, waiting a few seconds until the group appeared. From the foliage, Anko came first, dragging behind her a hog-tied Sakura who seemed about ready to start spitting fire at the woman. Behind the two of them came a giggling Hinata, followed by a wryly grinning Kyofu. "Welp," Anko declared with her signature cheeky grin. "Mission failed, your partner was captured and you're surrounded." A 4 versus 2, where Sakura was able to survive fighting Konoha's Vipers, +1 for 12 minutes. He shrugged. "I'd call the technique a success." "What are you gonna call it anyway?" Kyofu asked. "And how does it work? Can someone please untie me?" "Shh. Prisoners speak when spoken to." Anko was enjoying this far too much. "It's a modified chakra transfer seal. I was inspired by Tsunade's slug summons that could do something similar. But not every medic has slugs. But every medic can have access to seals. Naruto helped me design it. It allows a medic ninja with enough control to heal the recipient remotely. Constantly it also increases their speed and strength. Only downside is I have to remain still to pull it off. I believe it's good enough, but anyone without my own skill at genjutsu is going to have a much harder time. Finding you in the forest was a pain. I had to summon so many allies." Kyofu nodded to herself. "If I could find a way that would allow the technique to be done while moving it would be perfect." "Don't think so." Ryoko piped up. Sasuke turned to her with a frown. She held up her hands. "Hey. I ain't saying the technique isn't good. It is. But this shit is only gonna work for you Uchiha." "How so?" "Have you seen you?" She deadpanned. "Or more specifically, have you seen the bullshit reserves you have next to most medics?" "Sasu-chan, sweetheart, I hate to tell you this, but it's only out of sheer stubborn bullshittery and crazy that you've become as good of a medic as you have. Your chakra control is refined to a razor's edge for your reserves, but most medics just don't have that. How many other medics do you think you'll get that can make this technique last for 12 minutes and not look like they're about to keel over, dead? Tsunade and fuck all. That's who. His lip curled. Apparently. I've made an oversight. He reluctantly admitted. The only other medic besides Tsunade that could come close to matching his reserves was Shizune, and his chakra capacity dwarfed hers by nearly double. He brought his hand to cup his chin. Perhaps I can refine the seal to be less chakra intensive. He mused aloud. You do you, boy toy. Ryoko shrugged, hooking her weapon onto her back. Anywho. I'm hungry, who else wants something to eat? Sakura's buying. I am not. Then stop me from stealing the money from your wallet. As Sakura screamed in frustration, Sasuke had to reiterate Anko really was enjoying this far too much. He also had to admit that the pinkette had expanded her repertoire of choice insults by quite a bit since he last heard her go off. XXX. Marching down the road about 20 minutes later, Sasuke listened as the Konoha's Viper squad bickered like squabbling siblings, with Anko insisting on Dengo, Ryoko demanding sushi, Kyofu trying to get everyone to calm down, and Sakura spitting mad that Anko had taken her money. He tried not to roll his eyes, and tossing a look to his right he caught sight of Hinata's wry, amused smile. You got an opinion on where you'd like to eat? He asked. She made a few signs, eyes closed, looking equal parts resigned and amused with everything. Not enough opinions for you, Sasuke-kun? He shrugged. Don't see why we can't have one mo. He trailed off, onyx eyes peering past the Hyuga heiress and apprentice to the god Im and down the road to their immediate left. Hinata blinked, turned to follow his gaze as Sasuke called. Oi! Sakura! His one-time teammate turned, still pissed at Anko and fully prepared to take it out on him, given the tone of her voice. What? Calmly, he pointed. He watched out of his peripheral vision as her face twisted in confusion before she wandered over, following the direction his finger, along with his and Hinata's eyes. He knew his teammate well enough to shift his pointer finger away from the task and press it against the ear closest to her. 3, 2. Akane-chan. His ears were thankfully spared from the squeal. Down the road, Akane's head swiveled around to search for the voice, blinking in confusion before she smiled with a brightness that lit up the street, waving enthusiastically with both hands, shouting Sakura and his own name at the top of her lungs, the shock of red hair still as wild and untamable as ever. It was longer than he remembered. She grabbed onto someone, Hyuga Hanabi if he recalled correctly, and pointed enthusiastically before literally dragging Hinata's younger sister through the streets towards them. The sight made Sasuke's lips curl into just the faintest bit of a smirk. The youngest member of his old Jinan cell always did have a knack for softening his taciturn nature, even if the only person he'd ever admit that to was himself. By his count, she nearly ran into 3 people in her excitement, but by the end she made it to them unscathed, Hanabi looking like she was about to fall over from vertigo. Sakura. Sasuke. She let go of Hanabi and, much to Sasuke's surprise and quiet chagrin, she nearly rammed her skull into his gut as she glomped him, knocking the wind right out of his lungs. The tiny redhead squealed as her arms wrapped tight around his waist. He barely had time to pat her affectionately on the head before she let him go and hugged Sakura just as enthusiastically. She, however, was more prepared and returned the hug with just as much enthusiasm. Hinata nay. Hanabi nodded respectfully at her elder sister, the picture of propriety. Give your sister a hug, Hanabi, Akane hissed, reaching over with her foot and using it to shove the smaller Hyuga forward. Hanabi turned with a glare, but before much more could be said Hinata reached forward, grabbed her sister and lifted her into the air, her legs swinging as Hinata gave her a very over-exaggerated hug. Sasuke had the feeling she was doing it more to enjoy Hanabi's discomfort at the show than anything else. Hi Hinata, let me go. The mute Hyuga princess shook her head, rubbing her cheek against Hanabi with a wicked glint in her milky eyes. Apparently, even the Hokage's personal apprentice wasn't above childish antics. Oh hey. Munchkin's back. Ryoko finally took notice. How'd the mission go, kiddo? It went great. She beamed. Suna at night is so pretty and different. The sand looks like an ocean of purple, the lamp set the village glowing like a bonfire. It was really amazing. We met the Kazekage, it's that guy from the exams. The one that fought Hinata-chan in the Kumo-Chunin exams. Gaara? Sakura gasped, but he's our age. He must be exceptionally powerful then. Kyofu called as she approached with Anko. Either that or Suna was really short on good shinobi, Ryoko laughed. Nah, Gaara is really strong. He asked Naruto-sensei to help him test some of his techniques or something and he made the whole desert move. Sure kid, she laughed. I'm serious. You know. Kyofu interrupted before the two children could start having a shouting match in the middle of the street. It occurs to me that if Akane-chan is back, it stands to reason Naruto himself is back. We could always pay him a visit. It's been a while. Unannounced? Sakura questioned. We can announce ourselves when we get to the door. Ryoko enthusiastically declared. XXX. It occurred to Sasuke later on, as they marched through the streets, that he'd never actually been to Naruto's house. Oh sure, he knew where his blonde sensei lived in a general sense. If he had to find him in an emergency he knew the address and district, but he'd never actually been there himself. He'd never had a reason to go. The neighborhood was a bit on the seedier side than he was accustomed to and he had to wonder why Naruto hadn't moved out. Ever since he showed that he could pull off the Makuten he was regarded as one of the village's strongest and most prestigious shinobi. The missions he took ranged from everything to high A rank and priority diplomatic work like going with Akane to Sunagakur. He should be able to afford a much better place. In the end though, it was none of Sasuke's business. If Naruto wanted to live in a hovel at the edge of the woods like a hermit, it still wouldn't be his business. His one-time sensei was a big boy, he could take care of himself. Even so, marching down the road with an assortment of kunoichi, by the time they reached the building Sasuke could tell, almost instantly, that this was the place. Fresh paint on the walls, signs of recent construction work. It looked far fresher than the ones around it. Perhaps someone had decided to renovate the neighborhood now that a Makuten user was living here and refusing to leave? They marched up the stairs to the third story, and it was Ryoko, because of course it was that banged on the door, shouting room service. Very loudly. Curiously though, the third floor hallway was cut off at the first door. All the other floors had at least 4 doors to them. Did Naruto enjoy a penthouse or something? Might explain why he was comfortable enough to stay. His sharp hearing picked up footsteps on the other side of the door, different from Naruto's heavy tread. His curiosity was raised. And then his brain came to a screeching, crashing, flaming ball of wreckage and ruin as the door opened to reveal none other than his sister standing at the door, shaking off the vestiges of sleep as she straightened a full head of bed hair. What the fuck? He only realized he'd spoken aloud when the whole group collectively turned towards him in surprise. Itachi raised an eyebrow. Hello, little brother. XXX. Minutes later, before he'd even gotten halfway through the explanation that Itachi had been living with his dead man of a sensei for years, Sasuke found himself being grabbed in a hold by Sakura and Akane, the pinkette's arms locking his own in place as Akane tugged him by the waist. All the while he struggled to wrap his hands around the nervous-looking Naruto's throat. Hold on, Blue Pepe. You can't go killing our sensei because you want to play protective brother today. Sakura complained. I'm not going to kill him. I just want to talk, he promised. Repeatedly. With my surgical knives. Would it be any better if I said you're completely overreacting to this? Naruto nervously ventured. No, Ryoko shouted from the kitchen. Don't buy it. She's been living here for years and they've been playing hot Uchiha Mama for as long as I can remember. The look of open dismay Naruto shot towards the kitchen was eclipsed by Sasuke going very, very still. Sakura and Akane shared a nervous look. The tranquility that was the calm before the storm was broken only by the sound of Itachi from the kitchen serving food to the other 4 kunoichi. More rice? Yes please. XXX. Just a handful of feet away, Ryoko, Kyofu, Hinata, Hanabi, who had been dragged along, and Anko, who had invited herself, sat at the kitchen island, nibbling on fruits and various leftover bits and pieces as Itachi prepared herself a breakfast. You know I'm teasing and everything, Ryoko mumbled, hand over her mouth for some modesty as she kept chewing. But seriously, have you guys? I don't see how that's any of your concern. Oi, he's my teammate Uchiha. And you are his. Doesn't mean he goes brazenly asking about your current shared residence plus bedmate. Kyofu coughed, blushing scarlet from her neck to the tips of her ears. Ryoko however stayed on the mark. Hey! That's not exactly a no now that I think about it. Further discussions were interrupted by the sound of an attempted homicide occurring just beyond the kitchen door. XXX. Kakashi had just sat himself down, ready to continue his day. There were many papers that had to be filled out and signed. He would have preferred to go home really, but the day had at least 3 or 4 more hours before it was done. Perhaps Anko would surprise him and visit 2 days in a row. He did no more than take his seat when he suddenly realized there was something here that should not be here. "Hi Kakashi-sensei." "Naruto." He began slowly, sensing the Anbu around him shift in clear surprise. "What are you doing under my desk?" "Hiding, sensei." In truth, in this life he hadn't taught Naruto much of anything. Frankly, using the young man as a training partner had sharpened Kakashi's skills considerably. He truly did have a vast repertoire of tricks and a creative mind that could give Nara a run for his money when it came to thinking on his feet. But it was apparently a habit that made Naruto feel better, and he didn't have the heart to make an issue on the comparison to his other self. "I can see that." He drawled slowly, looking down at the blonde tucked under his desk. "From what?" "Sasuke found out that me and Itachi are living together." Kakashi's eyes boggled in surprise. "Wait. You've been living together for years and he's only finding out now?" "That's what I said." Naruto protested. "Damn. He just got clone 23. Kakashi turned his head to look out the balcony, finding a plume of black smoke slowly rising out from Training Ground 9 off to the east. That was quite a big fire. He blinked and turned back to Naruto. "Well, at any rate, could you get out from under my desk? He won't look in the office anyway and I need to get some work done. And speak to you about your latest mission." "You just don't want to read the report?" the blonde accused. Kakashi smiled, a little sheepishly. "You're here already." The blonde mumbled about lazy, stupid sensei and something else about the Hokage needing to work and something about why he had written the report at all. He finished by the time he sat down. Kakashi made a show of sliding his chair into place, legs nestled comfortably in the spot Naruto had occupied moments before leaning forward, elbows on his desk, fingers clasping together in front of his masked mouth. "So," he began. "What happened in Suna?" "I made Gaara's seals better." He smiled. Kakashi nodded. "Yes, Naruto, that's what you were meant to do. Improve his seals, cement your friendship, make the alliance stronger." He made vague circles with his hand. "I need some details though. Not just the broad strokes. How powerful and precise did you make the seals? How much control does he have over the Shukaku's powers? By your estimation, how close is your friendship? How does Akane measure up to Gaara-san?" Naruto sighed, the sunny disposition vanishing as the questions and their implications gnawed at him. Truly, Kakashi couldn't help but consider fate to be cruel to the boy. He was arguably among the top 3 ninja within the village, with incredible power, but Naruto just wasn't someone with the mindset to be a ninja. He wanted to protect everyone, and he wanted to treat them all like they were family, even when they were from different villages, and the world just didn't work like that. There was no such thing as a talk no jutsu to make foreign enemies do what you wanted because you wanted it. Plotting and preparing for the eventuality that one day you'd be enemies was essential. But even as softly as they were doing so here, it just never sat well with the boy. Gaara's control of the Shukaku has substantially improved. From the 5 seals he had before, I've cut it down to 3. They're easy to release to access more of the Shukaku's power. His aggression is increased at each stage, but he's still himself, so to speak. I spent a lot of time making sure Shukaku's influence couldn't bleed into Gaara's conscious thoughts. So unless he releases the 3rd seal and his upper consciousness completely shuts down because he gets knocked out or something, he will never lose control. His range on the sand control is substantial, and increases exponentially with each release. By the 2nd stage he can probably blanket Suna in a sand dome. "You couldn't curtail that?" Kakashi asked. Naruto didn't look pleased. "He's my friend Kakashi-sensei." "He's a cage of a rival power, Naruto," he sighed, waving away the argument before it began. "What's done is done. Akane's training?" "She's doing great." He smiled. "She's been going more and more into her seal to speak to the NB. The Baijuwu is slow to trust, but she's winning him over. I can tell." The god nodded. Frankly, he wasn't sure about this whole befriending the Baijuwu methodology. He'd never heard of any of the Jinchuriki doing such from any of the nations, but Naruto assured him it would give the most powerful results as opposed to simply forcing the beast and stealing its power. Even so, Akane's training, by virtue of her mother, her father, and Orochimaru, was not an issue he could force even if he wanted to. Whilst he'd received the position of Hokage over Orochimaru and Tsunade largely due to the fear that neither of them would be able to put aside their personal feelings for the good of the village if it came down to utilizing the Jinchuriki as a weapon. He was under no illusions regardless. He had little doubt that if he ever went too far, he might just have a full-scale revolt on his hands between Tsunade, Dan, Orochimaru, and Naruto, who never had any qualms about making his opinions known either. So, for now, best avoid that particular primed landmine and trust Naruto to do his job. On that cheery note, he focused on Naruto again, his voice dropping just a bit into something more serious. War with Iwa is inevitable. You know that, right? He frowned again, his lip curling as he looked away. I know you don't like this. It's a waste, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto. He stressed. Your masked man might not even exist. A lot of the things you said have checked out, but he's not one of them. It doesn't change that this isn't necessary. They killed Megajiro-sama Naruto. Even if I wanted to, I can't ignore that. And even if that wasn't a factor, they want to destroy our home. You're friends with Iwa Ninja, I understand. You believe the war is a pointless waste of lives, I understand that too. But I need you focused. You can't sit this one out on the sidelines. That Tsuchikage has been preparing for this, for you and Itachi. My spies are reporting hand-picked assassination squads whose sole mission in this war is to eliminate both you and her. It was a cheap manipulation. There was little doubt in anyone's mind that Itachi had become one of, if not the most important person to him. He would fight if she was in danger, and manipulation or not, none of what he said was untrue. Iwa, and Kumo, were gunning for both Naruto and Itachi. Hell, they were the whole reason half the bloody world had allied itself against them. Purely to take them out of the picture. None of the rival powers wanted a world where the Makuten and Sharingan walked the earth again. For a long time, Naruto stayed quiet, taking a slow, deep breath to break the silence. I will defend Konoha. Kakashi allowed himself to nod. That would have to be enough for now. XXX. Hours later, as the sun began to set, and Sasuke finally seemed to be tiring, Naruto returned to his home. Marching in through the balcony door, he found Itachi sitting at her favorite chair, book in hand. Enjoy your run? She asked with the barest hint of a smirk. He scowled. You enjoyed that? He accused. I get your dad and the rest of the Uchiha, but why did you never tell Sasuke? I gotta sleep with one eye open tonight in Chan. It never came up. Why didn't you tell him? She raised an eyebrow, quietly ignoring his use of the age-old nickname. It never came up. He admitted mulishly, scowling even more as she let that smirk turn into a smug smile. He sighed, letting it go. Even if he had actually been mad, it's not like he could ever stay mad at her. You hungry? Between the two of them, he was the better cook. More out of sheer practice than anything. Itachi hated to cook. She'd do it, and she'd do it well and without complaint, but he'd noticed long ago it wasn't a task she relished in. She nodded. Yes, please. Anything in particular? Tempura. He nodded, making his way to the kitchen. Passing her by, her hand reached out, grasping his. You all right? He shrugged his shoulders, smiling down at her. Sure. Why wouldn't I be? You went to Kakashi's office. He didn't want to ask how she knew. Knowing him, and you, he gave you a lecture on your responsibilities towards the war. And now you're sad. Has he been giving you the same speech? He doesn't need to. Rather, he's been asking me to keep speaking sense into you, lest you forget and do something stupid. He let out a sigh, more a puff of air really, the sound in his throat conveying his frustration. I get it. Really? If I have to fight, I will, but neither of you can make me enjoy it. Don't let your emotions get you killed, she demanded. Would be rather inconvenient for both of us. Just inconvenient? He smirked. Getting the apartment in my name would make hiding from the clan so much more difficult no matter how many genjutsu I trap them in. She bemoaned. Actually, now that he thought about it, the last Uchiha guy that had tried to tail her home was still wandering around outside the walls according to the memories of his clones today. On the other hand, I would have more closet space, she said. He pressed a hand to his chest. Alas. The walk-in closet is not enough. You want my little corner closet too. And all the expansions we bought through the floor. She rolled her eyes, briefly squeezing his hand before letting go. Go and make us food. And these incessant demands, he gasped as he walked away. You can't even spell incessant. She shot back, smothering a smile as she returned to her book. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.